Yes, it is, Mr. Engler. It is Dr. Engler.
All right. So, Mr. Baca, you were able to hear Ms. Paradis's introduction?
Yes, we got it all. We're ready to go, and we're going to have a good day.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the interruption, Mr. Feldorn and Ms. Paradis, if you would proceed.
Ms. Perez, how long have you been involved with New Mexico regulatory issues?
22 years.
And what do you intend to cover with the commission here today?
I intend to cover the reporting obligations and the gas capture.
Okay. Just as at a high level with respect to the reporting obligations and the gas capture reporting, what do you intend, what essentially do NMOGA's changes seek to accomplish?
They seek to accomplish clarification on a lot of the sections, mainly the clarification of on the C-129s, but which has already been covered by some others on the single event, but also the enhancements that NMOGA is proposing to the C-129, the change in or proposing that the C-115 continue to be utilized for monthly reporting versus the C-115B, and the gas streamlining the gas capture, the lost gas and gas capture calculations.
Okay. If I turn to what's been marked as NMOGA Exhibit L1 to L2, does that accurately reflect your working experience?
Yes, it does.
Okay. It indicates, Ms. Perez, that you were actually involved in field operations for a period of time?
Yes, I was a pumper for Unical or field operator, whatever the term, for 13 years.
And as a result, are you familiar with the impacts that reporting obligations can have at the field level?
I am.
When you, it indicates in here that you moved to regulatory reporting, permitting and compliance sometime in the 90s. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what did that involve?
So it involved permitting, regulatory compliance mainly, and some input of production records.
And then when did you begin your involvement in New Mexico?
Oh, 1998 is when I became involved, where my role expanded to New Mexico when I started working for ConocoPhillips.
And what were your responsibilities beginning in 1998 with respect to New Mexico?
It was also regulatory permitting, compliance, and also working. That was my first introduction to NMOGA, New Mexico Oil and Gas Association, and work through the issues and forms and New Mexico regulations. And
did you also manage regulatory compliance issues for the company?
I managed regulatory compliance issues not only for ConocoPhillips but for Quantum Resources, and worked closely with the regulatory group here in at OCC on compliance.
And does that involve monitoring and training other employees?
It does.
Okay. Have you served, Ms. Perez, on various advisory panels for New Mexico agencies on oil and gas regulatory issues?
Have, and I was on the NMOCD had an industry advisory panel. I was a member of that. The State Land Office, the past has had an industry advisory panel. I have been a member of that. I participated in the methane advisory panel, mainly on the venting and flaring topic. was one of the industry reps on the initial gas capture work group that was formed by the OCD, along with other stakeholders, which was the BLM, State Land Office, and NMED. And then I worked with the BLM on several rules and policies.
And are you familiar with the rule that has been proposed and published by the division for public comment and review?
I am.
And are you familiar with NMOGA's proposed modifications to that rule? Okay. Then I want to go to NMOGA's Exhibit A. I think we'll use that, which is in the small white notebook. And I'm going to want to go to the part 28.8 G1. What is involved there with NMOGA's proposed modifications to that particular portion of the proposed rule?
I'm sorry, Mr. Felderworth, did you say 28.8 G1 or was it 28.7 G1?
I'm sorry, I'm NMOGA Exhibit A 27, part 27.8 G1. Sorry about that.
That's okay. What NMOGA's proposals are there in G1 was already covered by Mr. Smitherman and accepted by the division on single event. And when we get to G1 B3, no, B7, is that where we're going next?
Certainly. So we're in part 27.8 G1. I believe it's Roman numerals, subpart B, and then Roman numeral 7, which is on page 17 in the small white notebook. I see the addition of some categories there.
Yes.
What are you seeking to accomplish there?
NMOGA's proposal to bring in the categories from G2 was to have some consistency in reporting of the C-129 events at the time of the event. And I think that would help, have the data available to the division on which category these events will fall under. So we just brought the NMOGA proposed categories from G2 and brought them into the C-129 process. And that would also ensure consistency amongst operators filing the C-129s and give the division the transparency that they would like for the cause of the event at the time of the event.
Now, if I look at NMOGA's Exhibit L4, I'm going to leave this up for a minute, but if we turn to the large notebook and we look at NMOGA's Exhibit L4.
Yes.
Does that contain a list of the categories that we see here on the screen in NMOGA Exhibit A?
Yes, it is the NMOGA proposed categories that are listed in Exhibit L4.
Okay. And you mentioned your proposal is to report under these categories used initially under the C-129?
Yes, they will then be able to tie those events to the C-115, the NMOGA proposed C-115 reporting, monthly reporting by having them also on the C-129.
Okay. Now I'm going to switch over to NMOGA's exhibits here. I'm going to skip down to L4, which I believe is where you are. When I look at L4, I see you call this disposition, C-115 disposition codes.
Yes, the other intent of bringing in those to the C-129 is that by NMOGA's proposal to utilize the existing C-115 for reporting, NMOGA took a first stab at just creating some non-transport disposition codes based on the single character that NMOCD currently uses for their C-115s, and use some letters that are currently being used, and brought to identify the whether it's a vent, where the event is a venting event or a flaring event. And so we utilize codes for those. And so by including these in the C-129 would align with the C-115 reporting. And this is our attempt to not need the C-115B and stick with the current C-115 reporting.
Okay, so this is an upstream issue only, right, Ms. Pettis?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when I look on exhibit L4, I see a column that says vent code and a column that says flare code. Is that what you were talking about when you said the characters?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And I want to bring up on the screen then an example, I believe, of a C-115. Did you provide this to me?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is this from an actual filing by OCC?
It is. Blanked out the the property and API numbers to protect the innocent, but that's okay.
Okay. But is this an example of a document that you would see in the division, in the public record, in the division's in the division's files?
Yes, it is. You can query this information from their website.
Okay. And when you talked about using the disposition codes that we saw on exhibit L4, where would that be utilized?
On this example, as folks may know, the C-115s are reported at, start from the pool, and then it goes to a property level, and then it breaks it down after that. You see underneath there's a column called that's labeled DIS for disposition, and down there's a code F, and that's the flare code that back in 2015, as part of the initial gas capture work group, that's when we initiated the flare code, the F code, and broke out vented and flared volumes that to be reported separately. They started to be reported separately in November 2015 production. And so this is where you see that disposition for flared and vented volumes under the DIS column.
Okay, and right now, this particular DIS, under the DIS column, you see the F.
Correct.
Next to December 30th, 2020.
Yes.
And then if you go to the right, you go over to gas other, and it shows 62.
That's the volume of gas flared for this property.
Okay. And if I go back to the NMOGA exhibit L4,
yes,
I see on the right-hand side, I see the F, second from the bottom. is it, would you explain then, where would these other codes go that we see here on your proposed column?
They would go in
On your
that same, disposition column, based on, from our proposal, they would go in that same disposition column as, the current F and V code.
So if
There-
you had a volume, for example, that was flared because of an emergency, what would go in that column?
The disposition code would be E, as we proposed it.
Okay, and so going back to the sample monthly report,
Yes,
instead of an F that we see under DIS column, we'd see an E in that scenario,
yes,
and then there would be a volume associated with it?
yes.
Okay, all right.
And the only,
Um,
the only time you'll see an F or any non-transported disposition code in that column is if there is a volume. If there is no volume, or if there is no flare event volume, you will not see a disposition with 0 or anything. It'll just be blank. I mean, it won't be there.
There was some concern discussed about changing this form due to its due to the fact that I believe it's utilized by the Taxation and Revenue Department and State Land Office to track production volumes.
Yes, I heard that concern from Madam Chair.
When the division required you to begin tracking volumes using, in this case, it was an F disposition code. When did you say that occurred?
2015?
Okay. Was there any problem implementing that process with respect to the use of this form by the Taxation and Revenue Department and the State Land Office?
No, there wasn't anything brought up at that time when we introduced the F code.
Okay. And does the introduction of these codes to track vented and flared volumes, does that impact the aspect of this report that is utilized by the Taxation and Revenue Department or the State Land Office?
No, sir, it's not, because it's still what the tax and rev focuses on sales volumes. And so that's not going to change anything in this report. The State Land Office utilizes it, they get their information, also their production information, and all that we need here too. So it'll all still be here, including the vented and flared volumes for the different categories as proposed by NMOGA.
So if NMOGA's proposal was adopted, using the C-115, you would still have the same columns that you see now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we would still have then a disposition column,
Yes.
is that right?
Yeah.
And and then when it comes down to the disposition, am I correct that you may, rather than just having F, you may have, for example, in addition to that, E, if it's flared for an emergency,
Yes.
or J, if it's a non-scheduled maintenance or malfunction,
Yes.
on down the line, similarly for each one of these letters.
Yes. That's our proposal.
And that would disclose the volume that was flared or vented on that C-115.
Correct.
And the division would have it, is that correct?
Yes.
And the State Land Office would have that information?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If I turn to your next exhibit, or let me ask you, Ms. Pettis, is there anything else we want to cover here?
No, again, these are just codes that we worked with based on what were the existing non-transported disposition codes. kept to that same format and came up with these. We were running out of letters, so we don't want more categories. No, I'm just kidding.
Is this type of disposition code reporting, would that be compatible with existing upstream operator accounting systems?
I'm sorry. Do you read?
Would certainly, would utilizing these various code letters, would that be compatible with operator accounting systems?
Yes. It's after take a while to get it implemented, but yes, those would be compatible.
Okay. And if I turn to the next exhibit, exhibit L5, does this help illustrate the benefit that would occur from your proposal to enhance the C-129 and then use the existing form C-115 for upstream operators?
Yes, the C-29, it would include the report of measured or estimated volumes, as does the C-115, and it would call, the C-129 will include the cause and nature of the venting and flaring, and then the C-115 would, by category, would include that information, and we would be report on the C-129 by the event, and then we would report monthly on the C-115. And then the C-115B is for the same things, but then, it's also duplicative. As per our proposal, we would prefer to utilize the current C-115.
And then would under your proposal, would the C-115B still be utilized by gathering system operators?
It will, because currently the gas gather and the midstream, our midstream partners don't have a way to report any, they don't currently report anything monthly to the division. And so we feel that the C-115B could be used exclusively for the midstream, Part 28 operators.
And if it was used exclusively for midstream, would that allow the division to design it for midstream operators?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Anything else on this topic, Ms. Pettis?
No.
Okay. Then I want to go to subpart G1D in NMOGA's Exhibit A.
Okay.
And we see a language change here. Now, Ms. Pettis, do we also have a similar language change in Part 28? I think it's
Yes.
F1D.
Yes, we do.
Okay. When you and others at NMOGA looked at this provision, what was the concern? What was there confusion that arose?
It was, we became concerned because this would be in releases as defined in G1 were also required in Part 29. And so our concern was that do we report both? I think the division has clarified that they only want it on the C-129, but I think the division I would like to note that the division would need to update Part 20 to conform to the requirements they now have in Part 27, so that operators have certainty of compliance with not having to report them also in the C-141.
With the language that was crafted by the division, was it clear that operators only had to report for gas releases using a C-129?
No, didn't expect not to file a C-141. So
And so does the MOGA's proposed modification, in your opinion, make it clear to operators that you don't have to file a C-141 or you file a C-129 for gas releases?
it does, and the C-141 would be utilized for the liquid releases.
Okay. Now, I believe there's also a corresponding change later in this rule that was done for the same reason. Isn't that right, Ms. Pettis?
I think it was in the alarm
And if I
section.
go, okay, so if I go down just real quick to, I think it's 27.9 B3 on page 22 of NMOGA Exhibit A. I'm trying to find it, Ms. Pettis. Here we go. It shows up under what used to be subpart 3D as in David. I'm sorry, subpart 3C as in Cindy.
Right.
Okay. I see that NMOGA has proposed to strike or form C-141.
Yes. Yes. The events would be the gas release events will be filed on a C-129.
Okay. All right. Okay, then I want to switch topics here again, Ms. Pettis, is there anything else we need to cover there?
No, sir.
Okay. Then let's go to the part 28, which is NMOGA's Exhibit B. And I believe there was a change that was unique to part 28 in subpart 28.8F2. Let me see if I can get there. On page 12 of NMOGA's Exhibit B.
Yes.
And what change was that, Ms. Pettis, and why was it done?
We just changed that to be a monthly reporting of natural gas volumes for the midstream operators, because it would be more than just the vented and flared volumes. It would also include a gas gathered volume, because the division and the midstream operators would need their gas gathered volume to be able to calculate their lost gas and their gas capture percentage.
And this was a change purely for clarification?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now, we also had some proposed changes here to the timelines for the reporting. I believe that the division has likewise made a similar, agreed with this change?
Yes, we made a change in part 28 and in part 27, and the division has accepted those modifications.
Okay. All right. Dan, I want to ask you more detail about, we see a change here in part 28 F2 and also in part 27 G2 before the date January of 2022. And it says, unless otherwise approved by the division beginning January of 2022, the operator shall submit a form C-115B monthly. You see that?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Would you explain, since you're familiar with these systems, Ms. Pettis, would you explain why NMOGA has proposed this change to allow some discretion here by the division on the implementation date?
Yes, there's going to be some challenges with the implementation of any of the reporting, whether that be the C-115B for the midstream Part 28 operators or on the C-115 for the upstream vendors. Our NAMOGA's proposed C-115 because our production accounting systems have some challenges with implementing changes.
Have operators been able to even start the implementation of those changes yet?
No, when we work with third-party vendors on our systems, they don't even begin any changes until the rule is final. So we can kind of speculate and provide some information on what it might be expected, but until the rule is final, there's nothing that we can begin at this time with our systems.
Have you been in touch with contractors about what is going to be necessary and how long it's going to take to implement the changes once the commission finalizes the rule?
I have been through our production accounting, reached out to our production accounting folks that reached out to the contractors or the third-party vendors, and we've had some conversations around the timeline of implementing changes.
And what do you understand in terms of the time frame that it's going to take to implement the changes once the commission identifies what's going to be required?
It could be anywhere from 12 to 18 months.
That seems like a long period of time.
Yes, there's a lot of moving pieces.
Okay. Would you, I want to talk about that in a minute, okay?
Okay.
But before we get to that point, when you're dealing with monthly production volume accounting, Ms. Pettis, what is the standard that operators must follow? I think Commissioner Sandoval asked, what's the bar? I mean, what do you have to, what's the certainty that's required when you're dealing with monthly production volume accounting?
The certainty that's required is one, as we saw on the detailed C-115 report, this is the production reporting that we're used to utilizing for the purposes of paying royalties and the purposes of taxes. So so that is our what we consider the accurate volumes for that type of reporting.
Okay, and how do you arrive at the accuracy that's required?
We arrive at accuracy required by utilizing volumes that can be accurately measured and estimated.
Okay. Now, you mentioned the time frame involved to implement the changes that will be required once the commission finalizes the rule. Can you, is there an exhibit that helps illustrate as you put it, all the various moving parts that are involved and why this is so difficult to implement these types of changes?
Yes, it's Exhibit L6.
Okay, I'm going to put that up on the screen. Would you first orient us to this exhibit and then walk us through it and explain why this is not, you can't just push a button, why this isn't easy to do?
Yes, I just when I reached out to our production accounting group and I said, can you send me a diagram of how these systems all interact, and this is what I got. So this is an illustration of how complex the systems are, but it starts from the field, the field data capture section, and then it feeds another system. There's usually for OCC, there's and other companies There's at least 3 systems. So there's a field data capture system and an allocation system that then feeds into the production and revenue accounting system. So this is the illustration of that type of complexity. But the main purpose of these systems is proper programming to ensure accurate accounting of volumes, sales volumes, beneficial use, venting and flaring for production reporting to the state and federal agencies, as well as for calculation of severance tax and royalty payments. Most operators have similar form of data collection and reporting. These systems are also used for revenue booking, for financial reporting, expense allocation, joint interest billing, engineering, economic evaluation, reserves calculations, and property tax calculation, among other things. So all of these systems have to play a big part in all of the evaluations and analysis, as well as production reporting for the company. I want to start with the first column of the wells are, when the well comes online or a new facility, they are initially set up by our production accounting group. So that's where the meters, the tanks, the vessels, any meter for allocation or sales or vented and flared meters, those are all set up. And then they tie them to a field operator pumper route. And that's how the setup initially starts for information to exist in the field data capture section, so that then it can be it can start collecting information. So that's called the even for the purposes of this slide. It's even, and even is the system where the pumper will. Oh yes, sir.
Ms. Pettis, I'm going to interrupt you.
Okay.
Can you spell that? Can you spell that acronym?
E, it's a little e, capital V, capital I, capital N.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's okay. So even is the system where the pump will manually enter any vented flared events, and as the meters can't determine what that is, so that they have to manually enter the information. And some production data may be fed to the system by automation, but most requires manual intervention. This will vary from company to company, but some companies are could be almost 100% automated, while others are 100% manual. So this just depends on the company. This means that, you know, the changes even that we're proposing or that the division is proposing means that every company must train all their field operators to, you know, on the reporting categories to make sure that they are entered properly in this field data capture system called even. And for, as an example, for OCC, that would include at least 341 operators. So that's, you know, why we feel it's important for the simplicity and clear definitions and descriptions are essential for accurate reporting. Even then feeds ProCount. ProCount is spelled P-R-O, capital C-O-U-N-T is one word. It's the system that's used for allocation. That system then feeds SAP, referred to as SAP, that and SAP stands for Systems, Applications, and Data Processing. That's the commonly used system for production reporting and revenue accounting. What I'd like to point out about all 3 of these systems is that these are, as I mentioned before, these are third-party systems. And there's a wide range of changes that require a formal process. Any wide region changes require a formal process by those third parties that requires level of approvals for them to even start to make any changes. Then the rule would have to be finalized. The final rule would be reviewed and analyzed and understood by the third parties to begin discussion with customers. I keep going back and forth. The vendors, third parties, that's the same thing. They have multiple customers in New Mexico. And each operator may require different setups depending on their current setup to report. And then next would come the programming revisions and updates. And then the setup for each customer would have to be piloted and tested prior to rollout. And like I mentioned, this process could take 12 to 18 months to complete it. The new C-115 report can be generated to satisfy the division's required reporting. And in the interim, while this is going on and we're trying to get these systems updated and implemented, the division has also put in G2 that they are beginning in July of 2021 that they want a quarterly report submitted and in a format specified by the division. So we could then continue that type of reporting until we can get our systems implemented, and that was why we added unless otherwise approved by the division, Mr. Felderworth.
All right, so that's the purpose for, it's not, so in other words, let me step back, Ms. Pettis.
Yes.
Operators are going to try to get this done, right? Get their system set up to
We
accomplish this
are.
reporting.
Yes, and even through the map process and after NMOGA has never pushed back on enhanced reporting to the division. We would, just want the division to consider the difficulties and challenges in doing that. But we have always supported enhanced reporting to the division. NMOGA has.
Okay. And all NMOGA's language seeks to do is provide an opportunity that if you're getting up against this deadline and you're unable to get the vendors to accomplish what's necessary, that you can approach the division and get some relief from this January 2022 requirement, which is now roughly a year from now, right, Ms. Pettis?
Yes, sir, less than a year from now. But yes, and yes, but again, this is going to be the challenge, no matter if it's the C-115 or the C-115B.
Okay. And I think it's also important here, or is it important, Ms. Pettis, the fact that we're not going to know what has to be done until the commission is able to actually enact the rule, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Anything else on this topic, Ms. Pettis?
No, that also I'm pretty sure that the division will also need to modify their systems as well. So I think there's going to need some time for the systems to be modified on both the operator and the division.
Okay. Then on this reporting, we've talked about, Ms. Pettis, you were here, other witnesses have talked about the reporting categories and why NMOGA has proposed to strike certain reporting categories. You've been here for that testimony?
I have.
Okay. I want to ask you one category that has not been addressed by the other witnesses in any detail is the NMOGA's proposal to strike the other not described above category that we see in both in Part 27 G2 and in Part 28 8 F2.
Yes.
Can you explain NMOGA's concern with that category and why it has proposed to have it stricken?
Yes, our concern with that one is uncertainty of what would go in that category. NMOGA felt that with the categories that we did not strike would or do categorize all the events appropriately, and we couldn't think of any other ones that were needed. And we were concerned that the other category might be a, a catch-all for events that may be emissions and not waste. And so we other for that purpose.
Now, are you familiar with the accounting that is to occur for the gas loss and gas capture percentage?
Yes, and that was another reason because the lost that category would be counted against the operator on their gas capture percentage.
Okay. So the this other category, as you can see from the language proposed by the division, did not have any parameters on it, correct?
No, sir, did not.
Okay. What, based on your reading of the rule and involvement, what did you understand the purpose of the gas loss calculation and the gas capture obligation to be? What did you understand the focus to be when this was being developed?
Well, as has been discussed by others, this was a NAMOGA effort, and it was always our understanding that the purpose of the rule was to reduce waste and not address emissions issues. So that was what we felt the purpose of the rule was.
And what did you understand the focus of the 98% benchmark that everyone's going to try to reach over the next 5 years? What did you understand the focus of that 98% to be?
NAMOGA understood the 98% capture focused on waste categories or focused on potential of waste categories. And so those are, that was our understanding.
Okay. And if that's the focus, is it important to examine the categories that go into the equation to arrive at that gas capture percentage?
Yes, that was the purpose for the categories that we kept, because we do feel those categories are focused on potential waste. We, NAMOGA's proposed.
And if I look at Exhibit L4, which you just described, are these the categories you discussed as the reporting categories under G2 and then F2 to the extent they're applicable to midstream operators?
Yes, these would not be applicable to midstream because these are the categories. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, categories.
Yes, these are the categories.
And how would you describe these categories? What's their focus?
Focus of these categories are surface waste, and they would be we could accurately measure or estimate these volumes on categories.
Okay. And do these categories include all the potential sources of surface waste as you understand that term is defined?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Okay. All right. Then I want to move to the mechanics of arriving at the gas capture percentage, okay?
Okay.
And am I correct, Ms. Perez, that starts first with calculating the lost gas or the potential waste?
Yes.
Okay. Let me go to, let's see, what would be, let me go to the NAMOGA's Exhibit A. And I'm going to go up to subpart G. Now, Subpart G is part of the process of arriving at the gas capture percentage. Is that correct? Ms. Pettis?
I'm sorry, Mr. Felderwart. Where are you?
Subpart, I'm trying to get to 28.7 or 27.8 G.
Yes, sir.
And we talked about G2, and this is where we start the process of arriving at the lost gas and gas capture percentage, right? Is that correct?
Yes, through the process of
Yeah.
reporting. Yes.
Okay. And then I want to talk about the changes that NMOGA then has proposed to subpart G3. What does G3 involve here? What is being done in this section?
Is where the lost gas is being calculated, as well as in the MOGA's proposal, the gas capture percentage.
Okay. And when operators first looked at this language, including yourself, did you understand how it was to be done?
It was a little confusing. There was several of us trying to come up with a formula as we read through the language. And even though you see a lot here, it looks like we made it more complicated, but I think we tried to simplify it. It was just a little confusing as written by the division.
All right. And what did the MOGA attempt to accomplish with the red lines that we see here?
Simplicity and clarification.
All right, then would you, do you have an exhibit that explains what the clarification and simplicity that NMOGA sought to accomplish with these changes?
Yes, it's Exhibit L7.
Okay. All right, why don't you, I'm going to leave the language up on the screen, and with the help of L7 in the notebook, can you just explain to us what how NMOGA approached this to make it more simple and understandable?
Yes, once we understood what the categories were that would determine what your lost gas volume is, we just focused on adding up those lost gas categories. That's basically what how we simplified it and made it as the feels is more simple for operators to understand and follow. And we did that in part 27 and in part 28. And so that was our approach to simplifying this calculation.
Okay, why don't you walk us through this?
Okay, so again, NMOGA's approach was to simply add the categories that would be considered lost gas, which would be the non-scheduled maintenance and malfunction, routine repair and maintenance, insufficient availability or capacity, and as per NMOGA's proposal, anything in excess of 8 hours that is caused by an emergency, unscheduled maintenance, or malfunction by a gas gathering system. By calculating, utilizing an addition of what those categories are, then you've got your lost gas volume. And then
go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was just going to move into the next one, but go ahead, Mr. Felderwart.
No, I was going to say, once you have your lost gas volume, that's what would be calculated under 3A, is that correct?
Yes, your lost gas volume would be calculated under A.
Okay. And we have, under NMOGA's proposal, you actually have a formula to illustrate the calculation?
Yes, we do. It's lost gas equals non-scheduled maintenance and malfunction plus routine repair and maintenance plus insufficient availability or capacity plus volumes in excess of 8 hours for that is caused by an emergency malfunction or malfunction. Unscheduled maintenance or malfunction of a natural gas gathering system.
And in your opinion, is it helpful to not only have the words, but where possible, have a formula that operators can see and follow?
Yes, I think for clarity, it would help. Yes.
Okay. And then what is accomplished under the changes to subpart 3B?
Well, once you have your lost gas calculated, then we simplified B to just be that to calculate your gas capture percentage. You're going to take your produced gas as reported on your C-115 minus what you just calculated as your lost gas, and then divided your produced gas to come up with your monthly gas capture percentage.
Okay. All right, then is this then these monthly calculations, are they then utilized to roll up into your yearly gas capture accounting?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And I believe that's done in, is it, at least for the upstream portion, it's part 27.9B?
Yes, 27. Yes, that's correct.
And that would, let's see if I'm at the right spot. There we go. And that would be page 22 of NMOGA Exhibit A.
Yes.
Yes.
And I believe that there's, of course, the same changes are made in part 28 dealing with the midstream at 2810B. Is that right, Ms. Pettis?
Yes.
Okay. Now, would you explain, first off, would you, now that we had the monthly figures, how is that then incorporated into the determination of the annual gas capture percentage?
So now that you have calculated your lost gas and to get your annual gas percentage, the only thing left to deduct would be your alarm credits from your lost gas. So it would be your produced gas minus parentheses, lost gas minus alarm, and then divided by produced gas. And we also included a formula here for clarity.
And is this formula and this clarity reflected on the NMOGA Exhibit L7 at the bottom?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I see a change here where you adjusted the, I'm up here in subpart B, and I'm looking about halfway through, and it used to say February 15th, and NMOGA has suggested February 28th. Given your reporting experience, can you explain why NMOGA has proposed that change?
The C-115 reports are due on the 15th of the month. So we felt we needed a little bit of time once that report has been filed to then analyze, review it, and then make the certification required section of our gas capture percentage.
Okay. Okay. Is there anything else we need to cover here, Ms. Pettis?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. I believe there's one last topic, and it relates to NMOGA's proposal to use, for upstream operators, to use the existing form C-115 rather than a new form C-115B, right, Ms. Pettis?
That's correct.
And if we look at NMOGA Exhibit A, and we go all the way to the beginning, the very first page involves a different portion of the rules that are being modified here by the division. And we're not in part 27 or in part 28. We're in part 1915 7.25. Do you see that up on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's one change that is being proposed here by NMOGA. Can you please identify it and explain why?
Since with the MOGA proposal utilizing the C-115 in this provision A, then the operator shall file Form C-115B would only be required as per Part 28 and not Part 20.
Ms. Perez, based on your experience, does NMOGA's proposed modifications streamline for operators the monthly calculation of lost gas in the gas capture percentage?
Yes, it does.
And in your opinion, does it provide the operators with the language and a formula that's easier to understand, but accomplishes what we understand to be the division's goals?
Yes.
And do they likewise, NMOGA's modifications, clarify how you arrive at the annual gas capture reporting percentage?
Yes.
And will NMOGA's proposal allow operators to utilize their monthly reports to then roll up and create the annual gas capture report?
Yes, and then they can always keep up with where they are with their gas capture to determine compliance, to continue to get permits to drill and how to file your gas management plan. So that all ties together.
Okay. And in your opinion, do NMOGA's proposed modifications focus these proposed regulations on the reduction of unnecessary or excessive surface loss without beneficial use?
Yes, they do.
And would it thereby leave issues related to emissions control to the New Mexico Environment Department?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Perez, were NMOGA exhibits L1 through L7 prepared by you or compiled under your direction and supervision?
Yes, they were.
Madam Hearing Officer, I would move the admission into evidence of NMOGA exhibits L1 through L7.
Let me pause for a moment. To the event there are objections to NMOGA exhibits L1 through L7. L1 through L7 are admitted.
And Madam Hearing Officer, I pass the witness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Feldwart. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Ms. Perez?
Yes, Ms. Ortiz, I just have a couple questions for Ms. Perez. Good morning, Yolanda.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Ames.
So, Ms. Perez, you are proposing that the commission adopt a rule to use C-115, the form C-115, rather than the form C-115B that the OCD has proposed. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that a C-115 is reporting on the basis of taxable property, right? And you're aware that some taxable properties have multiple wells on them.
Yes, sir.
And I assume that you're aware that the F code in the C-115 example that you use doesn't have an API number because the report is by taxable property, not by well. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you're with Oxy, right?
Yes, I am.
And you're familiar with the Indian Hill unit?
Oh, I've heard of it. I can't say that I'm familiar with it.
That's an Oxy property?
Yes, sir, I do believe.
Okay. Were you aware, so I assume then, even though you're familiar with the unit, but not necessarily with the details, you're not aware that that unit, that taxable property, that single taxable property has 20 wells on it?
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me. I'm used to working with units and that's San Juan Basin as well. There's lots of wells, lots of Yes, sir.
Well, and specifically, since you're familiar with it generally in the San Juan Basin, did you know that Logos Operating has the Rosa unit with 564 wells on a single taxable property?
I'll take the word for it.
Wouldn't surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yet your proposed C115 lumps together all venting and flaring for all the wells on a single taxable property, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. Nothing further.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Mr. Birnow, do you have questions of Ms. Perez?
Nothing that hasn't already been covered, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fox or Mr. Bach?
No questions, Madam Hearing Officer. Thank you for your testimony, Ms.
Thank you.
Perez.
Thank you. And Ms. Paranos?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have no questions for this witness.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions for Ms. Perez?
Thank you. No, I do not.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler?
I do, thank you.
Okay. Madam Chair?
I do have questions.
Oh, you do? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear that. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Yolanda. It's nice to see you.
Good morning. Nice to see you, Commissioner.
I'm going to save most of my C-115 questions for Danny Martinez, who I saw appear earlier and who will be the State Land Office witness. And I'm hoping that he can address how the Land Office gathers data from the C-115 and how changes would affect the system. But are you familiar with how and why the State Land Office uses C-115 data?
Yes, I'm somewhat aware of that. They use it also to understand the state leases are producing and paying quantities and then royalty payment as well.
Yes, for audit and for royalty payment. And are you familiar with the on-guard system that the State Land Office uses?
Somewhat familiar. I remember the on-guard system was the one that used to bring all the OCDs, tax and rev, and State Land Office together, and then they kind of split that out. And I think tax and rev does their thing, but I think you still utilize the on-guard system. It's my understanding.
That's right. And would it surprise you to know that there have been very few updates to that system since it was originally conceived?
Commissioner Kessler, we couldn't hear that.
I couldn't hear you.
Is that any better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that very few updates have been made to the on-guard system since it was originally conceived?
It would not surprise me.
And are you familiar with how challenging or not challenging it might be to make updates to that system?
I would assume it's probably just as challenging as it would be for us, is how I kind of explained our challenges with updating systems.
We'll have Danny talk about that. Shifting gears just a little bit, I wanted to see, Mr. Felderwart, could you bring up the provision? I believe it's in Part 27G, where NMOGA has proposed to be able to request relief from the division from reporting requirements if they're not able to timely fulfill those requirements. I can't find the exact citation.
Certainly. Hold on one second. I believe it's
On page 18.
27.8.
Page 18, yeah.
G2 on page 18. I'm trying to bring it up now, Commissioner Kessler.
Thank you.
I hopefully have it up on the screen now.
There it is. Thank you. So I understand the need potentially for operators to seek additional time to fulfill reporting requirements. Is that what this provision is requesting, Ms. Perez?
That's the intent. Yes, Commissioner Kessler.
Okay. In your knowledge and experience, if an operator needs relief from a division rule, can the operator request a hearing seeking relief?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that true regardless of whether there's an explicit provision in the rule allowing or indicating that a hearing would be available?
That could be true. It could be, I guess, implied. Yes, ma'am.
So regardless of whether there's express authority in the rule for an operator to seek relief, an operator could request a hearing anyways, right?
I would hope so. Yes, ma'am.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair.
I do have questions. Thank you. I'll ask my normal questions to start off with. Do you support the rule?
I support the rule. Yes, I do.
In your experience in previous rulemakings, do you feel like this has been a collaborative process?
I do feel it's been a collaborative process. I would hope that that collaboration continues to implementation of the rule. I want to be helpful.
Thank you. Are you an expert in either the state land office or the tax and rev systems?
Ma'am, I'm not.
Are you an expert in OCD IT systems?
No, ma'am, I'm not.
Okay. I think so. You, in some of the questions that Mr. Ames just asked, it sounds like, so in the C-115 reports, everything is reported by property. There could be between, sounds like 20 in the example of OCC 500 and some other examples than anywhere in between. How would the division in the NMOGA proposal get well by well data in the NMOGA proposal?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that are you saying the rule says it's on a well by well basis that we need to report?
No, I think what I'm asking is in the NMOGA proposal, you're proposing, I think, to keep it on a property basis in the original C-115. So my
Yes,
question is, would there be a way to get well by well reporting data in that proposal, in the NMOGA proposal?
I guess if we would add codes to the well, we could. Because you get well production data.
But in the way that it's proposed right now, there wouldn't be a way, correct? It would have to be changed, or is there?
Yes, we're working with the current C-115 makeup or how it's, we currently report, and it is by property, and it is by property. So we would propose to continue to do that, but because.
So there wouldn't be a mechanism. Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Well, you're asking about on a well by well basis. Is that the intent of the division to want those in a well by well basis?
I can't speak for what the division's intent was. That's how
Oh,
I
okay.
believe their rule proposal reads right now. I guess what I'm asking you is
Mhm.
if the commission were to decide to go with Namoga's proposal, how would the division ever get well by well venting and flaring reporting?
That they would get the vented and flared reporting just as they do now with property ID, because what we're going to do with that on the property level is just then allocate it back to the wells.
But the division would not get well by well data reporting, correct?
That's correct.
So how would the division be able to ever trend data to see if there are specific wells that are of particular maybe problem, high venting and flaring, something like that?
Oh, okay, sorry. The way that most facilities are set up with a flare meter at the facility, so there's not necessarily on a single well basis. So the facility is the one where the flaring is occurring, and then that's what gets allocated back to the properties that are going to that facility. And we understand from, like, in some cases where there's single well facilities, that might be it might be just attributed to that particular well.
But even if I change my question to how would the division ever get a facility information on a facility to trend and see if that facility was maybe a problem, high venting and flaring volumes continuously, there would really be no way in the data that the division would be getting under Namoga's proposal, correct?
No, it would just be on the property level.
And Namoga doesn't think there's a problem with that, I take it?
Well, I think that you would still have the information of the, I mean, you get it now, right? The vented and flared volumes now. And so you can still look at a property and understand where the flaring is occurring. So, and you're going to get the C129 that's going to tell you individually what the events are, as per the proposal, what's on the events that are occurring and what the volumes are.
But the C129 is only for volumes vented over 50 MCF, correct?
That's correct.
It would not count volumes under 50 MCF, correct?
It would not count volumes under 50 MCF, but that doesn't, I don't think, means that they're not being reported. It's not required on a C129.
So let's maybe take that example then. How would the division ever be able to audit that information? So for example, maybe there is a small event that is under 50 MCF. So the operator claims it comes to the attention of the division. The division wants to ensure that that is being reported in the monthly data. So they go and they look at the monthly data and I don't know, it reports 200 MCF for that entire property, which may be 500 wells. How would the division ever be able to audit and or validate that venting that happened that was under 50 MCF actually got rolled up into that 200 number? Would there be a way?
The way that you would know that is by aggregating the C129s for that property. And then if there's anything that's not, that's over that's on the C115, that would be the way you would know of those events being reported.
So basically there would have to be a lot of work on the division's end to try to riddle together all of that information and hopefully find a way to audit that, is what I heard.
Well,
correct.
So, I guess.
Okay, I think that's
Sure.
probably enough.
Okay.
All right, I think that's probably enough. Thank you. Um, so you testified, I think Mr. Veldort asked some questions regarding my question yesterday to Mr. Smith about what are the levels of data that are needed for production reporting. You, and I wrote in quotes, the certainty required for the system is accuracy. And then you also said accuracy in the measurement and estimate volumes reported. I guess I'm still quite unclear. What does that mean? Is there a percentage? Is it has to be 99.9% accurate? Is it 90% accurate? Is it 95? I'm still, can you please help clarify? I don't understand. We're referring to certainty and accuracy, and there's never been a clarification as to what either certainty or accuracy means in these contexts. Can you please clarify?
It's especially with sales volumes, for example, there is an API standard of accuracy that the meters have to meet. And then, with the, we understand that with the high pressure volumes, that those are volumes that can accurately, that you can depend on the meter to accurately capture those, and then we can accurately meter those and estimate those because they're and estimate given volumes that can go through those meters, that the meters have to be accurate for the volume that is going through there.
But there's still a degree of error on meters, is there not?
It's a standard. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it would be safe to say probably there is a degree of error on calculations and estimations, correct?
There is a standard that provides what that degree can be, and we can't be less, go over that standard, for as per API standards.
Is there a standard for your production accounting? For your company's production accounting, is there a standard for that?
A standard of
a standard accuracy, a standard measurement. I mean, again, there were the words certainty and accuracy thrown out multiple times, and I still am. I'm struggling to understand what that bar is. It does not seem to be clear to me still.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. To us, the bar is that we want to ensure accurate because we pay royalties on these volumes, and then we pay taxes on these volumes. So we, as a company, want to ensure that those are accurate volumes, because we want to, that's our obligation.
Do you pay taxes and royalty right now on vented and flared gas?
To my knowledge.
Okay, so maybe that could the accuracy or certainty be different for that? Because what you equated earlier was on taxes and royalties, but this is not being paid taxes and royalties. So is there a different standard?
No, there's not, but as long as it can be accurately measured and estimated.
Would it surprise you to learn that OCD gets requests from operators probably on a weekly basis to make edits to their C-115 reports because they have inaccurately reported things?
That doesn't surprise me.
Would you be shocked to hear that even large, what might be termed as majors, have come to the OCD and asked for years worth of data corrections on every single piece of data that they reported for years? Would that surprise you?
Probably not surprise me.
So some of these standards or requirements for the production accounting system still don't prevent errors, do they?
No,
Okay, thank you.
you're welcome.
So I think again on this production accounting and concerns with the timing, I don't remember where it was. Let's see if I can find a citation. Oh, I think it's in G2 maybe,
Yes, ma'am.
where it's the first two reports are quarterly and then it's monthly after that.
That's right.
And I think what we have heard multiple times from multiple witnesses, as well as yourself, is that there is needed flexibility in that reporting timeframe because of how complex it is to change the production accounting and reporting systems.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there other mechanisms to track and maintain data other than production accounting systems?
Manually.
Okay, so there is, so yes, correct?
Manual, yes.
On something such as a spreadsheet, maybe? Is that correct?
That would be the manual process, I would assume.
When there have been other changes in regulations, I think you referred to being involved in BLM, Quad OA, other state rules, greenhouse gas, whatever they may be, would it be fairly common that maybe at the beginning of that reporting things are tracked by spreadsheet until systems can catch up and get into place? Would that be common?
I mean, like I mentioned, I was involved in introducing the F code, and we didn't have any issues with that introduction. Of course, it was one code, and I don't think the division had issues with implementation of that code. I can't speak. I didn't speak about Quado or I don't know about that. I don't know about that reporting. I'm not an airhead, so I'm not involved in that.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. But there are other methods, as you said, manual, potentially a spreadsheet, that are available to track and help report data, correct?
If that's the division, that's because again, we don't know the format in which the division is going to specify the quarterly reports. So we're going to have to come up with something.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. I think, oh, I had one more question. And I didn't write down where this was. Oh, so in G3, no, 2, L, I think. It's the other not described above. That's the category I think you proposed to remove.
Yes, ma'am.
I asked Mr. Smitherman if providing a more detailed description in that category might help. Something such as any venting and flaring not described in, I don't know, A through G above. Would that help with clarification or no?
No, ma'am, I think that's what it already says. Other not described above. I think there would need to be some other bounds or parameters set around what other would encompass.
Okay, so you think that there's absolutely no way once maybe this rule, assuming it goes through this process, gets implemented, there's no way that some sort of venting or flaring could come up that wouldn't fit in the other categories? You think there's 0% chance There's venting and flaring that would be constituted as waste that would not fit in any of these other categories. And so there's absolutely zero need for it. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, ma'am.
So there's
We
zero
kind of-
realm of possibility that there could be anything outside of those other categories.
that we talk about each one of these categories and try to just think of anything that would be that would not fit under the current categories, and Madam Chair, we couldn't think of any.
Could it be possible in an operational sense that something, once you actually are, have to implement this, something could come up that was totally unexpected and not thought of before, that not having this category would cause a problem and you'd be forced to fit a square peg in a round hole in another category?
I think that the concern with other is that it would count against the lost gas calculation. So there's something that if we have to file something under other, and that it would, there would be a process to determine whether that was lost gas or not constituted as waste. Maybe, but we just didn't want that uncertainty.
So maybe, for example, or maybe tell me how you would assume you would manage this situation. Let's just say the rules implemented as is, 3 months in, some sort of situation happens, a venting and flaring event that did constitute waste, that does not fit in category A through G. How would OCC handle that?
I think that we thought about it and to determine if there were other categories that we could think of, and we couldn't think of anything. So I don't know that we would have a situation like that.
But if you did, how would you manage it? If something happened that did not fit in one of these boxes that OCC constituted as waste, how would it get reported? Would it just not get reported, or would you put it in another category, which may be less appropriate? Like, how would that get managed?
No, I'm saying we wouldn't report. Again, I think if there were some parameters around other, we could support leaving it in, like only for any volumes that are associated with high pressure, maybe anything above 15 PSIG or something like that, we would support leaving other in to encompass those types of situations.
So now you're saying there is possibility there could be other situations, but there need to be parameters around it to confine it, correct?
No, I'm not saying that there's a possibility of other situations. I'm just saying that if you feel the other category needs to be there, we could put parameters around it.
And those parameters would be to limit it to high pressure, like NMOGA is proposing in the venting category already. In the venting definition, I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Feldward, do you have any follow-up with Ms. Perez?
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, I had a hard time hearing you.
Oh, do you have any follow-up with Ms. Perez?
I do. I have a couple of questions. Ms. Perez, I want to look at, up on the screen, I have 27.8 G2. And you got a question from Ms. Commissioner Kessler about the language otherwise, unless otherwise approved by the division. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. And she astutely pointed out that operators can always request a hearing for an exception, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If you have language like we see here, unless otherwise approved by the division, does that allow the division, in your experience, to grant relief administratively if good cause exists, rather than requiring a hearing.
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Okay. Now, you got a number of questions from Ms. Sandoval about the reporting that's contemplated under this rule for waste events, vented and flared volumes. Okay?
Okay.
I want to ask you, she made the suggestion that there was a contemplation that there would be reporting under this rule for a vented or flared event on a well basis. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Did NMOGA or yourself understand in reading that rule that it contemplated reporting on a well basis?
No, sir. It did not. It just said monthly reporting of vented flare gas. And there was nothing in the rule as we read it or interpreted to mean it was on a well basis. Interpreted to mean well.
And isn't it true, Ms. Perez, that facilities where venting and flaring would occur, particularly the high pressure, does not always occur at a particular well?
Objection, leading question. Council's testifying again.
Mr. Feldward, if you would watch that, please, and rephrase.
Ms. Perez, does high pressure venting and flaring occur at a particular well?
It could, but it mainly for most of the operations, it occurs at facilities. I understand that there's a lot of operations probably in the Northwest that would have single well facilities, but it's usually at a facility that could either, is for multiple wells or a single well.
And is it common for wells, the production from wells, to be sent to a central facility?
Yes, sir.
And at these, does the flaring occur at these facilities when
Yes.
required?
Yes, it does.
And does that include, you familiar with exploratory units?
I am familiar with exploratory units. I think that's what they were still termed as in San Juan when I was working, when I supported the Northwest operations for ConocoPhillips. We had a lot of 28/7 unit. We had a lot of units.
Okay. And do you understand that one of the purpose of exploratory units is to consolidate facilities so there's less surface disturbance?
Yes, sir.
Objection, leading question again.
Mr.
Do you
Feldward,
understand one of the benefits of exploratory, or some of the benefits of exploratory units?
Yes, sir. It's for consolidation, but you don't even need a unit because we do surface commingle applications to consolidate, to bring wells into a single facility. So there's also the surface commingling that you can do for facilities.
Okay. And just like and when you have these common central facilities, the production is aggregated at that facility, correct?
That's correct.
And then for reporting purposes, do you have the ability to allocate that production back to a particular well?
Yes, we do perform well tests to determine how to allocate back.
And as a result, would you also be able to allocate back to a particular well any volumes that are flared from a central facility?
Yes, we would allocate based on the gas production from that well. So we would take the total volume of the total flared volume at that property or that facility and allocate it back to all the wells that are active at that facility.
Okay. And do you see any real benefit for a rule that's focused on reducing unnecessary and excessive surface loss, of tracking that on a well by well basis versus tracking it on a facility basis?
I don't. I mean, and you're getting the information on at the property level as we you know, on our exhibit, and so that already shows all the wells that are going to that property, and we would essentially just take that volume and allocate it back to those wells.
Ms. Perez, Ms. Sandoval raised a concern about a potential release of less than 50 MCF. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Has the division ever required the reporting of a release of less than 50 MCF of gas?
No, Part 29 starts at 50 MCF as well.
Okay. And I have put up on the screen the definition of surface waste. Are you familiar with that?
Sir?
Which says unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Based on the way the division's reporting has been structured, has the division ever considered a release of 50 MCF to be excessive?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, Ms. Sandoval was asking you about a standard for accuracy. Do you recall that? And she seems to be grappling with a standard for accuracy. Do
Yes,
you
sir.
recall Mr. Greaves' testimony on the accuracy standard for meters?
Yes, he was talking about the accuracy standard for flares.
Okay, and he provided that information, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when it gets to estimation and a standard for estimation, Ms. Sandoval, I want to refer you, I'm sorry, Ms. Perez, I want to refer you to the OCD's Exhibit 4A, slide 83.
Yes, sir.
Do you see that in front of you on the screen?
I
And I want to refer you to the entry down here for venting in excess of design specifications for pneumatics. Are you there with me?
am.
Would you please read out loud the reason that the division deleted that as a reporting category?
Deleted because of high cost to measure with low accuracy and no credible method of estimation.
No credible method of estimation?
Yes, sir.
Is that the standard that the division applied here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Ms. Perez, not all releases that occur in the oil field constitute unnecessary or excessive surface loss without beneficial use.
Objection, leading question.
Mr. Valdor, please rephrase.
Ms. Perez, are all releases in the oil field surface waste?
No, not all releases are surface waste. Not
Okay.
unnecessary or excessive.
All right. That's all the questions I have.
Great, thank you, Mr. Valdor. Did Mr. Feldwerts redirect, raise any recross for anyone?
I have a quick question.
Madam Chair.
Currently on C-115 reporting, is there any de minimis for reporting venting activities?
Not that I know of.
So any venting activities under 50 MCF would have to be reported on the C-115 as is currently in place?
I'm sorry, state that again?
Any releases or venting under 50 MCF currently is required to be reported on a C-115 as is in place right now, correct?
So there is a requirement. Are you saying there's a requirement to report anything less than 50 in the C-115?
That's what I'm asking you. Is there a de minimis? Basically, if it's under 50, do you get a pass on reporting it on your C-115 right now?
I don't know of a pass. I think that that if it, anything that's attributed to a high pressure source that we can measure, and we would be reporting as a vented volume.
So right now, today, you have to be able to measure venting in order to report it on the C-115?
Or estimate it.
Okay, that's different. So you have to be, but I don't think you've still answered my question. Yes or no, do you have to report all venting, even if under 50 MCF today on a C-115?
I don't know.
Would it shock you or surprise you to know that yes, you are required to report all venting activities even under 50 MCF on your C-115? And if not, you would be out of compliance with OCD's regulations as they stand today? Would that surprise you?
No.
Do you believe OCC is in compliance with the regulations as they're written today?
I hope so. If somebody knows that is the requirement. You point me to that requirement?
I'm sure it's under our current rules. There is no de minimis. I'm sure somebody can find those regulations for you. I don't know the number off the top of my head, but I'm sure it's under the normal C-115 and the guidance notices that have been put out in the past, but I'm sure somebody at the OCD can assist you with that. I would not be the most appropriate person to do that.
Madam Chair, are you referring to a rule or a guidance document? Because I'm aware of C-129. I mean, I'm aware of Rule 29 that requires a minimus reporting threshold. Is there another rule that you're referring to?
The production reporting rule?
Is that what you're referring to?
Daniel Sanchez and the compliance group, if you're asking for compliance assistance, Daniel Sanchez and the compliance group would be your point of contact for that. But I think that's sort of outside of the.
I'm asking what you're referencing for your definitive statement.
I would have to pull up the regulation for you, Mr. Feldewert. I don't recall the number offhand. I'm sure I can get it for you. Okay. But it's the production reporting requirements. There is no, that requires, venting and flaring to be reported as well as your production. There are two different things. There's the C-129 and the C-115. I hope those aren't being conflated. But if there's compliance assurance questions that an operator has, the compliance group would be the most helpful group. I just want to understand I think that's sort of outside of what we're doing today. I just want to understand from Ms. Perez whether or not what her understanding is. So I don't want to get off track.
Understand, Ms. Sandoval, Commissioner Sandoval. I'm just wondering how this relates to a rule that is focused on unnecessary and excessive surface loss.
Well, I think Miss Perez and what your some of cross questions were sounded like there was only reporting if it was over 50 MCF. And so I was trying to understand better and clarify with Ms. Perez whether or not it's under 50 MCF too, because her testimony just sounded like it was only over 50 MCF. So what I am trying to understand, because I think it's a very important piece for me to understand, is are operators tracking and supposed to be reporting things under 50 MCF? You understand what my questions were now?
And I understand your area of inquiry. My point being, I'm failing to understand how that relates to the tracking of unnecessary and excessive surface loss, unless you're taking the position that a 50 MCF release is a waste event.
Objection. This is not an opportunity for council to question the chair of the commission. This is an opportunity for the commissioner, the chair, to ask questions of the witness. We're not in a general free-for-all dialogue here.
Right.
Yeah, I second that objection. If Mr. Feldwert has an objection to the question, he can object and a hearing officer can rule.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Fox, and thank you, Mr. Ames. I believe Mr. Feldwert was just trying to understand the reference underlying the chair's question to Ms. Paredes, and I think we've probably gone as far as we can to understand that reference. So, Ms. Chair, do you have any other questions of Ms. Paredes?
No, I don't at this time. I just want to be clear. I was only trying to ask questions of Ms. Perez. Mr. Feldwert came in and turned things, I think, more into a dialogue where the conversation should not have gone.
All right.
My questions originally were only questions for Ms. Perez to try to understand better what the reporting requirements were today. And Mr. Feldwert, I think, took us off track into a place that we did not need to go.
All right.
Well, I disagree with that characterization, Commissioner Sandoval.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Feldwert. So I believe then we can excuse Ms. Paredes. Is there any reason not to excuse Ms. Paredes?
No, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right. Thank you. We also need a break. We've been going 2 hours. Let's return at 10:17. It gives us 15 minutes there. And I think at that point we will hear Mr. Feldwert's reply to the motion responses on Namoga's motion to exclude certain evidence from the climate advocates and EDF's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Feldwert, are you still on the line?
Yes, Mr. Beernoff, I need to stop sharing.
I was just going to call your attention to that. It sounds like you're on it. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very
Yep.
much. I appreciate that.
Mr. Baca, you doing okay? Great, thank you. And do we have Mr. Feldwert? There you are. All right, we are back after a short break. And what I'd like to do at this point is to address NMOGA's motion to exclude evidence and testimony pertaining to additions to section 19.15.27.8.C1 as proposed by the Environmental Defense Fund and the Climate Advocates. We received NMOGA's motion, which did not come in pursuant to the deadlines earlier set for motions, but that was because it addressed the pre-hearing statements that were filed such that it could not have come in any earlier. So in my mind, there's not a timeliness issue. We do have two responses to the motion, namely a response in opposition from the Environmental Defense Fund and a response in opposition from the Climate Advocates. I do not believe we should have a full-blown motion hearing. What I'd like to do now is invite NMOGA to make a brief reply to the responses in opposition to your motion. Mr. Feldwert, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I did read their responses. There were two of them that were filed. They were basically, as I understand it, made the same suggestions. And as I read through them, they seem to concede that the division's proposed rule does not suggest or contemplate a vapor type vessel, what they call an air pollution control equipment, that to collect gas emissions during initial flowback before a separator can be put in place. There's nothing in the division's rule that contemplates consideration of such a device. And I believe the Climate Advocates and EDF also concede that the public did not have notice that such a device would be considered in this rulemaking regulation. There's been no disclosure. They concede there's been no disclosure to the public as part of the rulemaking process of the technical data that they contend to have in support of this device. There's been no opportunity, therefore, for any scrutiny of that technical information on this device by the public. You know, addressing issues such as safety or feasibility in various operating areas or feasibility in various types of initial flowback streams. None of that has been provided to the public. What they seem to suggest is that something like this device was mentioned in comments to a draft rule or in comments during perhaps stakeholder meetings that took place before the division actually published its proposed rule. And they contend that as a result, this vapor tight flowback vessel is what they call a logical outgrowth of the division's application in the proposed rule. But logical outgrowth is not determined by what somebody suggested at some point in time before a proposed rule is published and noticed for hearing. When you read the cases that we cite, they state that modifications constitute a logical outgrowth if the public could have expected that the change would have been part of the rulemaking process. In other words, part of this rulemaking process. And that test cannot be met here. Logical outgrowth is determined by the rule that was actually filed for public notice under the commission's rulemaking proceedings. Any logical outgrowth must arise from what the division as the applicant here has proposed for rulemaking. And there is nothing in the division's proposed rule that would suggest that this proceeding was going to contemplate consideration of a vapor type vessel to collect gas emissions in all circumstances during initial flowback before a separator can be put in place. I also note in their response that neither climate advocates nor EDF offer any argument to address how the public notice and technical information disclosures required by the Commission's rulemaking provisions were met here. That's because they were not. This proposal has not been properly put forth to the Commission. There's been no public scrutiny of the technical information that they believe support it. And therefore, it's not in a position to be considered by this Commission as a regulatory requirement. It's particularly given the fact that the public has not had an opportunity for any scrutiny here. Now, they can file their own application for rulemaking, just like NMOGA could. And they could file an application for rulemaking to seek to impose the use of this pollution control device. But to do so, they need to follow the Commission's procedures for doing that, which requires a specific proposal and disclosure to the public well in advance of the hearing of the technical information that they would purport supports this kind of device. That has not happened here. And so we suggest to you that it is improper to take time from this hearing on the division's proposed rule and divert ourselves into an effort to address a device like this that has not been the subject of any kind of disclosure for rulemaking and has not been, the technical information has not been disseminated to the public for scrutiny and comment. So we ask that you strike or prohibit witnesses and testimony that is focused on this, what they call a pollution control device, in which they further describe in their proposed modifications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. I understand your point, and I know, including from a reading of some of the transcript from the produced water hearing in July, that this commission does take very seriously the question of whether proposed rules or changes to those rules by other parties meet the logical outgrowth test, and they're being advised by two fine attorneys from the Attorney General's office on that question. Having said that, I'm going to deny the motion to exclude them from putting on this evidence and testimony, and invite you to, I believe there will be closing arguments allowed. We're not sure of that yet. I believe they'll be allowed in some form, and I would like you to continue to press your argument in that format. But in terms of preventing them from presenting this prohibition or the equipment to prevent venting during initial flowback, I'm not going to exclude them altogether from that. So we move now, and I can draft a brief order, not before we get to after hours times. But thank you for that, Mr. Feldwart.
You bet.
Let's see, we move now to Mr. Biernoff and the State Land Office. Mr. Biernoff.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We have our witness here on the WebEx, Mr. Danny Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, I see you. Can you hear me?
I can, Madam Hearing Officer. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Biernoff, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, Mr. Martinez. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you, Ari?
I'm good, thank you. What is your position at the New Mexico State Land Office?
I serve as the division director of the royalty management division of the New Mexico State Land Office.
Okay, and does the State Land Office have a role with respect to oil and gas production in New Mexico?
It does. The New Mexico State Land Office serves as a trust on behalf of 21 different beneficiaries, the largest being our public schools. With regard to oil and gas production, the commissioner is a royalty owner responsible for leasing lands for the development of oil and gas, which involves collecting revenues in the form of lease bonuses, royalty payments, annual rentals.
Okay, and what are your job responsibilities as director of the Royalty Management Division?
As the director of the division, I oversee three different business units. And those business units are responsible for the collection, processing, distribution, and auditing of royalty payments from oil, gas, and CO2 sales on state trust lands.
Okay, can you please describe your experience in this field, the field of royalty management and auditing, particularly with respect to the oil and gas industry?
When I was hired at the land office, one of the reasons I was brought across was to implement a field audit program. The division didn't have one. We established that. That involved putting together training programs, procedures to assure compliance with the state's oil and gas statutory lease.
How long have you been working in the field of royalty management and auditing?
It's been close to 20 years now. I started in the division back in 2001.
And where did you work before you came to the division?
Prior to that, I spent 10 years working for the Taxation and Revenue Department under the Severance Tax Bureau. And prior to that, my first job out of college, I worked with Ernst & Young. And that was my first introduction to the oil and gas industry. Their client base was mostly oil and gas.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, have you reviewed the Oil Conservation Division's proposed rule on venting and flaring of natural gas? That's the subject of this rulemaking proceeding.
I have.
And did Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard task you with reviewing that rule and reporting back to her on the rule's implications for the State Land Office?
Absolutely, she did.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Were you still
No.
explaining? Okay. I was just going to ask you, what was your conclusion in response to the commissioner's directive?
Very supportive of the rule. The commissioner sets out a mission for the agency, which involves protecting state trust lands, safeguarding its resources, maximizing revenue for the beneficiaries, and this rule sets us in the direction to accomplish a lot of that mission.
Okay. Using your recommendations, did the commissioner and the State Land Office offer any kind of suggestions for the Oil Conservation Division for strengthening the rule?
Absolutely. Looking at the rule, specifically in the area where it allows for estimates, naturally is somewhat concerning, given the fact that a lot of state trust wells uh, are marginal wells, are lower producing, lower pressure wells. I actually have some numbers that I ran this morning, and um, the trust has about 14,500 active wells, and roughly about 60% of those fit into the definition of the lower pressure, lower producing wells according to the rule.
Okay. And you mentioned estimates. What does the rule say about estimates? Give us the context for what you just testified about with
Well,
respect to
with
estimates.
regard to flaring, the rule allows doesn't require that the amounts that are going to be reported as flared be metered. It allows for estimates to suffice.
Estimates suffice for which wells or which operators?
For reporting of the flaring for the wells that fit that marginal definition.
Oh, okay, I see. And what was the State Land Office's suggestion to address that provision?
The suggestions were to absolutely require that there's consistency in validating the basis for those estimates. The suggestive formula, I believe they made reference, Namoga, one of their witnesses also made reference to a formula that the commissioner also is suggesting, essentially taking different components, the GOR test ratio, sales volumes, and lease use, beneficial lease use, comparing those, and the result being the flared estimate. Now, the suggestion of consistently, independently verifying those components, the production component, the sales component, and the lease use component is absolutely critical in order to determine the flaring amount, the flaring estimates to be reasonable.
Okay, why is independent verification important to the State Land Office?
Just for that purpose. So because flaring vented any lost gas, we need that as precise and as accurate as possible. It's a trust resource, and we need to account for it. We need to reduce any type of loss. We're completely supportive with reducing emissions for the environment and from a revenue standpoint. So we're sure to account for all the revenue that's due the trust.
Okay, Mr. Martinez, have you reviewed the Oil Conservation Division's proposed revisions to their proposed draft rule? That's their exhibit, OCD Exhibit 2A.
I have.
Okay, and what is your assessment of their revisions, OCD's proposed revisions, with respect to the State Land Office's concern that you just explained?
I think for the most part, the language that they added does satisfy a lot of the suggestions of the commissioner. The language that they add, for instance, in paragraph 5, using a methodology that can be independently verified. Also in paragraph 6, to allow the division to independently verify the volume rate and heating value of the flared natural gas. And additionally, gives us some comfort level in paragraph number 7, where if they're not satisfied with that process, they could require other measuring equipment to be placed out on the wells.
Okay, and just for clarity, Mr. Martinez, you referenced paragraph 5 and 6. Are you talking about 19.15.27.8 F, like Friday 5 and 6?
That's correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with the proposed rules provision that operators have to report vented and flared volumes to royalty owners of mineral estate?
I am.
Okay, and does the state land office support that provision?
We definitely support it. I've been listening to a lot of the hearing, and I believe Commissioner Angler is the one. He made a statement that I thought was a good statement, where he asked a question to, I believe, one of the witnesses from the MOGA, where he stated, well, if you're a royalty owner, wouldn't you want to know how much vented and flared product is coming off your land? And the absolute answer is yes.
Well, so why does the state land office want to know that information? What does that information help the state land office do?
Well, it allows us to quantify volumes that we know aren't going through a sales line, and that we need to be sure that we're still collecting royalty revenue on. And we also, like everyone else, need to do what we can to help minimize waste, lost products, venting, flaring.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, did you hear any of the testimony from Mr. Smitherman or Ms. Perez about operators already reporting flared and vented volumes on C-115 forms?
I did.
Okay, what's your assessment of that testimony?
The problem is the level of reporting, and there's a couple of problems. One, the level of reporting within the C-115, vented and flared gas is reported at a property and a pool level. And so the difficulty or the challenge that we face with that, you potentially could have a property that's producing from the same formation that includes 10 wells, and 5 of those wells may be state trust wells. The other 5 may not be. So reporting of the venting and flared product at that level, I have no idea if the flared production relates to state trust wells.
Okay. And what would reporting of vented and flared volumes on a per well basis, or broken down by well, what would that do for the state land office?
It gives us more accuracy to be able to trace the volumes that are subject to royalty.
Okay.
And it allows us to look at potentially the problematic wells that are on state trust land.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Martinez, is there anything else regarding the state land office's position on the proposed oil conservation division rule that we haven't already talked about, that it's important for the OCC to hear about from you?
Let me say, I definitely appreciate all the work that's gone into the rule. I mean, it's there's a lot to it. I commend a lot of the people. They've really spent a lot of time and thought in putting this rule together. I think one of the areas that I think they should consider is a little more concrete consequences for non-compliance with the rule. For instance, with royalty reporting, if if you're not in compliance with the statutory lease, you know what's going to happen. If, for instance, if a company is producing trust product and they have an expired lease, they know exactly what's going to happen. They know we're going to collect 8/8 value of the product. If a company reports late royalty payments, they know exactly what they're going to be billed as far as interest. So, kind of thinking a little bit about that may be helpful for operators to know if I'm not complying with this part of the rule, here's what's going to happen.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez. Madam Hearing Officer, I don't have any other questions for Mr. Martinez at this point in time.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Biernoff and Mr. Martinez. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Martinez?
Madam Hearing Officer, OCD does not have any questions for Mr. Martinez. We appreciate his testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Feldewert, do you have questions of Mr. Martinez?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer, thank you.
Go ahead.
Mr. Martinez, good morning.
Good morning.
I want to ask you first about you made a statement, I think, that it's important, or you thought it's important for the State Land Office to have some understanding of vented or flared volumes to quantify, I think you said, what would have gone to a sales line. Is that accurate?
To account for all the product all state product that's severed.
And I think your phrase was, and that would have gone to a sales line.
Accounting for state trust product involves accounting for product that goes through a sales line and product that's lost, vented, flared, used on lease.
Okay. And that accounting, would you agree with me that it's accuracy of that accounting when you're dealing with volumes is important?
It's extremely important.
In other words, you just don't want guesstimates, right? You want some actual understanding of the actual volumes.
Absolutely.
Okay. When you all do volume audits, right, Mr. Martinez?
My audit function is responsible for is conducting desk audits, which are mostly volume audits and field audits.
Right. Okay. When you all do those volume audits, what level of reliability do you use? What do you look to conduct your volume desk audits, for example, or field audits?
We're extremely dependent on the C-115. So our desk audits will essentially take the volumes on the C-115 and compare it to all the volumes that were remitted on the royalty returns.
Well, my question is, what level of reliability do you expect operators to have when they are reporting volumes for monthly production? What's the bar? What's the level of reliability?
We expect it to be 100% accurate.
100% accurate. Okay. So can that be accomplished either with a meter, right?
Yes.
And is also accomplished if you use a credible method of estimation?
Yes.
And I believe your statements indicate that the State Land Office agrees that GOR tests, which is what the division allows, is appropriate and reliable?
We're supportive of that if the metering equipment does not provide the accurate results that we're looking for.
Understand the need for accuracy on these monthly reporting accounting methods. you made a statement about a desire to for reporting of these vented and flared volumes on a well basis. Is that right?
That would be our preference, absolutely.
Okay. And you would want the same kind of accuracy associated with that, correct?
Absolutely.
All right. Now, I'm curious about that, Mr. Martinez, because you indicated that it was important for you for royalty accounting purposes.
That's correct.
But isn't it true, Mr. Martinez, that the state land office's royalty share is dependent upon the state acreage in a spacing unit? Isn't that correct, Mr. Martinez?
The royalty is based on the state trust interest in wells. So it could go beyond the spacing unit. It could go, for instance, talking about unitization agreements, participating areas, unit boundaries, depending on the type of unit.
But all that's a geographic area, right? That's not a well by well basis. That's based on the state's acreage contribution to the overall acreage that is included in for example, a horizontal well spacing unit.
That's correct. However, the way that we collect royalty it's important that we understand information at a well completion level. The way we collect royalty is based on a production unit number. This production.
I'm sorry, you said a production unit number?
Production unit number, that's correct.
And is that, as I understand a production unit number, that could be a spacing unit?
The production unit number has a lot of different business rules behind it. Let me give you an example of one.
Well, let me ask you and make sure I understand, because you have a production unit number, and as I understand the regulations, that production unit number could be associated with a spacing unit, right?
That's correct.
It could be associated with a communitized area.
That's correct.
And it could be associated with a unit.
That's correct.
Okay.
And it could be associated with several spacing units.
Several spacing units, I agree. But you don't have, for example, if you have a horizontal well spacing unit, okay, and let's say there's 5 wells in that horizontal well spacing unit. Doesn't the reporting for those 5 wells all come together in terms of volume, and you report on a ton level, a production unit number level?
Depending on the characteristics of those 5 wells. They don't necessarily need to be horizontal wells.
You're right.
If those wells are drilled into the same formation, if those wells share the same property ID, and depending if they're part of an agreement or not, all of those wells would share the same production unit number, and we would collect royalties on that production unit number and the associated leases behind them.
Okay, that was my point. So in other words, if I understand it, Mr. Martinez, if I have a spacing unit, okay, and let's go with 5 wells. I don't care if they're vertical or horizontal. Okay, you with me?
Okay.
All right. And all 5 of those wells are dedicated to that spacing unit. Okay.
One spacing unit or 5 separate spacing units?
One spacing unit.
Okay.
One spacing unit, 5 wells. And let's say 2 of those wells happen to be located on state trust lands that are committed to the spacing unit. And 3 of those wells are located on non-trust lands associated with that spacing unit. You with me, Mr. Martinez?
I sure am.
Okay. The state land office does not get paid for just the 2 wells on the state trust lands, do they?
You're talking about agreements now.
Talking about go ahead.
The state land office is going to collect royalty based on if they're based on comm agreements or participating areas, they're going to get paid based on their acreage contribution to the agreement.
not on a particular well.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
However, if I could add something, we have situations that aren't part of the agreements, and this is just to show the importance of collecting data at a well completion level. You potentially could have 10 wells with 10 separate spacing unit numbers that aren't part of an agreement, that are drilled in the same formation and share the same property ID. Those 10 wells are going to be part of the same production unit number. Now, 5 of those wells may bring in state trust land, the other 5 do not. So when going through our exercise of making sure that we're receiving correct royalty, we need to isolate those 5 wells, because now when you look at C-115 reporting, I'm going to get C-115 reporting for that entire property. So when I run my audit reports, the first thing that it's going to show me is, wait a second here, I'm missing royalty, because it's expecting to look at volumes from all 10 wells since it's reported at the property level. So independently, I need to go out and isolate those state trust wells in order for an accurate comparison.
But Mr. Martinez, when you do that, right, and you're looking at whether the state land office has been properly paid royalty, the royalty payment is not dependent upon how much production comes out of those 5 wells. Isn't it dependent upon how much production comes out of the total produced by all of the wells?
Not in the example that I just gave you. The example that I just gave you, those are 10 wells that are operating on a lease basis, not part of an agreement.
So they will have their own PUN number.
No, they share the same PUN number. See, that's the complication of the business rules that we implemented several years ago. That's why the importance of identifying data at the individual well completion level is important to us.
And you're saying that your royalty is dependent upon the production from one of those 5 wells?
In that situation, the royalties that I'm expecting to collect is the production from the 5 state trust wells that are operated on a regular lease basis. I won't get royalty if those 5 wells are producing from a federal lease or a tribal or patent lease.
Okay. Now let's see. You said you started back in 2001
with the state land office. That's correct.
And prior to that, you worked for the Taxation and Revenue Department?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I understand it, when you started at the state land office, you worked with Kirk McFall?
I worked with Kirk McFall at the tax department and at the land office.
In fact, he was your predecessor at state land office, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you worked at the tax department, did you work with Valdine Severson?
Valdine Severson was my bureau chief.
That's what I thought. Okay. There was a mention about the on-guard system, Mr. Martinez, which I'm sure you're very well familiar with, right?
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Okay. Is that a complicated system? And the reason I ask is I always heard Mr. McFall and Valdine Severson complaining about the on-guard system all the time.
The on-guard system was implemented in 1994, and at the time it was cutting edge. Mm-hmm. It was extremely complicated. It took several years to iron out the rough edges, but I will tell you this: pretty much my lifespan, my career lifespan, is going to run consistent with the on-guard system. And one of my biggest accomplishments is that system. I was one of the original authors of that system.
Mm-hmm. But you would agree with me, it's complicated.
There's an on-guard system and there's an on-guard concept. It's how I like to describe it. The system has since been split out. The concept we're still trying to accomplish.
Okay. And it has, is it then like, kind of like an operator's production accounting system? And that is you have a lot of parts that kind of come together. Is it similar to that?
It is. It is. If you look at the flow of data for an oil and gas company going through different business units, I could see some comparisons
Yeah.
where the three agencies need data from each other.
Yeah. So when you had to make changes to the on-guard system, could you just push a button and it would happen?
Absolutely not. That would have been nice. The old on-guard system, it's a mainframe system written in COBOL. And like I mentioned, it was put into production back in 1994.
Yeah.
And if you look at the evolution of the industry, it's such a fast-moving industry. I don't know that I even knew of horizontal wells back in 94. And, you know, trying to accommodate the changes to the industry throughout this life cycle, I will say one thing. The basis of that system was at an API plus pull level. And we were able to fit a lot of the changes throughout these last 25 plus years or so, but it was extremely difficult to do so.
Okay. And so when you're dealing with a complicated system like this and you have to bring various components together, did it require the expertise of outside vendors to help you do that?
The vendors that initially designed and implemented the system were absorbed to the IT group of what we call the On-Guard Service Center, which was a separate agency that was under the tax and rev umbrella. So the modifications were pretty much accomplished in-house.
Okay. Did it take time?
It absolutely took time.
Did it always take longer than you think it should?
You could ask that about any IT project, and the answer is going to be pretty much.
Okay. Okay. That's all the questions I have, Mr. Martinez. Good to see you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Feldewart. Ms. Fox, do you have questions of Mr. Martinez?
We do not. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Bach and Ms. Fox. And Ms. Peronios, do you have questions of Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do not have any questions.
All right, thank you. We are to you, Commissioner Engler.
Thank you. I do have questions. Good morning, Mr. Martinez.
Good morning. How are you?
Surviving. Let me pick up real quick from where you just left off there about the on-guard system. You said it was originally written in COBOL, right?
That's correct.
It's not still in COBOL.
Right now, if I seem a little nervous, we've actually gone into production as of Monday, moving it off of the mainframe.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
I guess, yeah, as a royalty owner for the state land office, if you with getting, say, volumes of flare invented, whether it's by well or by unit, and so you're going to get this data. What's the state land office going to do with that?
What we would do is we need to make sure, first of all, that we're collecting royalty on the flare vented loss production. We also need to do our part as best we can to try to help industry in minimizing any waste, any vented flared product.
So, yeah, from that standpoint, so if you have that volume, and we all agree we want to minimize waste, so what actions would you take as the state land office to try to accomplish that?
Well, royalty payments, it's a self-reporting system. We have our instructions, we have our product codes that we provide to our royalty remitters on how to report this vented and flared production. Now, if I have an audit function in place, that if they're not, naturally we audit them and come up with our findings to make sure that they do amend their returns for any type of underreported royalties.
Okay, so if you have cases where you find significant flaring and venting, and it's with regards to state land office royalty, so are you going to then, since you would consider that underrepresented royalty, so then I guess you would notify the operator and try to what? Negotiate, to remediate, to what?
That falls within my audit function. When an auditor goes out to audit a company, they'll identify all the areas in which underreporting exists. Then they will send what we call a summary of exceptions, identifying the amount of underreported royalty and the interest that's associated with the late payments. That'll be sent to the company, and the company amends their royalty returns with the associated underreported royalty payment.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Thank you. So going back, okay, coupling that with this whole idea of reporting in systems, is the state land office, and you're sweating your changeover with your on guard. Are you guys prepared to be able to handle that additional reporting?
Right now, we receive all of OCD's C115 data, their well data, well completion data, and another file that's called PUN event, and that includes information that we use to create our reporting IDs. It's a very complicated process that we go through. Receiving that data from the industry, from that file, I think would be an easier process than trying to incorporate what we're doing today.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Engler. Commissioner Kessler, do you have questions?
I do, thank you. Good morning, Danny.
Morning, Jordan. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I want to pick up where Dr. Engler left off, and you were discussing with him different actions that the State Land Office could take based on operators reporting venting and flaring for particular leases or wells. And Dr. Engler had asked whether or not the Land Office was prepared to accept that information, essentially. And I'd like to know, first of all, does the State Land Office have other remedies beyond just audits and collection of royalty available to take action against operators or lessees who are venting and flaring excessively?
I would refer outside of my division where I'm able to collect royalty and assess interest. I'd have to defer that to other divisions if they also have penalties that they could assess for wasted trust products.
Let's put it this way. You're familiar with the state lease, correct? The lease form. Is one of the, does the state lease form authorize cancellation of the lease based on certain lessee actions?
It absolutely does. If the lease is not within good standing, and there's a variety of reasons why it may not be in good standing, they could terminate, cancel the lease.
Okay. And could one of those reasons for termination be that the operator is wasting the state resource?
Absolutely.
Does the state land office intend to review the information collected by OCD for venting and flaring on state leases?
Absolutely.
And will the land office, like OCD, be able to identify patterns for operators who are venting and flaring in excess?
They definitely would.
And the land office is prepared to take action against those lessees who are wasting state resources. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. I believe all of my other questions have been answered, except I'd like you to review just at a high level how the state land office uses C-115 data in field audits and royalty collection. Just kind of hit on the broader categories so that we can get a sense of how entwined and reliant the land office is on that C-115 data collection.
The C-115 data is very critical to my audit function. It's critical for our ability to assure we're getting paid all the royalty that we're due. What we'll do is the volumes that are included on the C-115 are reported at a property and a pool level. So when we first built OnGuard, this is for tax also, way back when, we built the business rules so that our production unit number could pull in those volumes and compare them to the volumes that are reported on the royalty return and the ones that are reported on the severance tax return. I refer to the desk audits early on. That's my starting point. If my auditors, they go through a series of audit procedures to weed out some of the areas where this comparison is not in balance. But essentially what they do is they start with that C-115 for these properties on a monthly basis, and they're able to compare those volumes to what was reported on the royalty return. And if there's a difference, then they'll send out a letter to the company trying to understand why we didn't get those wellhead volumes.
Would it be difficult for the state land office systems, systems being OnGuard and systems in terms of the audit procedures that you have in place if changes were made to the C-115 form?
There's always challenges, but enhancements to improve the C-115 reporting is going to result in enhanced procedures for us. You know, I may go off point a little bit, but I've always tried to suggest that even at the disposition level, OCD collect data at a well completion level, go to the lowest level, because then it allows me to compare at the lowest level, and I could automate a lot of my systems to just send out letters when things aren't balancing.
So are you supportive of the OCD's effort to collect venting and flaring information on a well level?
I absolutely am.
And are you supportive of OCD's proposed rule that would have a C-115B form to collect vented and flared information?
I absolutely am.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair?
I think most of my questions have been answered. I just have a couple, maybe very quick ones, sort of my standard. Are you or the State Land Office supportive of this rule?
We are very supportive.
I'm not sure, I guess what your involvement has been, but from your level of involvement in this rule, do you believe it's been a collaborative process?
I do, and this hearing is an example of it being collaborative.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, I think what I have heard. Can you confirm that the State Land Office would prefer, or it would be more helpful to the State Land Office to have information on a well-by-well basis?
Absolutely.
And it would be better system-wise to have that information separately on the C-115B and not mess with the C-115.
I agree with you.
I know you said you worked at Tax and Rev Department. I'm not sure if you have any expertise on that, but do you think that there could potentially be issues for Tax and Rev as well if the C-115 form was modified?
Based on my expertise when I worked there for 10 years, I would also encourage that enhanced reporting.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Biernoff, does any of the questioning prompt some follow-up for you?
No, Madam Hearing Officer, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez, for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we turn now to the climate advocates. Ms. Fox and Mr. Bach.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. May we have 5 minutes for a restroom break and also to set up sharing for our first witness? She still doesn't have sharing ability, and we're having some issue with that.
All right, I'll leave that for you and the technical host. Let's come back at 11:25.
Hello, Brenda. Dylan Koss here.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
I saw that when I tried to do open system preferences, I went to my WebEx within the system things and it said, and I
Hey, Brenda, hold on. Hey, Brenda, in all likelihood, although this isn't completely set, Don Schreiber will go before David McCabe.
So same except Schreiber before McCabe.
Yeah, if we get Don on today.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Hi, Brenda. Nice to see you back. I've made you a panelist and presenter, so hopefully you have the ability to share your screen at this point.
Things are going well, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you. I was just about to ask, Paul. Thank you. We are back after a short break, and we turn now to the presentation by the climate advocates. Ms. Fox, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. We'll call our first witness, Brenda Eckwurzel.
All right. Ms. Eckwurzel, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And would you please spell your name?
E-K-W-U-R-Z-E-L, Eckwurzel.
Thank you. Ms. Fox, she's a little bit quiet.
Do you want me to mute while she's talking? Would that help?
No, it's not background noise. Ms. Eckwurzel, I'm not sure if you could just turn up your volume a little. You're just a little quiet.
Sure, I can talk louder. Is that better?
That's better. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Dr. Eckwurzel. Could you please tell the Commission about your educational background?
Thank you. I received my PhD at Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory of Columbia University, where I studied sea ice changes in the Arctic Ocean. I conducted my postdoctoral research at Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory of the Department of Energy. Essentially, I have been studying climate change for around 3 decades.
And can you tell us about your professional experience?
Thank you. I was a faculty member at the University of Arizona in Tucson, Arizona. I advise graduate students researching water resources and wildfires and other events at field sites spanning from California to New Mexico. And today, I am the Director of Climate Science at the Union of Concerned Scientists, where our teams of research scientists work with scientists around the world to conduct climate impact studies, primarily in the United States. And I also had the honor to serve as co-author of the most recent National Climate Assessment.
Is Climate Advocates Exhibit 2 an accurate copy of your CV?
Yes.
And Dr. Eckwurzel, today you're going to give a presentation to the Commission on impacts of climate change in New Mexico and the Southwest. Is that correct?
Correct.
And have you given a version of this presentation before?
Yes, I was asked to give a similar presentation to the New Mexico House of Representatives Water and Natural Resources Committee on November 9th of last year.
And Dr. Eckwurzel, for your testimony today, you've prepared a PowerPoint that is Climate Advocates Exhibit 3. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you please proceed with your presentation?
Thank you. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and share how climate impacts are already creating consequences for people's lives, livelihoods, and ultimately the New Mexico economy. In 2018, New Mexico had a far larger share of methane emissions compared to the share for the entire nation. More than half of the state's total greenhouse gas emissions are from the oil and gas sector. Methane traps more than 80 times more heat than an equivalent molecule of carbon dioxide over 20 years. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's fifth assessment report, the so-called global warming potential of methane is 84 or 86 times larger than carbon dioxide without or with the inclusion of climate carbon feedbacks, respectively. These emissions contribute to temperature change. Temperatures have increased in many parts of New Mexico at a rate greater than the global average temperature. This map shows the difference between 1986 and 2016 average temperature and the historical 1901 to 1960 average temperature. Now, this is what New Mexico could feel like on heat wave days if emissions continued at the current high rate, which scientists model as RCP 8.5. Under this scenario, extreme heat days over 90 degrees Fahrenheit would increase in New Mexico by more than a month in most of the state compared with the historical period of 1976 to 2005. Now, these days wouldn't necessarily occur sequentially, just to give you an idea of the magnitude of number of days we're talking about here. Extreme heat exposure affects people differently depending on their health and environment. A heat index above 90 degrees Fahrenheit, outdoor workers become more susceptible to heat-related illness. A heat index above 100 degrees Fahrenheit, we start to see children and elderly adults, pregnant women, and people with underlying conditions that have a heightened risk of heat-related illness. Now, of course, above 105 degrees Fahrenheit, anyone could be at risk of heat-related illness or even death as a result of prolonged exposure. So what does this mean for New Mexico? Union of Concerned Scientists created a peer-reviewed publication, and we also have this online widget that's publicly available. And I plugged in the results for 2 possible futures for Albuquerque, New Mexico. So historically, Albuquerque experienced around 17 days per year with a heat index above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. On our current high emissions trajectory, by mid-century, it's not that far away, Albuquerque would likely have more than 2 months worth of days with a heat index above 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And by late century, more than 3 months equivalent of days. However, with bold action to limit global emissions, this could be held at around 2 months of days above 90 degrees Fahrenheit heat index. So let us turn away from extreme heat and look at some other consequences of climate change, wildfires. So this is a figure from the National Climate Assessment that shows the cumulative forest area burned by wildfires, and it's greatly increased between 1984 and 2015. And the analyses shown here estimate that the area burned by wildfire across the western United States over that time period was twice what would have burned had climate change not occurred. That was the past. Now turning to the future, the risk of acreage burned by wildfires in New Mexico is expected to increase for most of the state. And we know the toll of wildfires is great during a wildfire. What often is forgotten are the risks after the last embers have stopped burning. For example, this is a broadcast news coverage of an extreme weather event, such as the post-wildfire flooding that damaged homes in Santa Clara Pueblo in New Mexico in 2012. And perhaps more importantly, the water resource treatment facilities were devastated during this post-wildfire flooding event. Now, climate change is also changing the ecosystems with water resource implications in the state. New Mexico is likely to lose the conditions where ponderosa pine can thrive reliably in the state. If you look at the figure on the left, you can see that ponderosa pine, shown in the reddish color, is a thriving forest species in the high mountainous areas and other parts of the state. If we were to look ahead with climate change under high emissions, the projected suitability in 2016 greatly diminishes diminishes for this forest pine species. So New Mexico would also see crop conditions change for large parts of the state under a high emission scenario. The U.S. Department of Agriculture plant hardiness zones indicate the cold temperature requirements of crops. So increases in temperature under the higher scenario, RCP 8.5, would shift these zones northward and upslope from the period, in the historical period 1976 to 2005, which is shown in the left panel. Now, compared to projections for the end of the century, 2070, 2099, is on the right panel. And this is an average of 32 models. So what you can see is the crop habitable zones in New Mexico would largely look like the very southern part of the state, in many parts of the state. Albuquerque and Santa Fe rely on water from the Colorado River Basin. The majority is diverted from the Colorado River Basin, and the rest is from groundwater wells. So this is another finding that's cited in the National Climate Assessment. So in the Colorado River Basin drought, high temperatures due mainly to climate change have contributed to somewhere between 17 and 50% of the record-setting stream flow reductions between 2000 and 2014. The Colorado River annual flow loss of 35% or more with an increased temperature under the high emission scenario over this century is a finding of Brad Udall and Jonathan Overpeck in a publication they published in 2017. Now, we asked, why is this happening? And one of the major reasons is the drying effect of warmer air on plants and soils. Essentially, more water loss is happening with a greater vapor pressure deficit. So to put this all in context, here's the summary of what naturally has occurred historically in New Mexico. There have been droughts in the past. This is nothing new. And usually in a historical drought, there is often a decrease in precipitation. At the same time, we often see historical droughts associated with increasing evaporation and water loss from soils, as well as an increase in water loss from vegetation, transpiring that water into the atmosphere. Now, with climate change, we already have increased global temperatures, and that is even more in New Mexico, as we said. In a hot drought, even if you had the same decrease in precipitation, let's just hold that constant, just changing the temperature means you have accelerated the evaporation. You have increased the parching of soils. The other consequence is you've greatly increased the water loss from vegetation. And this all combined means there's less water resources flowing through the soil, flowing through groundwater, into the streams and rivers and major river basins that are supplying water resources to the state. So this is from the chapter we worked on, and I had the privilege of working on, and in the 4th National Climate Assessment. Under scenarios with high emissions and limited or no adaptation, annual losses in some sectors are estimated to grow, this is across the entire United States, of hundreds of billions of dollars by the end of the century. Now, to put this in terms that some of the things that are concerned for New Mexico, I outlined in some of the red boxes some of the highest consequences. So labor hours, outdoor workers, extreme temperature mortality, roads, inland flooding, water quality, freshwater fish, winter recreation, municipal and industrial water supply, harmful algal blooms, agriculture. So let's look at a study from New Mexico State University by Hurd and Coonrod, where they found that while the total annual economic losses are estimated in the vicinity of 300 million under severe climate changes, where runoff is reduced by nearly 30%, both economic and non-economic losses are likely to be significantly higher. This is just one example of the many consequences to New Mexico's economy from climate change. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share ways of reducing risk for our future in New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eckwurzel. I'd like to move for admission of climate advocates exhibits 2 and 3.
Let me pause for a moment in the event there are objections to climate advocates exhibits 2 and 3. Oh, 2 and 3 are admitted. Thank you.
And Dr. Eckwurzel stands for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Dr. Eckwurzel?
Ms. Orr, thank you. No, OCD does not have any questions for the doctor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rankin, questions for Dr. Eckwurzel?
Good morning, Dr. Eckwurzel. I have no questions for Dr. Eckwurzel.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Biernoff. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions for Dr. Eckwurzel? He may have stepped away. Ms. Paraños, do you have questions for Dr. Eckwurzel?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I do not.
Thank you. Commissioner Engler.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Eckwurzel.
Good morning.
I appreciate the information. In fact, as a fellow in PhD academics, we could talk for hours on some of this, but I don't want to do that. I find it very fascinating. But I do have a question. It's on your what you exhibit for me, your figure 2, where you have your 2 bar graphs comparing New Mexico versus the U.S. with
Yes.
CO2 and methane. And definitely we want to, the methane percentage, obviously New Mexico is significant. We want to address that, yes. So, yeah, thank you. Do you have, my question, do you have other states breakdowns that are also like oil producing states in terms of their CO2 and methane? Or
yes, some of those are available, and there are also figures of seeing what the sources of methane. You can see there are satellite imaging and other types of imaging that are at a much larger scale, that you can start seeing where some of the hot spots are in the United States for different source emissions, such things as methane, as well as carbon dioxide. And in general, what you can see is that New Mexico is, noteworthy in the ratio of methane to carbon dioxide is much higher than the national average. And I could follow up with information on those specific sources for other states if you would like.
Well, I guess, yeah, so I think it's the data is there, like for states like Texas and North Dakota, again, major producing states, and I think I've seen somewhere where they also have high methane volumes.
Yes, you often see that a lot of the similar, what you see is there's figures where you can see where the big development extractive regions are happening, and you see that the share of emissions, it's Texas is definitely in the mix, New Mexico, and there's even further north into Oklahoma and things like that.
Well, yeah, I think because what I want to, I guess my final comment there is I just want to say New Mexico is going to do better than Texas so that we can have a little battle going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Engler. Commissioner Kessler.
I do not have any questions. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Eckwurzel.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair, do you have questions for Dr. Eckwurzel?
I just have 2 quick questions. One, do you support the rule?
As a climate scientist, I know that emissions cause further climate change, and if this strengthening this rule would reduce methane emissions, that would help climate change. So yes, I do not, am not speaking about specific details of the policy, just to be clear.
Okay, thank you. From your involvement with either this rule or previous rules, do you feel like this was a collaborative process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I just want to say that in general, many people have been weighing in on these issues over the years, and any way we can have more voices and many groups that are affected by climate change consequences to be part of the process, I strongly support that.
Thank you. That's all I had.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fox, any follow-up?
None, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Eckwerzel, for your testimony, and you're excused. Ms. Fox, before you call your next witness, who I assume is Ms. Teitz, would you please confirm the order of your witnesses and whether any of your estimates have changed since the last time we spoke? We've lost you on the camera, Ms. Fox. May have lost internet. Hold on. Her internet went off. Okay. Let's wait just a moment. And we'll see if she rejoins us. Oh, she's asking if we should break for lunch. Madam Chair, how do you feel about that? Shall we?
I would be fine with that. It's almost noon anyway. That would give her time to get back up and running.
All righty. So let's come back at 12:30.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm sorry, Madam Hearing Officer, if it's possible to know what her witness sequence would be, that would be very helpful.
I will ask her again when we have her.
Okay.
Is Mr. Bach on? Would he know?
Yes, Mr. Rankin. And I should preface this by saying she's actually the one who's been doing most of the coordinating, but I believe it's going to be Ms. Teeth and then Mr. Schreiber, the next two. I can confirm that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bach. All right, let's break till 12:30. Ms. Fox, you've rejoined us.
Of course, when we begin to put our first principal witness on, my internet cuts off. What happens here, just so you know, is that like I'll go off for 30 seconds a minute and that's it. And then I can jump back on because we have pretty reliable. But a few times a day that happens. So, and it just happened then.
All right. Let's see. Is Ms. Teets a panelist with us?
Yes, she is. And I just texted, there she is.
There she is. All right. Mr. Baca, how we doing? Good. I see a thumbs up from Mr. Baca. Ms. Teets, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Can I hear you?
You're muted. You're muted. The pleasures of virtual hearings.
I do so swear.
Oh, thank you very much. Let's see. Want to make sure we have, I do see the other commissioners and I see the other council. So if you would please, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
And you know what, Mr. Rankin's appearance on the screen reminds me that at some point we will ask you to reconfirm the order of your witnesses and the estimates of their time.
Sure.
But I understand right now we're going to hear from Ms. Teets, and the witness after Ms. Teets will be
Mr. Schreiber.
Schreiber. Thank you.
Mr. Rankin going to mute his video? Thank you. Would you please state your name?
Alexandra Teets.
And would you please spell your last name for the court reporter?
T as in Tom, E, I, T as in Tom, Z as in zebra.
Ms. Teets, could you please describe your experience and your expertise?
Thank you. For over 2 decades, I have developed experience in developing and drafting policy, regulations, and legislative text. I've focused mainly on air pollution, climate change, and energy issues. In particular, I have extensive experience in designing and evaluating regulation of waste from oil and gas production. As an appointee in the Obama administration, I led the team that developed the Bureau of Land Management's methane and waste prevention rule issued in 2016. And in the course of that work, I consulted and worked very closely with BLM's petroleum engineers and other technical experts to develop those regulations. Since I retired from the federal government in 2017, I have served as an expert consultant to nonprofit environmental advocacy organizations on projects for multiple clients, and many of these were related to methane and oil and gas production. Before my work with the Obama administration, I spent over a decade as to the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee and the House Energy and Commerce Committee, both under the leadership of Congressman Henry Waxman. In the course of that work, I supported congressional oversight of untold numbers, numerous regulatory efforts by federal agencies, as well as working to draft many laws, amendments, et cetera, for House consideration and passage. I have legal expertise in regulation, cost-benefit analysis. I have expertise in other economic aspects of regulation and familiarity with many technical aspects of it as well. And in the course of the, let's see, our oversight work included work with agencies including EPA, the Department of Energy, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, and White House offices such as the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs, which oversees regulatory proceedings in the federal government. And before that work, I began my career as an attorney advisor in the EPA's Office of General Counsel, where I spent almost 7 years working on EPA air regulations. I have an undergraduate degree from Oberlin College, a master's in environmental studies from Yale University School of Forestry and Environmental Studies, and a law degree from Bolt Hall, UC Berkeley.
Is Climate Advocates Exhibit 4 an accurate copy of your resume?
It is.
Ms. Teets, would you please provide an overview of your perspective on this rulemaking and the topics that you will cover today? And I will begin to bring up your slides right now.
Thank you for allowing me to present before you today. And these regulations that I'm sorry, just juggling my papers here. Okay. I'd like to begin by thanking the members of the New Mexico Oil Conservation Commission for the opportunity to testify before you today on the proposed regulation to reduce methane waste from oil and gas production in New Mexico. These regulations are not only vital to conserving the resource, but also to increasing revenues that belong to the people of New Mexico, combating climate change, and bringing cleaner air and better health to communities in the state. We strongly support the Oil Conservation Division's proposals, and we will also present recommendations to make the rules stronger, more effective, and easier to implement and enforce to avoid regulatory gaps and ensure that they meet Governor Lujan Grisham's commitment to adopt regulations on methane that, quote, will serve as an example to the rest of the country, end quote. Governor Ed is Climate Advocates Exhibit 6, and her executive order on climate change is Exhibit 5. My testimony will cover, as indicated on the slide here, the wasteful and polluting practice of routine flaring, including the widespread recognition that it is no longer acceptable or necessary, and New Mexico's opportunity to advance the interests of both the public and the industry by prohibiting it. I will provide a very quick overview of the elements of the proposed rule that we support and those where we feel that improvements are needed. And then I will provide more detailed comments on several elements of the rule, including why they are necessary and will be effective, or in a few cases, what further improvement is needed to ensure that they meet the goals.
Ms. Teets, what is the practice of routine flaring?
So the proposed regulations would have the effect of prohibiting routine flaring. And this, in our view, is a critically important element of the regulations, and we urge the Commission to adopt it as proposed. The World Bank's definition of, the World Bank's Zero Routine Flaring by 2030 initiative, which is Climate Advocates Exhibit 7, provides a widely held understanding of what the term routine flaring means. They define it as, quote, flaring that occurs during the normal production of oil and in the absence of sufficient facilities to utilize the gas on site, dispatch it to market, or re-inject it. And it's this routine flaring of associated gas that comes from oil wells, and the ongoing disposal of large quantities of saleable gas that we find is unnecessary, and it's not due to technological constraints. This is essentially a business practice that is designed to maximize profits from oil production, and as such, it is the epitome of waste. Routine flaring should no longer be tolerated as an acceptable business practice, and this rule is New Mexico's opportunity to lead the nation in ending it.
What's the situation with routine flaring in New Mexico, Ms. Teets?
In 2019, operators in New Mexico reported flaring over 30 BCF of natural gas, and this would be enough to have supplied about 80% of New Mexico's households with their home heating and cooking needs. That's a lot of gas. But as OCD has testified, this data, this is the reported flaring data, is incomplete, and it's quite possibly, quite likely, in fact, an underestimate, given gaps in the reporting. There's no reported venting or flaring from some operators in the database, and also given some questions about measurement and what is required to be reporting, I think that this is likely an underestimate. The quantities of routine flaring did drop during the pandemic, but are expected to increase again with the recovery.
Are all operators the same in terms of whether and how much they flare routinely in New Mexico?
No, actually, there's substantial variation in the quantities reported by different operators. And Ms. Fleischman will describe this in more detail in her upcoming testimony. But we see that some oil producers are flaring the vast majority of gas flared from producers, while others are capturing most of their gas, which is a matter of, they've lined up adequate takeaway capacity, they've coordinated with the midstream, and they've managed to severely limit or eliminate their routine flaring.
Is routine flaring within the control of the operator?
Yes, it is. It's a matter of planning the timing, the placement, and the startup of new oil wells in coordination with gathering system capacity. And then you can take the gas away and sell it. Natural gas well operators don't conduct routine flaring because their industry is, and their operations are designed to capture and sell the gas. And oil well operators are also fully capable, using the same types of equipment without any extraordinary expense, of eliminating this wasteful practice, as we see in the differences in flaring rates across different operators.
Please briefly describe, go ahead.
I think.
Oh, okay. Please briefly describe domestic regulatory efforts to date to reduce routine flaring.
So the earliest one I'm aware of is the state of Alaska, which has barred most venting and flaring since the 1970s. More recently, North Dakota adopted routine flaring limits in 2014, as I believe the Commission has heard in this proceeding. And the Bureau of Land Management adopted routine flaring limits for federal minerals in 2016, which are the rules that I worked on. Those rules have since been overturned in a district court decision that is now on appeal. This past November, the state of Texas took a modest step by adjusting its requirements to make it easier for the regulator to limit routine flaring case by case. And also in November, Colorado adopted regulations that prohibit routine flaring.
What is the industry? Go ahead.
So the industry has been undertaking voluntary efforts to reduce this, but it's which I think is a recognition that there is a problem, but this recognition and the voluntary efforts alone are really not enough to fix the problem. The World Bank launched a voluntary zero routine flaring initiative in 2015. And that brings together governments, oil companies, and development institutions who, quote, recognize, and quote, the unsustainability of routine flaring, and quote, who agree to cooperate to eliminate routine flaring no later than 2030. Oil companies that, end quote, endorse the initiative commit themselves to, quote, develop new fields they operate without routine flaring. Oil companies with routine flaring at existing oil fields they operate will seek to implement economically viable solutions to eliminate this legacy flaring as soon as possible and no later than 2030. 9 oil companies have endorsed this initiative, including BP, Shell, and Occidental. And I think this underscores that the largest international oil companies recognize that the practice is not necessary, that is unsustainable, and that is increasingly unacceptable to the public. They're willing to end it now in new fields and phase it out as soon as possible in existing fields. And several are already doing so, including EOG, Oxy, and Chevron, according to a recent study by global oil and gas consultancy Gaffney Klein, which is Climate Advocates Exhibit 8. Even smaller operators are feeling the pressure. In June, the Texas Methane and Flaring Coalition, consisting of 7 state trade associations and over 40 Texas operators, stated that, quote, the coalition agrees we should strive to end routine flaring. But I just want to note that voluntary efforts alone, in the history of major industrial pollution problems, I can't identify offhand any situation in which industry's voluntary efforts ended or solved the problem. This is an area where it's clear regulation is needed.
How are investors viewing the problem of routine flaring?
Major investors are also very concerned about this, and they are calling on regulators to prohibit routine flaring increasingly. A Bloomberg article in September reported that investors managing more than $2 trillion urged the Texas Railroad Commission to ban routine flaring by 2025. And that's Climate Advocates Exhibit 9. And then most recently, major investors have called on Governor Lujan Grisham, the New Mexico Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, and the New Mexico Environment Department to adopt strong methane rules, including prohibiting routine flaring. And these investors included investors with more than $102 billion in assets under management, and the New Mexico State Treasurer, Tim Eichenberg. And that is contained in Climate Advocates Exhibit 10.
Why are industry and investors taking actions to reduce and prohibit routine flaring?
I think these voluntary actions are demonstrating that industry is recognizing that the waste threatens their longer-term viability. It's a rational position for them to take. The scale of the waste and the pollution is striking and substantial, and it's diminishing the natural gas industry's social license to operate, which is basically the public acceptance of their operations. And that's hurting industry's bottom line. Depending upon the leakage or rates, the waste of gas can be, depending on the leakage and flaring rates, waste of gas can be as damaging to the climate. I'm sorry, use of gas can be as damaging to the climate as coal. And the public climate, concern is growing very rapidly, in part, and including increasing concern about natural gas and the ongoing use of natural gas. While venting is most damaging from a climate perspective on a volumetric basis, flaring consumes even larger volumes of gas, so it's a more significant waste issue, and it also has significant climate impacts, although not as strong as venting. Flaring releases both CO2 and methane in the form of unburned methane that comes out of flares, as well as the combusted CO2. And it occurs, routine flaring goes on for long periods of time at a well. It is very clearly and obvious to the public that this is waste, and it's highly visible. You've got a big flare burning there. So it's part of the ongoing, sort of growing public concern and opposition to natural gas. And that makes it increasingly difficult for companies to site or expand pipelines, LNG facilities, and other new infrastructures. In addition, municipalities, we're just seeing, most recently, municipalities starting to ban natural gas hookups in new residential construction. I think that the industry is recognizing, I don't want to speak for them, but I would imagine that they are concerned that these movements are hurting their profitability and future prospects. So, another indicator of this is I recently participated in a forum conducted by the European Commission. And the purpose of this was to present their new methane strategy to North American experts in this area. The EU Commission of communication of their methane strategy is Climate Advocates Exhibit 11. The EU is currently working to adopt regulations to measure and account for the life cycle climate contributions of gas imports to the EU based on their climate concerns about the use of gas. And they indicated that absent some significant improvement in the life cycle carbon intensity of natural gas, that they would contemplate regulatory measures aimed at limiting the carbon intensity in gas imports. So that's another indicator of ongoing concern and pressure on the industry. Regulation that reduces waste and the climate impacts of oil and gas production can actually benefit the industry domestically and perhaps even help preserve its access to international markets.
What are the implications of all of this for New Mexico, Ms. Teets?
Well, I think that the revenues from oil and gas production, it's clear they're very important to the state, and they give the state and the commission an economic interest in protecting those revenues. And one way to do that is to prohibit routine flaring, as I've been discussing here. From our perspective, what's far more important is that allowing continued routine flaring condones this business model that's based on waste and pollution, and is contrary to the public interest of the people of New Mexico. We are effectively, in allowing this practice to continue, we're effectively subsidizing the industry by allowing their waste disposal to shift the costs onto the public. And those costs include lost natural gas royalties, adverse climate impacts, and harmful air quality and public health impacts. And of particular concern, the public health impacts are not just generally distributed, but they often disproportionately harm Native, Hispanic, and other communities suffering from environmental injustices and cumulative air pollution and health concerns. So this is a high price for the people to pay. And put simply, I would say that routine flaring serves private interests at the expense of the public interest, and we strongly support the elements of the proposed rule that have the effect of prohibiting routine flaring and that implement and enforce this prohibition on it.
Ms. Teets, let's now turn to the proposed rule. Which elements of OCD's proposed rule do you support?
I broadly support this rule, and I'd just like to take a moment to commend all of the OCD staff and leadership who have worked so hard on this rule for their tremendous effort, their commitment, and their expertise. I appreciate, you followed a thoughtful and inclusive process with the map and the public comment, the drafts, and the interactions with stakeholders. And you've really listened to feedback from all sides. And I think everyone in this process really appreciates that. As a result of the governor's leadership and your work, New Mexico has an opportunity to significantly reduce methane waste and pollution and harm to its people and the environment. And I'll just say from my own experience, I know how hard this job has been, and thank you for doing it. You've been doing a great job, and I'm sure there's a ton more work coming, but we really appreciate it. So turning to key elements of the rule that we strongly support, these would include the requirement to flare rather than vent, except when flaring is technically infeasible or would pose I think we've skipped a slide here. Ms. Fox? I'm sorry, nope, this is the right one. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Ms. Teets. This is Commissioner Kessler. I'm looking in your exhibits. I'm trying to follow along. Is this presentation one of the exhibits?
The PowerPoint?
No.
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not, Ms. Kessler. We filed it as a demonstrative.
Okay, thank you.
I would have loved to have it fully completed in that time frame, but anyway, so key elements of the rule that we strongly support are the requirement to flare rather than vent, the prohibition on routine flaring with limited exceptions, the general prohibition on venting and flaring with limited exceptions, the inclusion of the gas capture requirement, and limiting venting and flaring from natural gas gathering systems, which is a really critical step forward in this area that OCD is doing that I've not seen other jurisdictions as engaged in, and requiring operators to submit gas management plans showing that the gas will be captured and sent to a gathering system, otherwise beneficially used or re-injected for future use. And also the strong and comprehensive measurement requirements are extremely important and helpful.
And could you please identify some of the areas in the rule where you believe improvements are still needed?
Yes, we have made recommendations for improvements in the following areas that are indicated on the slide. Closing the loophole, allowing unnecessary venting during completions and recompletions. There are ways to strengthen the gas capture planning provisions in our view. Strengthening flare stack specifications to reduce venting. Requiring faster and comprehensive replacement or retrofitting of flare stacks without auto igniters. Requiring gas to be rerouted into the pipeline, or if necessary, flared rather than be vented during maintenance and pipeline blowdowns, and requiring volumes of flared gas from controlled storage tanks to be included under the reporting provisions. I will address a few of these, and I think other witnesses of ours will address others.
Ms. Teets, I'll now ask you to go through several elements of the rule in more detail. Would you please begin with the requirement to flare rather than vent?
Sure. As OCD is recognized and proposed in Part 27, Section 8A, whenever gas cannot be captured and put to use or re-injected, and some form of release is necessary, operators should always flare rather than vent, except where flaring is technically infeasible or risk to safety, and venting is safer than flaring. And this is a common sense requirement that's based on long-standing industry best practices for safety. Now, not only do we have this as a safety reasons to do this, but we now understand that it's also safer to flare rather than vent for climate and for local air pollution impacts. And I think the commission has heard heard testimony during this hearing that there are longstanding commission rules that require flaring over venting. However, there have been some questions raised during this process regarding the commission's legal authority to require flaring rather than venting. I would just say that we agree with OCD that the commission has ample authority to do this, given its broad statutory authority to adopt regulations to conserve oil and gas and prevent waste, and several of its specifically enumerated powers.
Did you encounter similar questions about the authority to require flaring over venting in the context of the 2016 BLM methane and waste prevention rule?
We did. In the 2016 BLM rules were also founded on waste prevention authority, specifically in that case, the Mineral Leasing Act of 1920. In addition, BLM relied on the Federal Lands Management and Policy Act authority, but each provision of the regulations we made sure was independently supported by the Bureau's waste authority. And as a matter of fact, in working with the BLM engineers during the rulemaking, they indicated that they hadn't previously thought it was necessary to require flaring over venting because that was a standard practice for safety. But we became concerned in the course of working on these regulations that as BLM required operators to reduce their flaring and venting, the regulations themselves could create a perverse incentive if we did not prohibit venting that would tend to perhaps encourage operators to vent rather than flare in situations where they might have flared before. And that was something that we were quite concerned about. Flaring is easy to detect from a distance, whereas detecting venting requires closer proximity or specialized equipment, depending on the volumes. And basically, venting is harder to detect than flaring. And if there's concern about compliance on an operator's part, there just may be more instances of venting than there otherwise might have been. So we included a requirement in the 2016 rule that was similar to the proposed requirement in Part 27, Section 8A. Our provision in 43 CFR Section 3179.6B states, quote, "The operator must flare rather than vent any gas that is not captured," end quote. And then it listed specific exceptions to the general requirement as OCD provides in Part 27, Section 8D. I would also say that it does not appear that our concern was far-fetched. With the growing public opposition to flaring and increasing regulatory oversight of flaring, there are reports of operators, whether deliberately or inadvertently, inappropriately venting rather than flaring, even to the extent of seeing venting happening through flare stacks. So in New Mexico, the statute gives the commission jurisdiction and authority over all matters relating to the conservation of oil and gas. And this certainly appears to us to be broad enough to authorize a protective provision that conforms to standard industry practice to ensure that in the course of regulating waste, the commission's own requirements do not inadvertently incentivize actions that could cause health and safety problems at the production site, in addition to more harmful air pollution.
Ms. Teets, would you please discuss the proposed provisions in OCD's proposed rule that would have the effect of prohibiting routine flaring?
Yes. To meet the stated goals of this regulatory process, it is critical that New Mexico prohibit routine flaring. And climate advocates strongly support the provisions in the proposed regulation that would have this effect. As I stated before, flaring to dispose of associated gas in the absence of sufficient facilities to utilize the gas on site, dispatch it to market, or re-inject it is an avoidable outcome of deliberate business choices. And this avoidable disposal is waste. Proposed Part 27, Section 8D prohibits operators from venting or flaring natural gas during production operations, except in the enumerated circumstances. The list of exceptions or exemptions, sorry, does not include insufficient availability in a gathering system. And that then makes the effect of these provisions to prohibit routine flaring.
And how does this prohibition work with the other regulatory provisions that limit venting and flaring?
As designed and proposed by OCD, the routine flaring prohibition, the statewide natural gas capture requirements, and requirements for natural gas management plans all work together. The flaring prohibition requires, and the natural gas management plans ensure, that no new wells flare routinely. Existing wells are required to cease routine flaring, and operators must reduce other venting and flaring to the extent necessary to meet their annual capture requirements. I would emphasize here, though, that simply adopting routine flaring prohibitions are not sufficient to actually get the results. To change operators' behavior and to reduce waste and pollution, the prohibition must be implemented. Now, obviously, this is true of all regulations, but it is a particular concern here. Operators' reports do not indicate the causes of releases, but it is, or the causes of flaring. It is likely that where they are flaring larger volumes or percentages, that those are probably indications of routine flaring. And we have reports that many operators do not appear to be engaging in routine flaring, while other operators are reporting flaring quite substantial volumes and or percentages of their gas production, and likely are doing routine flaring. So ending this practice is a significant step for waste and pollution reduction and for operators. In its pre-hearing statement, OCD states, quote, routine flaring is no longer an allowed practice. As such, the division will work with operators to phase out this practice through a compliance program. And this statement does raise some concerns here. The plain language of the proposed rule provides that routine flaring is prohibited as of the rule's effective date, and there is no provision for a phase out. To the extent that OCD might contemplate any kind of a, quote, compliance program, we just want to underscore how particularly unwarranted that would be with respect to new or recompleted wells. These wells, it's especially straightforward to avoid routine flaring at new wells. They have the ability to ensure that gathering capacity or an alternative beneficial use is available before beginning production. And it's a matter of timing and coordination, or in some cases, investment in alternative beneficial uses, but this is not, a matter of installing massive new amounts of technology at every well or anything like this. And it's prospective at new wells in particular. As proposed, the Natural Gas Management Plan provisions in Part 27, Section 9D, contemplate that a need to routinely flare from a new or recompleted wells is something that operators can and must anticipate and avoid.
Ms. Teets, I'd like to turn now to the proposed provisions requiring natural gas management plans in Part 27, Section 9.d. How would those provisions work to help end routine flaring from new wells?
Those provisions would require operators to file a plan as part of their application for permit to drill, and that plan is a gas management plan. The plan is supposed to show what actions the operator would take at each proposed well to meet the venting and flaring and gas capture requirements, including the routine flaring prohibition. OCD would then be able to look at the information filed and determine if the operator will comply with the requirements and whether to grant the APD.
Will the gas management plan provisions help OCD implement and enforce venting and flaring requirements, including the prohibition on routine flaring?
Yes, I believe they are intended to help enforce the requirements, and they are an important piece of helping to enforce the requirements, and they get part of the way there. We do have a few targeted improvements that we think the Commission should consider to make these provisions more effective. one of the basic principles of regulation that I've learned over a long career doing it is that regulators will never have sufficient enforcement resources to catch every violation. It's just not a possibility. And so one way to maximize your limited enforcement resources is to make, wherever possible, to make compliance the default action rather than requiring the regulator to act to enforce in each instance. And the proposed text makes a good start in following this principle, but I think it doesn't quite fully succeed in making compliance the default option here. So requiring operators to demonstrate that they will comply with the routine flaring prohibition at new wells before they can obtain an APD to start production at that well, to drill and start production, puts the compliance onus on the operator rather than OCD. And that's a key purpose of requiring natural gas management plans as a condition for an APD for a new well. But if the regulations allow for natural gas management plans that are insufficient to ensure that a new well will not rely on routine flaring, in that case, the onus shifts back to OCD to go out and actively enforce the prohibition after the well begins production. And that's where your limited, any regulator's limited resources become a concern and inevitably are going to result in ongoing routine flaring, and in this case, even from new wells.
How would you suggest modifying OCD's proposal to make the natural gas management plans better serve their intended purpose? And if you could please start with the requirements for venting and flaring.
So as drafted in OCD's 1230 proposal in Exhibit 2A, Part 27, Section 9B4 clearly requires an operator to certify whether it will be able to connect the well to a natural gas gathering system with sufficient capacity to transport 100% of the volume of natural gas on the date of first production. If an operator determines it will not be able to connect to such a natural gas gathering system, Part 27, Section 9D5 requires the operator to shut in the well until it is able to so certify or to submit a venting and flaring plan. So far, so good. The venting and flaring plan requires the operator to, quote, evaluate the potential alternative uses for the natural gas until the natural gas system is available, end quote. And that's where, in my view, the language falls short. If we could put up slide 10, perhaps. The plain language of the venting and flaring plan does not require the operator actually to select and use one of the possible alternative uses for the gas. To ensure that an operator cannot just evaluate the options, but actually must select and use one, we suggest a few targeted modifications. So we have the provision basically says the operator determines it will not be able to connect to a gathering system with capacity. Quote, the operator shall submit a venting and flaring plan to the division that evaluates, and we would suggest adding and selects from among, going back to the division's language, the potential alternative uses for the natural gas. We would add to ensure that the natural gas is put to an alternative use until the natural gas system is available. This would just clarify that the plan, the point of the plan is not just to evaluate options, but actually select and adopt one, showing how the operator will actually put the gas to an alternative beneficial use rather than flaring it.
And how would you suggest strengthening Part 27, Section 9.D7, which addresses what happens if an operator fails to submit an adequate venting and flaring plan, or if OCD determines that the operator won't have adequate takeaway capacity at the time a well is spud?
Thanks. So first, the first suggestion we would make here would be to align the venting and flaring plan reference in this subparagraph with the prior suggestion to ensure that the venting and flaring plan provision above requires the operator to actually select an alternative use. This section addresses what happens if an operator fails to submit, quote, an adequate venting and flaring plan, end quote. but it doesn't constitute in the language, in the proposed language, it does not indicate what would constitute, quote, an adequate plan. And during this proceeding, we have heard at least one and possibly more than one witnesses testify that a venting and flaring plan that would beneficially use, say, 50% of the gas could potentially be considered adequate. But that reading would not be consistent with the prohibition on routine flaring that is contained in Part 27, Section 8D, and the requirement in Part 27, Section 9D1 that the natural gas management plan, quote, shall describe the actions that the operator will take at each proposed well, end quote, to, quote, comply with the requirements of subsections A through F of 19.15.27.8 NMAC, including for each well, end quote. And those provisions contain the prohibition on routine flaring. My colleagues have also heard from OCD that the prior interpretation that, say, a 50% capture or 50% use would be potentially approvable is not correct, and that to be considered adequate, OCD believes that the venting and flaring plan would have to ensure beneficial use of the gas. But clearly, given the differences in what we've heard, there seems to be some confusion here, and we urge the Commission to clarify the text and address it. To do so, we have a simple targeted addition again. We would suggest adding after the word plan, where it says they have to have an adequate plan, quote, that provides for alternative uses for 100% of the anticipated volume of natural gas produced on the date of first production from the well, end quote. And that should clarify the text to be consistent with our understanding of OCD's intent here.
Under the proposed text, how must OCD respond to an inadequate venting and flaring plan or lack of takeaway capacity? Is that really clear?
No, I don't believe that the proposed text is clear on this point. The current text provides that in this situation, OCD, quote, may deny the APD or conditionally approve the APD, end quote. And in my view, this text is ambiguous in two ways. So first, the text allows OCD to deny or conditionally approve the APD, but it does not limit OCD to those two actions. And in allowing action A or allowing action B, that does not automatically preclude action C, which would be OCD using its existing authority to simply approve an APD, but without conditions. So we suggest that the text be clarified to replace may deny or conditionally approve with shall deny or conditionally approve, or may only deny or conditionally approve. I do understand that OCD interprets the proposed language as already limiting its authority to one of the two listed actions. And my concern, however, is that although that's the interpretation, we don't see the text as clearly precluding a different interpretation. And of course, legal interpretations are rather easily changed, or at least more easily changed than changing regulatory language. So in my view, it's just a matter of good regulatory practice to always clarify ambiguities wherever you can do that without, of course, making a statute unwieldy or statute or regulation unwieldy or unworkable or repetitive. But I don't think that that's what we're suggesting here. The second issue with this subsection is that the phrase conditionally approve is entirely open-ended. And here, we're not suggesting that the regulatory text needs to specify permissible conditions or tell OCD, exactly what they have to include in the permit. But I think it would be helpful to specify the purpose of conditionally approving a permit. My understanding of OCD's intent here is that the point of the conditions is to ensure that even if the showing weren't sufficient at the time OCD granted the APD, the conditions would say by the time the well is spud, the operator would have the capacity to capture, use, or re-inject the gas. And that's a perfectly reasonable basis for granting a conditioned permit. But it's not clear that that is in fact the only, or the only way that OCD could condition the permit and therefore grant the APD. So we would suggest that the text be clarified to provide that the APD may either be denied or approved, quote, with conditions sufficient to ensure that 100% of the anticipated volume of natural gas produced on the date of first production from the well will be transported through a natural gas gathering system or will be used for one or more of the alternative uses identified in 19.15.27.9 D5. This does not dictate to OCD what the conditions must be. It simply provides a standard for evaluating the adequacy of the conditions. Finally, I wanted to point out one other concern here. The proposed gas management plan provisions also do not clearly address what happens if an operator certifies that it will be able to connect to a gathering system or that it will put the gas to an alternative use, but then the operator fails to do so. For example, although an operator may have expected a gathering system to have capacity, that may no longer be the case at the time that the well begins production. But it's not clear to me from the proposed text whether the gas management plan and venting and flaring plans would be formally, quote, approved by OCD or incorporated as terms of the permit. If they are, then it appears that OCD should be able to enforce compliance with the actions described in the plans, and that would resolve the concern. As a matter of the plain language, as it's proposed, OCD is authorized to deny the APD if the operator does not certify or the venting and flaring plan is inadequate. But I don't see language directing OCD to approve or incorporate the plans in the permit. I recognize that language also does not preclude OCD from doing so. And OCD's practices in this regard may be addressed elsewhere in the existing regulations. But unless other provisions or standard practices make it clear that OCD would need to formally incorporate or approve the plans that accompany the application for the permit in a way that makes them enforceable, at a minimum, this appears to be ambiguous and provide a potential gap in the proposed text. Nevertheless, I sort of added this as at the end of this point because the prohibition on routine flaring in the proposed regulations makes this potential enforcement gap much less of a concern than it otherwise would be. And so we did not suggest a specific modification to address the potential enforcement gap. In our view, if the operator fails to comply with its plan and it flares routinely, it would clearly be in violation of Part 27, Section 8A. And so OCD could enforce that provision, regardless of whether it could also enforce the elements in the gas management plan or the venting and flaring plan. But my view is that it would not be prudent to rely solely upon the prospect of enforcing the gas management plans absent further clarification of the text, if that is what the Commission has in mind going forward.
Ms. Teets, would you please discuss what additional information operators should include in their natural gas management plans and why?
Yes, proposed Part 27, Section 9D1 specifies the elements that must be included in all natural gas management plans. And we support the two additional provisions that OCD most recently proposed in the new subparagraphs D and E of that section. However, the proposed requirements for gas management plans still do not adequately promote information exchange between the production and midstream segments of the industry. And this is an absence that I think it's worth the Commission considering here. One of the factors driving routine flaring is that gathering pipeline capacity often lags increased production of associated gas by months to years, as the midstream companies wait to build capacity until the supply is in place. And the purpose of information exchange is simply to give midstream companies advance notice of expected increases in gas production, thereby allowing operators and midstream companies together to shorten or eliminate that time lag between when the additional production is available and when the capacity is available to take it away. So in 2014, North Dakota adopted provisions requiring operators to inform midstream companies of anticipated production from planned wells. And BLM relied upon North Dakota's experience in adopting similar provisions in the 2016 rules. OCD also included such provisions in the initial July 2020 draft of the regulations, but then dropped them from the October proposal. During the BLM rulemaking process, the director of North Dakota's Department of Mineral Resources stated that he viewed North Dakota's requirements for producers to inform midstream companies of anticipated production as one of the most effective elements of North Dakota's flaring rules, at least at that time. He had seen that these communications were helping to encourage more timely build out. So requiring producers to certify that they have shared this information is not a costly requirement. It doesn't require new equipment or operational changes. And to the extent it facilitates gas capture, it may actually increase producers' revenues by allowing them to get their gas to market sooner. So we would suggest the following language to be added to Part 27, Section 9D1. The language is up on the screen here. I won't read you the whole thing, but in summary, it would require an operator to certify that it had communicated with midstream operators and provided information to them on the location, the timing, and the volume of anticipated production.
As proposed, do the regulations require operators to provide sufficient information for OCD to evaluate the natural gas management plans?
I think this is an important point because Part 27, Section 9D7 requires OCD to determine whether, quote, the operator will have adequate natural gas takeaway capacity at the time a well will be spud, end quote. So the natural gas management plan needs to provide OCD the information it needs to make this determination. And here we would suggest just two small modifications to provide additional relevant information that is not required by the proposed language. First, for operators that are not meeting their capture requirements at the time they request an APD, as proposed, the plan must specify whether the natural gas gathering system has the existing capacity to gather the anticipated future production of the well. But this isn't really the right question because what matters is whether the gathering system will have sufficient capacity to gather the well's production when it is producing. We suggest adding text to require the operator to state not just whether the gathering system has capacity now, but also at the anticipated time of connection is expected to have capacity to gather the anticipated natural gas production volume from the well. And you can see the language there at the anticipated time of connection is expected to have capacity is what we would suggest adding to that provision. In addition, we suggest that gas management plans should include information on the name of the natural gas processing plant or processing plants that are expected to receive the gas. And this could be added as Part 27, Section 9D2D. Again, it's on the screen here, the name and location of the natural gas processing plants. So this information is highly relevant if it is capacity constraints at the processing plant or plants rather than in the gathering system that may drive routine flaring.
And Ms. Teets, what's your view of the gas capture requirement in the proposed regulations?
I support requirements to ensure that operators capture for sale or beneficial use or reinjection all or almost all of the gas they produce. In my view, the simplest and most enforceable way to require this for new wells is to prohibit routine flaring and implement it by requiring operators to demonstrate how they will capture gas as a condition for receiving an APD. For existing wells, a routine flaring prohibition is also a straightforward and enforceable requirement. And then the percentage-based capture requirement is a reasonable way to phase down other types of venting and flaring over time, which is also critical to achieve. One potential vulnerability of the proposed approach, the percentage-based approach, however, is that whether or not operators actually capture the percentage of gas required depends on accurate measurement and reporting of venting and flaring. And this is why OCD's new measurement requirements are so important and why we so strongly support those. Nonetheless, both measurement requirements and compliance with the statewide gas capture requirements still will need comprehensive audits and enforcement to ensure that widespread industry compliance is occurring and that the gas capture requirement is actually working in increasing the volumes captured. So, and we continue to have concerns that OCD has not been provided all the resources it could use in order to assure compliance here. So we think that the proposal by the State Land Office to require routine third-party verification of vented and flared volumes makes a huge amount of sense in helping to make the gas capture requirement actually work and produce the results that the Commission is looking for here.
And in your opinion, Ms. Teets, is the 98% capture rate sufficient?
So considered as a whole, I would say that the proposed venting and flaring regulations here are very strong. And, all the pieces working together really is a tremendous step forward. But just considering the gas capture requirement in isolation, I would say that a 98% capture rate by itself, although it sounds very good, 98%, that's a lot, right? It still allows a lot and far too much gas to be wasted. And, we can sort of see this better by looking at what's happening right now in New Mexico. If you look at the reported rates of venting and flaring by New Mexico operators in 2019, some operators already meet the 98% gas capture rate, but they're still venting and flaring pretty massive quantities of gas with all of the attendant waste and pollution and health and climate impacts that implies. Leslie Fleischman, a senior analyst with the Clean Air Task Force, will provide more detailed analysis on New Mexico operators' venting and flaring practices. So, but I just want to focus in on a few points here. The combined volumes, for example, of flaring, just flaring from 3 companies in 2019. And these are 3 companies that flared between 1.1% to 1.4% of their gas production. So that's well below the 2%. They still together flared a volume of gas sufficient to meet the home heating and cooking needs of over 80,000 New Mexico homes that year. And that's a tremendous amount of waste. If fully complied with, we expect that the general prohibition on venting and flaring, including the prohibition on routine flaring, would further drive down venting and flaring rates below 2%, or capture rates above 98%. But without vigorous implementation and enforcement of the entire set of regulatory requirements, we would expect a massive volume of unnecessary waste and a huge contribution to climate change to continue. For example, according to Ms. Fleischman, flaring 2% of the 2019 production volumes would have burned a volume of gas sufficient to serve over 450,000 New Mexico homes for heating and cooking needs. So the gas capture requirement, it's good. 98% is a reasonable starting point in the context of the overall rules, and we are not suggesting a different number here, but it's important to recognize that that alone would absolutely not achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve here.
Ms. Teets, let's now talk about completions and recompletions. And do you believe that those operations are adequately addressed in the OCD proposal?
No. The proposal includes, oh, do we have an echo going on? Sorry. The proposal includes a subsection on completions and recompletions, but the requirements are unlikely to achieve any additional reductions of waste or pollution from these operations. As industry commenters have noted, EPA has regulated completions and recompletions involving hydraulic fracturing by imposing reduced emission completion requirements, also known as requirements for RECs or green completions. EPA acted on this aspect of oil and gas production precisely because EPA recognized all the way back in 2012 that uncontrolled completions vent significant quantities of natural gas, making them a large source of air pollution, including methane, volatile organic compounds, and many toxic air pollutants such as benzene and other carcinogens. And of course, from the Commission's perspective, venting large quantities of natural gas is a massive source of waste as well. Unfortunately, it appears, however, that EPA's regulations have not achieved their intent. While some of the continued emissions and waste that we're still seeing are likely due to noncompliance, the regulations were also drafted in a way that has, I believe, unintentionally provided some major loopholes. The proposed regulations do not address these loopholes, and so they will not further reduce venting from completions and recompletions.
Would you please explain what the reduced emissions completions requirements are intended to achieve?
So for over 2 decades, industry has used REC equipment, reduced emission completion equipment, to handle flowback from hydraulically fractured wells and capture the gas. Natural gas producers themselves developed and deployed this equipment at a time when gas prices were high and they were losing, substantial quantities of a valuable resource during completions. And then since 2012, hydraulically fractured natural gas wells have been expected to use such equipment under the EPA regulations, with hydraulically fractured oil wells added to the regulations in 2016. This reduced emission completion equipment is designed to be temporary and easily moved from well site to well site. It normally includes filters, such as plugs. It includes sand catchers and 1 or more attached separators. And it is designed, and this is key, for the pressures and volumes associated with initial flowback. Where well pressures are too low for the REC equipment to function properly, the pressure going into the REC equipment can be boosted with compressors that would also be part of the set of equipment. And we have more details on the equipment in Climate Advocates Exhibit 14. So in adopting regulations for reduced emission completions, EPA expected that industry would use this mobile REC equipment to minimize venting and emissions.
What are the problems with the EPA requirements?
Well, it's becoming increasingly clear that problems with EPA regulatory text have seriously undermined the compliance with the provisions. The EPA regulations distinguish between what it terms, quote, initial flowback and, quote, separation flowback. EPA defines initial flowback as the period, quote, when it is not technically feasible for a separator to function. And the EPA regulations, end quote. And the EPA regulations provide an exemption from the REC requirements during this initial flowback period. The EPA REC requirements thus only apply once a, quote, separator can function. But this distinction sets up a test that is ambiguous and, it turns out, subject to abuse, as when a separator can function may depend upon the specifications for the separator and whether other equipment is used in conjunction with it. The EPA has recently tweaked its regulations to try and limit the extent of the exemption to a small degree, but it certainly has not closed the loophole created by this distinction.
And how does the exemption for initial flowback weaken OCD's proposed completion requirements?
So the key problem with both the EPA regulations and OCD's proposal is the broad exemption from any requirements to limit venting when it is deemed, quote, infeasible to operate a separator. Connecting to REC equipment, including enclosed vessels, from the initiation of flowback allows operators to basically eliminate venting and flare any gas that cannot be sent to a sales line. Both the state of Colorado and the Canadian federal government for hydraulically fractured wells prohibit operators from venting during flowback. For example, Canada's federal rules provide, quote, hydrocarbon gas associated with flowback at a well at an upstream oil and gas facility must not be vented during flowback, but must instead be captured and routed to hydrocarbon gas conservation equipment or hydrocarbon gas destruction equipment, end quote. The only exception they provide to this venting prohibition is, quote, if all the gas associated with flowback at the well does not have sufficient heating value to sustain combustion, end quote. It seems reasonable to assume that these jurisdictions are comfortable that equipment is available and operators are able to meet this requirement without raising safety concerns. And I believe it's appropriate for OCD to hold the operator responsible for obtaining rec equipment that's satisfactory to meet the specific job, adequate to meet the job. I understand that operators have expressed concerns that there may be some circumstances in which controlling venting from the beginning of flowback is more difficult or perhaps even technically infeasible. But where the problem is caused by a factor under the operator's control, such as the choice of fracking fluid, which can contaminate the flowback gas, that does not seem to be sufficient reason for allowing venting. If there are indeed specific situations that are beyond an operator's control, in which there is no existing equipment that is able to safely handle flowback, it is incumbent upon the industry to specifically identify the obstacles in those situations. And then if OCD concurs, the regulation could address such situations. But assuming that rec equipment to handle all flowback safely does exist, as other jurisdictions have found, the burden should be on an operator to justify an exception to OCD's proposed, to the rules.
So how should OCD's proposed rules be modified to address this situation?
Together with, together with the Environmental Defense Fund, climate advocates propose language that would require operators to capture or flare, not vent, throughout the flowback period, including initial flowback. You will hear from EDF's technical expert, Tom Alexander, in support of these provisions. Our proposed language adds elements of the Colorado text to the regulatory structure proposed by OCD. In essence, it would require the use of enclosed, vapor-tight flowback vessels during initial flowback, and it would require flaring rather than venting gas during this stage. This language leaves it up to industry to decide how to avoid such venting, but we presume that operators would deploy rec equipment to meet the requirement. OCD's proposed text addressing separation flowback already requires gas to be sent to a flow line, re-injected, or used on site, unless doing so would pose a safety risk, so we have not proposed changes to that language. In short, Colorado and Canadian regulators recognize that venting is not necessary during initial or subsequent flowback from hydraulically fractured wells, and technology to control it is affordable and available. And if New Mexico is to lead the nation on controlling methane and waste, OCD must be no less protective than these other jurisdictions.
Ms. Teets, you stated that EPA recently modified the text of its requirements. What did EPA change, and how do those changes relate to OCD's proposed text?
So just this past September 2020, EPA made a set of changes to the Quad O and Quad O-A regulations. While most of the changes issued under the Trump administration weakened the regulations, EPA did make two very small improvements to the requirements for completions and recompletions, which does indicate that they are recognizing that there are some problems with these provisions. First, some operators have apparently been reading the regulatory reference to use of separators, as in they're exempt until it's technically feasible for a separator to function, to allow them to rely on production separators. Well, production separators are built to handle the pressures and volumes associated with production, not with flowback. Not surprisingly, production separators may not be able to function until flowback is mostly or fully completed. And in that case, those completions would largely evade the requirements to capture or flare gas during completions. So EPA tried to address this by specifying that the separator must be designed to handle flowback fluids. And the current text now reads, quote, "The separator may be a production separator, but the production separator also must be designed to accommodate flowback," end quote. That's 40 CFR section 6537(5)A, A1 little I. In OCD's rules, any rule reference to a separator during completion operations should make it clear that such a separator is part of the REC equipment, and hence it must be designed to accommodate the volumes and pressures associated with flowback. The second change EPA made was to require that the separator be on site or otherwise available nearby during the entirety of the flowback period. A requirement to have the equipment on site is relatively easy to verify and enforce, as opposed to, is this a point in the process where the separator is now able to function and therefore we have to bring the equipment on site at that point? You have the equipment there at the beginning and then it's there. And then once the operator has the equipment on site, you've incurred the costs of obtaining the equipment, renting it. And so there's a much less disincentive to use it, or much more incentive to use it. Disincentive to not, whatever. I think you follow me, because most of the cost is already incurred by the operators. So the proposed rules should also, or the adopted rules should also include a requirement that the operator have any equipment needed to comply with the completions or recompletion requirements on site as of the initiation of flowback.
And Ms. Teets, do you have any closing thoughts for the commission?
Thank you. Yes, Ms. Fox, in closing, I would just like to say that we really commend OCD for proposing a protective set of regulations that, as drafted, would sharply reduce wasteful and polluting venting and flaring of natural gas from oil and gas production in New Mexico. And many elements of these requirements would lead the nation by example. Absent weakening changes, and with a few modest improvements, these regulations would achieve real benefits for the climate and for public health in New Mexico. They are also practical and reasonable for the industry, and they are desperately needed. So we urge the commission to adopt these regulations in whole, along with the critical strengthening modifications we have identified and will identify in our further upcoming testimony. And I'd just like to thank you again for the privilege of testifying before you today.
Thank you, Ms. Teets. I'd like to move admission of Climate Advocates Exhibit 1 and 4 through 11.
Let me pause for a moment. In the event there are objections to the admission of Climate Advocates Exhibits 1 and 4 through 11. Exhibits 1 and 4 through 11 are admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Teets stands for cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fox. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Ms. Teets?
I do not, Ms. Orr. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Rankin, do you have questions of Ms. Teets?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Ms.
You're
Teets.
a little soft, Mr. Rankin.
Let's see if I can. Let me see if I can adjust my sensitivity here. It's almost at the max. Does that sound better?
That does sound better. Thank you.
Okay. I'll do my best to be more loud-spoken. Good afternoon, Ms. Teets. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well. I want to just first start with your CV or resume, if you would. Just take me through. In particular, I want to focus on the time frame in which you were at the BLM and you were working on the 2016 venting and flaring reduction rule that you were talking about during your testimony. Tell me, lead me through your time as counselor to the director when you were working on the preparation and development of those rules. What was your role in the development of that language?
So I was the political team lead for the team that developed those regulations. I worked very closely with the career team lead, and the Bureau had been working on a draft of them for approximately, I don't know, somewhere between 4 and 6 years before I arrived. And they were still working on regulatory text and had not yet proceeded to many of the decisions necessary. So there was interest in actually, moving the regulations forward, and I helped the team to identify key questions, work with the council of the Interior Department, DOJ. We worked with many of the states, talked to state regulators, talked to tribes. We had a whole series of public hearings where we went to multiple states to have open public hearings on, I think this was between the proposal and final, I believe. We developed a proposal, took the comments, did the standard rulemaking thing where you spend your life reading comments and adjusting things and making decisions, and we developed the final regulations.
So in your resume, you said that you stated that you developed the policies in the text. That was for that BLM 2016 rule, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And that rule was
obviously
eventually
in conjunction with my boss's boss, and the assistant secretary for land and minerals who signed the regulations.
And that language of the text that you worked on eventually was the rule, which was promulgated as a rule.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you. And what year was it actually promulgated or enacted as a rule?
It was promulgated in November 2016.
Did it define what types of gas from oil and gas operations is considered, quote, unavoidably lost, end quote, for purposes of the rule?
Yes.
And if gas fit within that definition of unavoidably lost under the rule, it was not considered waste. Is that correct?
I would have to go back and read the exact text to be sure, since this was many years ago. So we said that royalty was not due on avoidably lost gas. Is due on avoidably lost gas and is not due on unavoidably lost gas.
Okay. So if it's helpful, maybe Mr. Dylan Rose-Cost will allow me to share, and I'll put the language up on the screen.
Okay, I also have the rule here if you want to refer me to.
Okay, and it may be easier if I can share, that way everyone can see.
Sure.
We can see it together.
You should have the privileges soon, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you very much. Ms. Teets, do you see my screen here where I'm sharing, I believe, the 2017 version of the language from the BLM rule? Is this the correct rule that you and I have been just discussing?
Yes.
All right. So if you would just lead me through your answer again and explain how this rule defines unavoidably lost gas.
So BLM applies royalties only on gas that it views as being avoidably lost. And the way this rule was structured was we laid out what BLM considered unavoidably lost for purposes of royalties, and then said everything else is avoidably lost and royalties are due.
Okay. So looking through this, as I understand the language, and I'm just going to, ask you to step in, but under the provision here, unavoidably lost gas, and I'll paraphrase, unavoidably lost gas is gas produced under subpart A1, oil or gas that is lost from the following operations or sources, and then it lists below those operations or sources.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes on to say, quote, and that cannot be recovered in the normal course of operations,
mm-hmm.
end quote. Is that
is gas that is lost from the following operations and that cannot be recovered in the normal course of operations, where the operator has taken prudent and reasonable steps to avoid waste. Yes.
Great, thank you. And now, just going through this list here, I see it appears that they're listed basically in chronological order, essentially from the drilling of the well down through production and operations. Is that kind of the idea of the sequencing here?
Most of it.
Yeah. So the first category that's considered unavoidably lost is volumes lost gas relating to well drilling, correct?
Yes.
And then next in line is volumes of lost gas from well completion and related operations, correct?
That's right.
And then
the operator had taken the prudent and avoidable steps, and that was assuming that, of course, the well completions and related operations were complying with all requirements for those. And the one other thing I would say regarding this is this was BLM's take on what was avoidable and unavoidable at the time it was writing the rule. It recognized that these were things that could change over time, as, for example, with routine flaring.
Okay, but nevertheless, it's
technologies and costs, et cetera, of what you can do in the course of the operations.
okay, but nevertheless, well completion and related operations is identified as an unavoidably lost source of gas without qualifications, other than the prudent and reasonable steps.
The operator has taken prudent steps to avoid waste, and where the operator is in compliance with the completion requirements elsewhere in the regulations.
Right. Okay. Very good. Now I'll skip down a couple of these. The next one I want to point out is under Romanet 7, which addresses normal operating losses from a natural gas activated pneumatic controller or pump. And as you would point out, that's in compliance with these other regulations that are cited, correct?
Right.
And it goes on to identify under Romanet 8, normal operating losses from a storage vessel or other low pressure production vessel that is in compliance with other incorporated regulations, correct?
Yes. So,
so
for purposes of royalties, yes, these are considered unavoidable.
Yeah, and then also it goes on to identify well venting in the course of downhole well maintenance and or liquids unloading performed in compliance with these other incorporated referred to regulations, correct?
Yes, yes.
And then it goes on to identify in Romanet 11 on the same page, facility and pipeline maintenance, such as when an operator must blow down and depressurize equipment to perform maintenance or repairs.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's one that would definitely probably be reconsidered several of these would probably be reconsidered in a subsequent rulemaking, but yes, at that time, that was definitely our view.
Okay. And then so these were promulgated in November 2016, and they were in place for how long before they were vacated by the courts?
Well, they were in place for a very long time before they were vacated. However, they were in place for a very short time before the administration stayed them through a notice that was overturned by the courts, and then stayed them again through something that was challenged, but I believe was then mooted, and then rescinded them. And then that decision to rescind them was vacated by the California courts, at which point it went back. But the California courts stayed these underlying rules to allow parties to reinitiate the litigation that had begun on these rules back in 2016. And at that point, after almost at the end of the administration, they were vacated. When was the decision? Sometime this fall.
Yeah, I recall there was a long
It was actually quite a long time before they were vacated, but I can't say that they were actually in place during that time.
Right, understood. I understood. I do recall there has been a long, convoluted litigation
indeed
history around these rules. So, but I think the point I want to get across, or just make sure I understood, was that under this rule, there were certain categories of operations and sources that were identified as being unavoidably loss gas, correct?
Yes, for purposes of royalties.
Okay. Now, these rules, when they were promulgated and enacted, they were applicable to operations governed by BLM on all federal lands, including in New Mexico, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, looking at these types of sources and operations as they're described, I'm just going to refer to them as items rather than having to say operations or sources over again. I'm just going to call them the items on the list here. Do you agree with me that these operations or sources are limited to low pressure sources or operations?
I've not gone through them all. Well drilling is not solely emissions during well drilling. Would that be low pressure?
Well, I'm asking you, I mean, in your opinion, would these all fall within the category of a low pressure source?
No, I do not believe so.
Which of those categories, in your opinion, would not fall within the low pressure definition?
So I haven't looked carefully at exactly which operations always are at low pressure versus high pressure. So I think I would defer to a petroleum engineer for that distinction.
Do you have a general understanding of what would be considered a low pressure source or operation in the industry?
Yes.
What is that understanding? Sources
or operations that are not highly pressurized, that are at atmospheric or near atmospheric pressure.
Okay. So something that's in the range of at or near atmospheric pressure. Would you agree that pressures below, say, I'm going to use 15 pounds per square inch gauge falls within the range of what's considered a low pressure operation or source?
I would prefer to not overstep my boundaries here and defer to an engineer.
That's fine. I understand. I totally understand. I appreciate being a lawyer and not being able to go beyond where you can go. Now, the climate advocates modifications that you just reviewed, and some of the elements of the proposed modifications, they don't treat lost gas from sources or operations that we just discussed in this BLM rule as being unavoidably lost.
Correct.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah. And in fact, the modifications, some of the express modifications that climate advocates have made to the proposed rule include some gas lost from sources and operations that the BLM rule determined was unavoidably lost gas, correct?
That's correct. We've come a long way in 4 years in terms of what it's reasonable to ask the industry to do.
Now, going back to the language of this rule, the provision here indicates that it's this gas or this lost gas from these operations or sources is considered to be lost because, I'm going to highlight this language here, sorry, because it cannot be recovered in the normal course of operations. Do you agree with that?
No, it's not because that. It is gas that is lost from those sources and that cannot be recovered, where the operator's taken prudent and reasonable steps to avoid waste.
Okay. So it's unavoidably lost because I'm going to mischaracterize your testimony. But I think I understood you say that it's unavoidably lost. Maybe if you wouldn't mind rephrasing that again so I can understand
Sure.
it. I just wanted to make sure.
It has been lost from the following operations or sources, and it cannot be recovered. That loss cannot be recovered in the normal course of operations and where the operator has taken prudent and reasonable steps to avoid waste.
Okay. Now I want to.
So
Go ahead.
So where all of those are the case, then it is unavoidably lost. It is not that all of those operations, everything that comes from it equals that, if you see. It has to meet all of those conditions. It is not that those conditions define, it is not the statement that all gas from well drilling is necessarily all of those things. It is that if it is gas from well drilling and you cannot recover it in the normal course of operations and the operator has taken prudent and reasonable steps to avoid waste, then it is considered unavoidable.
All right, I understand. I'm with you. I'm following along. So I think when you were talking about your experience with the BLM rule, I'm going to refer to your testimony here. I understood you to say that the effort, the foundation of that rule was premised on BLM's authority to prevent waste. Is that correct characterization of what you said? Okay.
Yes.
And so the thrust, and you said that you made sure that each individual provision that was under this rule was independently supported by that intent, that goal of minimizing and reducing waste. Fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
So in that sense, the BLM rule that you helped draft and promulgate shares the same goal with this rule, which is to prevent and minimize waste. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we wanted to reduce waste and prevent methane.
Okay.
Releases.
Okay. And so sharing that goal, I want to just kind of review with you a little bit more shared. Well, talk about that shared goal here. You see this screen I'm sharing with you here? Mm-hmm. You may have seen it before. I think it's popped up a couple of times. This is an excerpt from New Mexico's Oil and Gas Act that defines the definition here of surface waste. And in bold, highlighting and underlined, it states that indicates or emphasizes that surface waste is the unnecessary or excessive surface loss or destruction without beneficial use. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to get a sense for is would you agree that excessive means unavoidable? Oh, sorry, that excessive means avoidable. In other words, that that excessive loss of gas is the equivalent of avoidable gas loss.
I don't think it's necessarily equivalent to avoidable. I think avoidable goes to whether or not there's something that can be done about it, and excessive goes to quantity. I mean, they're obviously it's a close relationship, but I wouldn't call them synonyms.
Okay, fair enough. All right. And so the converse of that then would be, would you agree that excessive does not mean unavoidable?
Excessive doesn't mean unavoidable?
Mm-hmm.
Well, excessive clearly does not mean unavoidable.
Okay. That's it. That's your answer. That's fine. I just want to make sure I understand that.
I'm not quite sure I follow, but no, the word excessive does not mean the word does not the same meaning as the term unavoidable. Yes, that
Okay.
seems to be, any dictionary would seem to agree with you on that point.
Okay.
If you look, they would not have the same definitions.
No, I understand. Now, I'm going to move on to other portions of the rule here, and I want to touch on a couple of the elements that you discussed in your direct. I'm going to talk about, let's see. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 15 of your slide presentation in demonstrative.
Slide 15. So this is where my printer's failure to print my slides becomes a slight issue, but perhaps we can have it on the screen.
Maybe Ms. Fox can help share.
Sure, I think, let's see, if you take yours off, I think I can share. And which screen did you want, Mr. Rankin?
I believe it's slide number 15. There we go. Now, under the second main bullet there, you stated that it's, as I recall, that it's important under this rule to have accurate measurement and reporting is key. Agree? So you would agree that the ability for an operator to accurately measure volumes of vented or flared gas is going to be a critical element to the operation of this rule.
Of the gas capture requirement. It would not be necessary, for example, to avoid routine flaring.
Okay.
Any other elements of the rule?
Sure. I mean, those elements are fairly significant in terms of the ability of the operator to comply with its gas capture requirements, right?
Well, I think the operator could comply with the requirements as the rule states them, because say we have measurement equipment that can only measure to an X degree of accuracy. At that point, whatever sort of the, whatever the limits of the estimation or the measurement equipment are, that would be presumably the basis for the operator evaluating their own compliance and for OCD evaluating the compliance.
So within the measurement parameters of the equipment, that's sort of everybody's working on this. But sorry.
Or practices, I said.
Okay. Okay. But the point is that I think you would agree that measurement accuracy and measurement is critical for both operators and the division here to be able to enforce this rule in the gas capture context.
Objection beyond the scope. I let the first question go by, but now he's continuing.
Madam Hearing Officer, she testified about the importance of accuracy and measurement and reporting in this rule. I'm just asking her to confirm my understanding of her testimony.
She testified very generally that that's evidence that Climate Advocates was going to put on, but she didn't provide specific evidence on accuracy of reporting.
I
beyond
thought
the
she
scope.
referred to another witness, Mr. Rankin.
That's fine. I'll save that for another witness then. Now, looking at the last page of Ms. Tietz's presentation on page 17, Ms. Fox, if you would put that up as well. Ms. Tietz says, I understand your testimony here. You touched on some of the issues around the safety concerns that have been discussed around these. I'm going to refer to them as reduced emissions completions. And you indicated that operators have raised concerns around safety. Were you present for the testimony of OCD's witnesses?
I was not present for most of the testimony.
So you're not aware then, obviously, that the OCD's witnesses themselves raised concerns about the safety concerns around these practices.
I think I was aware that I was aware that safety concerns had generally been mentioned, yeah.
Okay.
But I'm not sure if I didn't see that witness or that statement.
And you're not an engineer, an oil and gas operations engineer. You have no education or experience evaluating the safety of drilling operations, process, or equipment, including this type of reduced emissions completions practice that you're talking about.
I would say I am not in any way evaluating the safety of oil and gas operations.
Can you say that again? I'm not sure if I quite.
I agree that I do not. I'm not here providing my opinion on the safety of oil and gas operations. In my testimony, I deferred to the other jurisdictions that apparently found that you could prohibit venting without raising safety problems.
Okay, I think I followed that. Madam Hearing Officer, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rankin. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Ms. Teets?
Oh, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have a few clarifying questions for Ms. Teets. Ms. Teets, you were testifying on direct and also in response to Mr. Rankin's questions about litigation surrounding the BLM waste prevention rule, right?
Yes.
Okay, and just to clarify, I think during cross with Mr. Rankin, you made reference to the California courts. That's the federal district court in the state of California, right?
That is correct. Thank you. That is
okay. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And then with respect to the litigation in federal district court in Wyoming that sought to invalidate the original 2016 BLM waste rule, are you aware that the BLM switched horses in midstream, stopped defending the rule when the Trump administration came into office, and aligned itself with the opponents of the rule?
I am. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that made any difference in the outcome of the litigation?
Absolutely. I think there are many legal principles and precedents that relate to deference to agency interpretations of their own statutory authority and agency explanations of their own actions and agency technical expertise. And the court definitely referred to, in the opinion, to BLM's current views of many issues then current views of many issues in the litigation.
And is the district court decision in the Wyoming federal district court case that we're talking about largely vacating the BLM waste rule, is that decision on appeal now?
It is.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dietz. Madam Hearing Officer, I'll pass the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Biernoff. Ms. Paranos?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Commissioner Engler, do you have questions of Ms. Teets?
I guess I have a question, and I don't know if she can answer. Well, good afternoon, Ms. Teets. This is Tom Engler. Can you hear me?
I can. Good afternoon, Mr. Engler.
I have a question, and again, this may be more of a question for Ms. Fox, but on the venting and flaring during completion and recompletion operations, and the suggestions by climate advocates about the flowback vessels and the operations. Is someone going to provide some technical expertise on that operations and that equipment? And that might be more a question for Ms. Fox.
Well, in my testimony, I referred that Environmental Defense Fund's witness Tom Alexander is addressing some aspects of that, I believe.
That was Tom Alexander going to talk about more about the engineering component of that.
That's correct.
And okay, that's very helpful. And then the other that's
the engineering component. I believe the description of the practices and the extent to which they have been and are not being used. I don't know if Ms. Fox is supposed to say this rather than me, but I believe Mr. Schreiber will be testifying on that aspect of it as well.
Are you aware the Colorado rules that a lot of this verbiage that you guys are proposing almost comes straight out of the Colorado rules?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say yes. Yes. That was deliberate picking up of the text, some of the text from the Colorado rules, and using it in an appropriate way in the OCD structure, as opposed to importing it wholesale. But
yeah,
we tried to pick up the text that they used. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Engler, Commissioner Kessler.
Just one question. Good afternoon, Ms. Teets. I'm looking at the client advocate's red lines to the rule, and in particular, part 27, .8 F5, and that is red line to measurement of vented and flared gas, number 5. And the State Land Office had presented a version of this language, as had the OCD, where an operator needs to estimate rather than measure gas. So basically, there are a number of different versions of the same thing floating around right now. Which of these versions do you think is the best proposal, and why?
I'm sorry, Commissioner, and I realized I should have referred to prior commissioner as Commissioner Kessler, but as well. But I apologize. I have not focused on these provisions of the rule, so perhaps Ms. Fox could indicate which of our witnesses would be presenting an opinion on that.
I thought you had spoken to it earlier, but maybe I.
Not this specific. If this is F5, the provision entitled measurement of vented and flared gas.
Yeah.
No, I had spoken to the general point that we strongly support OCD having robust new requirements for measurement, and that this is an important element of the rule. But I did not discuss any of the specific proposed modifications to their language. But I believe another one of our witnesses will do that.
Okay. Ms. Fox, do you know who that would be?
Do what?
Do you know which witness would be speaking to the provision F5 related to measurement of vented and flared gas?
I believe that will be an EDF witness and possibly Dr. McCabe on our part.
Okay. And then finally, Ms. Teets, you had presented a definition of routine flaring, and I think that was a slide in your presentation. Is that somewhere in the exhibits? That's what I had asked to follow along. I wanted to look at that definition again. Where can I find that?
Yes, that is in our exhibits. It is in the exhibit that goes with that section of the testimony. I apologize for not understanding that. Well, that I believe that is exhibit 7. has the World Bank's Zero Routine Flaring by 2030 initiative, and that should include the definition they provided.
I glanced at it and didn't see a definition.
Sorry?
I glanced at this exhibit, but I didn't see a definition of routine flaring.
Oh dear. Well,
Commissioner Kessler, I did forward to you Ms. Teet's slide presentation.
Perfect. That should do it then.
And if for some reason it's not in there, we can of course get you the exact citation and the material. It's pulled from their website, so.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kessler. Madam Chair.
Thank you. All right, my first two questions here. I think you hit on them in your testimony, but I just want to confirm. Do you support this rule?
I do, very strongly.
Do you believe in your experience with past rulemakings that it was a collaborative process?
I do indeed. Yes, I think the map was a very extensive process, and then with all of the additional opportunities for comment, formal and informal interactions, and then this long and very, very detailed process. I've never been through a process quite as detailed as this in terms of the interactions with the stakeholders. So,
Thank you. So I think it sounds like you weren't present for Mr. Bolander's testimony.
I was not present for all of it. I may have been present for portions of it.
If I read you some of the testimony and then ask a question, does that work for you?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Okay. So I believe, I'm not sure actually who was crossing him at this point in time. It's on page 61 of Thursday's transcript, if anybody is just dying to open the transcript. So the question was, it says, you mentioned here in your slide that there is no methodology to safely capture the initial flow back until you have separation in place. And what Mr. Bolander responds with is, yes, I am concerned with that. I do know that Colorado did make that change to require that. However, I have some concerns with that from my background in operations and HS, and it says A here, but I think it's HS&E, so health, safety, and environmental, that can be done safely in all cases. Not to say that can't be done, but to make it a normal part of regulation does give me some concern. And then the person crossing says, so it's not something based on your experience, Mr. Bolander, that you would recommend at this point in time? And he said, correct. And they were talking about, again, I think, not necessarily maybe the modifications that Climate Alliance made, but I think similarly, you know, requiring those types of regulation. Does hearing that testimony about the potential safety concerns give you any pause on what was proposed by the Climate Alliance?
I think that one always needs to take safety concerns very seriously. This is, you know, in these operations, health and safety is a critically important element. That said, I do find in my experience of regulation that, shall we say, concerns that are limited to particular circumstances and situations are often raised by industry in a very general way to broadly argue against regulatory requirements, basically. And I would say that absent far more specific identification of real serious technical issues or problems and discussion of the sort of the capabilities of the equipment, I would be, I think, I don't think it is appropriate to simply take that as a reason not to move forward with looking into doing as strong regulations as possible. Particularly as we know that there is sort of there is a history of use of this equipment in various situations. I think that obviously you have to think about it, but I don't think it precludes regulating.
Okay, thank you. So I think your experience was with, well, actually maybe with EPA and BLM, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Ms. Fox was booted from our session again, and we really are due for a break at this point. I wasn't going to interrupt your exam, but we've been going nearly 2 hours. Can we take a 10-minute break? I hope. Can we?
It looks like
she's here.
Yeah.
Am I here?
Ms. Fox?
Ms. Orth, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Madam Chair.
I can hear Ms. Fox.
Can you?
Yeah, can anybody else hear her? No?
No.
This is Eric. I can't hear Tanis.
This is Elizabeth. I can't either.
Oh, Ms. Fox, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the witness. No, I can't hear Ms. Fox either. If we want to take a break, that's fine.
All right, let's take 10 minutes. Thank you. Be back at 2:40. Or, yeah, 2:40.
Thank you.
Then I need sharing ability.
Ms. Fox, I believe you have it.
Oh no, it's grayed out. Oh, there it's white again. Okay.
Mr. Sharp, could you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And would you spell your last name, please?
SCHREI, B like in boy, ER.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Officer, may I just check and make sure I have got Mr. Schreiber's PowerPoint up here?
I can see it.
I've got that side thing going on. Do you all see that too? There's a column on the right-hand side of the PowerPoint.
Yes.
I don't know how to get that off.
What if you click the little, it has an arrow with a bar on the top above the little eye. Yeah, click that, see what it does. There you go.
Okay, I'm going to stop. I just wanted to check that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair, for that helpful tip. Okay. I'm ready. Would you please state your name?
Don Schreiber.
And Mr. Schreiber, is Climate Advocates Exhibit 13 an accurate copy of your resume?
Yes.
And Mr. Schreiber, you prepared a presentation for the commission?
Yes, I have.
And that presentation is set forth in Climate Advocates Exhibit 14?
That is correct.
Members of the Madam Hearing Officer and members of the commission, within Exhibit 14, which is a PowerPoint of Mr. Schreiber's, there are 25 some odd slides, which we're going to show you. And there are also 11 exhibits within the pre-hearing statement. And we're going to refer to those 11 exhibits within Exhibit 14 as sub-exhibits. just to clarify prior to the presentation. Mr. Schreiber, before you begin your presentation, could you briefly summarize the major points you'll make?
Well, my wife and I own a ranch and lease land in northwest New Mexico in the San Juan Basin, Rio Arriba County, that is subject to gas development. So I'm going to tell my story personally about how after we moved here, ConocoPhillips agreed to do reduced emission completions or green completions on 44 wells on our land that would reduce methane and include how.
Hold on, Mr. Schreiber. Hold on. We're getting a lot of interference, Ms. Fox. I wasn't able to hear him. I think muting yourself would be important. Mr. Baca, can you help us where he should pick up?
Oh, okay, I'm unmuted. Let me see. I think, well, my wife and I hold a ranch and lease in northwest New Mexico in the San Juan Basin.
Very well.
Pick up from there. Thank you.
Mr. Baca. The San Juan Basin in Rio Arriba County that is subject to oil and gas development. I'm going to tell my personal story about how after we moved here in 1999, ConocoPhillips had agreed to do reduced emissions completion for green completion on the 44 wells on our land, and that would reduce methane emissions. And including how during our negotiations with ConocoPhillips in 2008 regarding completions on our ranch, they agreed to do reduced emission completions on all new and recompleted wells within the open space pilot project, which is an area that includes our deeded land, our federal grazing permit, and approximately 2,700 acres of additional grazing permit lands that are adjacent. We'll talk about how Hilcorp purchased ConocoPhillips assets in 2017, and then since then has refused to honor the agreement that we have to do green completions, even though there is technology readily available to do so. And how reduced emission completions have been in wide and well-documented circulation and use throughout the United States, with extensive records beginning in the early 2000s, including the 44 planned wells in Conoco's drilling program. And I am asking the commission on behalf of myself and other rural New Mexicans living daily with the impacts of oil and gas that the Oil Conservation Division regulations require, as our neighboring state of Colorado has just done, to reduce emission completions and that they be required for all completions and recompletions in New Mexico to protect the health of our families, our environment, our climate, and to stop the direct economic harm that we suffer from a waste of this non-renewable resource.
Mr. Schreiber, would you please proceed with your presentation for the commission?
Okay, thank you very much. Is it customary to wave at the hearing officer? Because she was waving at me, so all right. Now begin my presentation, and I would like to begin by quoting testimony from a 2012 article published by Energy Index, which is part of the Independent Petroleum Association of America, and that is shown as Sub-Exhibit 1 of Exhibit 14. And it begins with a question, and here I will begin the Energy in-depth quote. Are green completions something new? Not exactly. Some companies have been doing green completions for almost a decade. One example is Devon Energy Corporation, and here's what they have to say. Now the Devon quote. Green completions have been part of Devon's standard practice in the Barnett Shale since 2004. The company uses the same processes to complete wells in New Mexico, Wyoming, Oklahoma, and South Texas. Using this process, Devon has reduced methane emissions by more than 15 billion cubic feet in the Barnett Shale area of North Texas. Not long ago, green completions were so uncommon that Devon had to look as far as Wyoming to rent the necessary filtering equipment. Now, more than 2,000 green completions later, that rental equipment is readily available locally. That is the end of the Devon quote. Capturing methane during the initial flowback or pre-production phase of natural gas completions and recompletions is a decades-old and proven method of reducing waste and preventing the discharge of harmful and toxic chemicals into the living spaces of rural families like mine and families all across our state that live in close proximity to completion and recompletion activities such as our nearby neighbors on the Navajo Reservation. Devon personnel introduced me to green completions and reduced emission completion equipment at their Navajo Dam yard in 2008. That yard is about 30 miles from our 3,000-acre ranch here in northwest Rio Arriba County. That reduced emissions completion equipment belonging to the Williams Corporation was brought to our ranch and used in the green completion of wells, along with other REC equipment, beginning in 2008 and continuing through to 2012. 22 natural gas wells were drilled on and around our ranch as part of a 44-well drilling program that we participated in with the BLM and with ConocoPhillips. And it was, and still is, called the Open Space Pilot Project. That's our Exhibit 14, Sub-Exhibit 2. In 2010, ConocoPhillips in Farmington, and that's the office that I worked with, sponsored the Environmental Protection Agency's Producers Technology Transfer Workshop. And that was titled Reducing Methane Emissions from Production Wells, Reduced Emissions Completions, Detailing Green Completions. The other sponsors of that technology workshop were the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association and the New Mexico Environment Department, and that is Exhibit 14, Sub-Exhibit 3. What I didn't know then, but that I learned later through personal experience, is that green completions, reduced emission completions, have been in wide use since the early 2000s, and that major oil companies like Exxon, Noble, British Petroleum, Devon, ConocoPhillips, and others, including service contractors like Weatherford, were successful in capturing methane and other chemicals like volatile organic compounds and nitrogen oxides during initial flowback or pre-production in a variety of different completion and recompletion situations in a variety of different locations and including here on our ranch. In addition to completing, recompleting wells under their own drilling programs, many oil and gas companies participated in extensive studies conducted in partnership with the EPA Natural Gas STAR program. And we have a link to that. And that program included other industry trade association partners, including the American Petroleum Institute, the Independent Producers Association of America, and the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. Prior to becoming involved in green completions and reduced emission completion equipment, I was an insurance executive specializing in oil and gas insurance in the Four Corners area, spending 22 years there from 1976 to 1998. And my duties included observing oil and gas practices and processes in the field and, if necessary, evaluations and processing claims arising from accidents associated with the drilling and production of natural gas. The largest accidents, those with the most devastating results, were from methane emissions, primarily associated with well drilling and completion. Often I would be called to the scene of a rig fire or blowout as it was still in process and witnessed tremendous property damage, including entire drilling rigs, completion rigs, workover rigs, and associated equipment burned to the ground, and most unfortunately, the extensive and awful, terrible workers' compensation injuries that accompanied those losses due to failure to control methane emissions. Several of these workers' compensation injuries resulted in the death of rig hands or oil field workers present. In an effort to improve safety in drilling and production operations, I attended the University of Texas Permian Basin in Odessa and received an elementary drilling certificate that included instruction in well completion. I also served as a member of the national faculty for the Society of Certified Insurance Counselors, teaching oil and gas risk management. And CIC is the largest insurance education organization in the United States, serving 65,000 agents at that time. My wife and I both retired in 1998, and in 1999, bought a ranch near the old ranching community of Gobernador, New Mexico, in Rio Arriba County. And our objective was to create a scalable model of sustainable agriculture using non-traditional ranching methods. We had hoped to help address the decades-long degradation of the rangelands from overgrazing and from oil and gas drilling and production surface impact. And hopefully to find a path that would help reestablish a once vibrant economy of the area that was based on agriculture. As drilling pressures increased in the early 2000s, we were concerned with numerous industry impacts on the ranch, including theft, the destruction of property, traffic, industrial waste, spills, surface impacts, and well completion, which were still being done basically the same manner they had been done for over 50 years in the San Juan Basin. That common practice of completion called for the initial flowback gases or pre-production gases, including methane, to push the frac fluids, produced water, and drilling debris to the surface where the solid waste was discharged into an earthen pit, and the gases were vented or burned via a line from the wellhead called the buoy line. The environmental impacts of buoy line completions were obvious to us given the audio, visual, and olfactory impacts that we were exposed to as we lived and worked around our ranch. Those impacts came into an especially sharp focus when, as the flared gases cooled, black snowflakes were created and drifted onto our home from a buoy line completion about 1.25 miles northeast of our ranch. Therefore, moving away from buoy line completions and avoiding the harmful and toxic waste from completions was of great concern to us as we began discussing the 44 well drilling program with ConocoPhillips in 2008, which led us to the discovery that green completions were already being done in the San Juan Basin. In September of 2008, we reached an agreement with ConocoPhillips and the Bureau of Land Management regarding green completions, closed loop well spacing, road construction, modification, rehabilitation, surface damage, and other considerations that would allow the 44 well drilling program to begin. Prior to this, BLM had placed a moratorium preventing any further drilling within the open space pilot project unless it met some of these conditions. BLM withdrew their moratorium, and the drilling project began in 2008. 22 of the 44 wells in the program were completed or recompleted between 2008 and 2012, when a decline in natural gas prices shut down new drilling and no more wells were completed or recompleted. We visited each of the 22 drilling sites multiple times to ensure that the agreement was being followed, which it was, and we observed green completion equipment in use. There were no reported accidents or incidents as a result of blowouts or uncontrolled methane emission releases on any of the wells completed during the entire period of the agreed drilling and completion program. In August of 2017, Hillcore Energy purchased the assets of ConocoPhillips in the San Juan Basin, including all of the wells on and around our ranch. The first drilling, completion, recompletion contact that we had with Hillcore was when we were sent a notice on February 7th, 2018 of their intention to recomplete the San Juan Unit 28-6, number 127. That is on our federal grazing permit and within the open space project. So Hillcore sent an on-site meeting for February 20th. Now, these type of on-site meetings were routine for my wife and me, as we had attended over 100 since coming to the ranch in 1999, including all on-site meetings that we had attended for the wells in the open space pilot project and for our neighbors as well, sometimes under a power of attorney from them. Now, we were shocked when Hillcore stated at that on-site meeting that they weren't sure that they would use reduced emission completion equipment. A very technical difficulty here. I apologize. I have my pages out of order. They stated they didn't have the reduced emission completion equipment, and they told us that they had no trained crews, that the formation pressures might be too low. We believe that Hillcore should honor the agreement to conduct RECs, and in 2012, EPA had promulgated rules on reduced emission completion, which we have talked about, that the previous witness talked about. We sought support for Hillcore to use REC. We sought it from the local BLM office, the District 3 Oil Conservation Division office in Aztec, the OCD office in Santa Fe, the New Mexico Environment Department office in Santa Fe, Region 6 EPA in Dallas, and finally, both the BLM and the EPA in Washington, D.C. While Hillcore did remove the Unit 127 from their recompletion schedule, it proceeded with recompletion of the San Juan Unit 28-6, number 143, approximately 1.4 miles from our home, without affording us the benefit of an on-site meeting. When we learned that the well was to be fracked on March 7th and that it was already underway, we went there, and when we arrived at the location on that day, the fracking operation was concluding and preparations for recompletion were in place, with flowback solids to be captured and the flowback gases to be vented directly to the atmosphere and into the space where we live and work.
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Adam Rankin, behalf of the MOGA. I'm not sure exactly where this testimony is going. I believe, and I'm not clear how it's relevant to the specific requirements in the rule or the proposed modifications that climate advocates is suggesting.
Ms. Fox?
Mr. Rankin, Madam Hearing Officer, his testimony goes to the need for completions and recompletions, the advisability thereof, his personal experience as a landowner with completions and recompletions.
Okay, I do see that in the pre-hearing statement you filed that would be his testimony. Please go ahead.
Thank you. It was clear Hillcore would not comply with the green completions intent of the 2012 EPA reduced emissions completion regulation or the BLM 2016 methane waste rule provision. And Hillcore, having made it clear that they would not honor the agreement we had with ConocoPhillips, we looked more closely into both the OCD completion regulations and the EPA completion language in its 2012 Quad O and Quad OA in 2016 regulation. In 2018, the OCD was permitting completions and recompletions that allowed only two options for initial flowback, including VOCs. And those two options were either to flare or vent the gas, even though the OCD form is titled Gas Capture Plan. The 2012 EPA Quad O green completion regulation was intended to stop venting and limit flaring during completions and recompletions. However, industry exploited the definition of separator and the phrase technical infeasibility to avoid using reduced emission completion equipment. As both OCD and NMED officials have publicly stated, while OCD does have a gas capture plan, and I will quote Madam Chairman Sandoval here, while they do have a gas capture plan, Chairman Sandoval's quote is, the exceptions within the rule swallow the rule. A complete and thorough examination of the EPA problems and current progress was submitted to OCD in September 2016 by Western Environmental Law Center, and the previous witness has discussed those. And I would recommend that we move on, Tanis, through those slides through 14, 15, 16, and 17.
Ms. Fox, are we gonna watch the videos or whatever? It says separate video. Is that a video clip?
Oh, was that in there? I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, as we were going through this, I thought that would be an interruption, and so maybe let's do that after his testimony. Thank you.
Okay, that works. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anyway, noting that EPA, as the previous witness has testified, is at this time trying to correct those ambiguities in their green completion language through recently published technical amendments. In order to understand the extent of venting during completion and recompletion, as opposed to flaring, I sampled 11 months of OCD gas capture plan forms in 2018 in Rio Arriba County and San Juan County, and found, thank you, that more than 2/3 of the recompleted wells were vented directly to the atmosphere and into the living space where rural families live and work. No gas was captured during the completion, recompletion phase of these wells. OCD's past failure to require capture of methane during completions, recompletion is in stark contrast to the gas that was captured during completion, recompletion, and pre-production by the major oil companies and gas producers that have used reduced emission completion equipment for a long time. Take the example of Weatherford Durango as a participating producer in the EPA Gas Star study, which was sponsored by ExxonMobil and the American Petroleum Institute, and that is Exhibit 14 and our sub-exhibit 3. Weatherford Durango successfully completed 3 wells in the Fruitland Coal Formation of the San Juan Basin, not far from our ranch. In just those 3 wells, it captured and sold 2,000 MCF of gas. The Williams companies identify household use at an average of 196 cubic feet per day. Our Exhibit 14, Sub-Exhibit 4. Therefore, with these 3 well completions alone, you could provide year-round gas for 27.9, almost 28 households. For many rural families like mine who are forced to purchase propane due to lack of access to natural gas, that cost savings is in the thousands of dollars per year. The Hill Corps divides the San Juan Basin into 5 operating areas. And in February of 2020, we were notified that Hill Corps intended to recomplete 22 wells in our area alone. If the Weatherford Durango gas capture ratio held up, that would translate to the same amount of gas used in over 200 households for an entire year. Based on Weatherford numbers, 3 wells successfully recompleted equals 27 households of gas for a year. 22 wells equals 205 households per year. So in this hearing, parties may argue that reduced emission completions are technically infeasible, claiming that there is a lack of equipment, despite widespread use of reduced emission equipment among many operators, claiming that there is a safety risk, even though there are no examples of accidents arising from REC equipment in the San Juan Basin, claiming that there is a lack of trained crews, even though a skilled workforce sits unemployed throughout New Mexico, and especially in the Four Corners. And that's my Exhibit 14, our Exhibit 14, Sub-Exhibit 5.
Mr. Schreiber?
Yes.
This is Felicia Orr. I'm sorry, I just got a text from Ms. Fox. She was booted off again and is trying to get back on. So let's just pause for a moment. Mr. Rosecross, I'm confused sometimes because I had seen Ms. Fox's name among the participants, but then it just disappeared. Okay.
Yeah.
Her internet is doing what mine did yesterday.
Ms. Fox, I see you.
Yeah, I am so sorry. This has not happened for a week and a half, so I don't know what's going on. Everybody in the house is now turning off Wi-Fi. I don't know if that'll help, and I apologize. Where were we?
Slide 23. No, I'm sorry. We were still on slide. Oops, I got to go the other way.
14.
22. Sorry, thank you.
And that is my Exhibit 14, our exhibit 5.
Okay, Paul, Mr. Baca, where do you have us? And I'll start there. Oh, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, Mr. Rose Cost, I don't have sharing anymore.
One moment. You should have it now, Miss Fox.
Mr. Baca, would you tell Mr. Schreiber where we've left off?
Yes, Madam Chair. That was my 14, our exhibit 5.
Very well.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Ms. Fox, I don't know if your headphones are interfering again, but I'm getting some feedback on this end. But
Yeah, I apologize. I just wanted to say that I have share and I'm not able to share.
Oh, I'm sorry. We only have one slide to go. No, I guess.
Well, that's a good thing because
We have 2 slides.
it's not sharing. So maybe to avoid further interruptions, the commissioners just can follow along in their exhibit books.
Miss Fox, Miss Smith, should Mr. Schreiber, do you have the exhibits? Would you like to share? I can pass you the capability as well.
Thank you, Mr. Koss. I am so far over my technical head just talking to this camera, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the Fred 23. I'm going to do the Fred Flintstone part, and I have an assistant. And if you have 24, okay. So we're going to do it the Fred Flintstone way. And I'm going to resume at exhibit 5. Go, give me exhibit 20, here it is. You're gonna love this. So here is slide 22. And that is my math exercise on how much we are losing in terms of gas just off of a few wells, or conversely, how much gas we could recover using reduced emissions completions. And this is saleable gas, so that the arguments that the part of the gas is not usable, we're beyond that. So this is saleable gas, and when we, throughout this part of New Mexico, and I suspect other areas, utilities are not available, including water and including gas. So that we are, like our neighbors, forced to purchase propane, and many people have to purchase it in small quantities because they can't afford a large tank, so that they're buying it at the absolute highest retail cost. And so I asked the commission to recognize that. I had just said, Mr. Baca, thank you. I was at exhibit 14, sub-exhibit 5, about the unemployment in Farmington. So industry may claim that formation pressures are too low for reduced emission completion equipment, even though Weatherford Durango reports successful recompletions and completions in the San Juan Basin, as does Conoco Phillips. Wells were successfully completed and recompleted in a variety of formations, including the Blanco Mesa Verde formation here on our ranch. And slide, thank you, slide 23, and of course we make all these available to the commission and to council, but is the is the pressure chart of a pressure monitor well that Hillcore maintains to determine formation pressures near our ranch. It's in the next township from us. And that this will show that that's also exhibit 6. I'm sorry, exhibit 14 sub-exhibit 6. That the typical pressures are throughout the San Juan Basin, particularly for the Blanco Mesa Verde, are shown here in slide 23. And reflected as 122.5 psi at 5,500 feet, which has been the most common target for recompletions by Hillcore, as we can see from the OCD gas capture plans that I analyzed before. Based on my personal experience, none of industry's objections to reduced emissions completions are valid. There is ample evidence that reduced emission completion equipment works here in the San Juan Basin. I have seen it with my own eyes. There are trained crews who can perform that work. RECs have been done safely and done so on our ranch. The data is clear. It was developed with the cooperation of major oil companies and their trade groups and lobbying representatives, including the American Petroleum Institute, the Independent Petroleum Producers Association of America, and the New Mexico Oil and Gas Association. And on January 15th, 2021, Colorado rules that will disallow venting as part of completions and recompletions will take effect. And that's Exhibit 14, Sub-Exhibit 7. And I want to show, this would be slide 24. Thank you. So, that is a view from our ranch where we work, where these into Colorado, where the reduced emission completions have been done, as well as here on our ranch. And we face the real possibility that with the new Colorado rule that's taking effect virtually right now, we could use the same company, have the same company drilling in the same formation, that I could see from my ranch on the high ground here in New Mexico, looking into Colorado, that oil company, gas producer, would be required to capture those completion and recompletion emissions during initial flowback. They could move across the line here, and they would not be required if we don't change these rules. If the commissioners here fail to adopt green completion and recompletion requirements that are technically feasible, they reduce waste, and they protect public health and the environment, then the commission will have ignored, denied, or discounted years of successful capture of methane in the completion process. And that is verified by industry and their experts. And the commission will have failed to prevent the unnecessary waste of our natural resource or maximize the royalty and tax revenues to the state. And that's Exhibit 14, Sub-Exhibit 8, 9, and 10. And more importantly, the state will not only fail to take on the existential threat of our
Ms. Fox, excuse me, Mr. Schreiber. Ms. Fox, we're getting noise from you. Go ahead, Mr. Schreiber.
Thank you.
The state will not only take on, the state will not only take on.
The state will not only have failed to take on the existential threat of our time, climate change, but rural New Mexico families like mine will continue to suffer the harmful and terrible effects of the toxic venting and flaring of the OCs into the spaces where we live and work and where our children and grandchildren fled. I was proud to be part of Governor Lujan Grisham's energy transition team in 2018. Proud to be present in the January 2019 ceremony where Governor Lujan Grisham signed the executive order addressing climate change and energy waste that said, in part, whereas methane is a powerful greenhouse gas, 84 times more effective at trapping heat than carbon dioxide over a 20-year time frame, whereas the oil and gas industry is the largest industrial source of methane emissions. I was proud to serve on the governor's methane advisory panel in 2019 as directed by Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Secretary Sarah Cottrell-Props and Environment Department Secretary James Kenney. And I am very proud to be here today to support the governor's call to establish new methane emission rules for New Mexico that will be a model for the nation to follow. Methane emissions during completions and recompletions are both significant and controllable. If the Oil Conservation Commission doesn't require green completions, technology that has been successfully employed in the San Juan Basin and all over the nation for a long time, then we are not leading. We are falling behind. We must require green completions to meet the governor's climate goal.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. We'd like to move for admission of climate advocates exhibits 13 and 14.
Let me pause a moment. In the event there are objections to climate advocates exhibits 13 and 14. Exhibits 13 and 14 are admitted.
And Madam Hearing Officer, since my sharing function shows that it's on, but it's not allowing me to share, I can't show those videos right now that I have, but we can show them when my computer is functioning, if that would be okay.
Are there links to them?
I did send a link to Mr. Bach, and they are on Google Docs, and so I can send that link to anybody.
Can Mr. Bach share them?
Madam Chair, I don't have a share function, but I can, if granted that, I can try. I do have those videos right here.
Mr. Rosecross, would you give Mr. Bach control, please?
And David, do you see where they are and all those materials?
I believe so. I have slide 20.mov.
Yeah, there's 4 of them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Good.
Yep.
Good with that one, or should we?
That's good, David.
Okay.
Is there any, just sorry, a quick question. Is there any context behind the videos? Like what they are demonstrating?
Not in the presentation, Madam Chair. I assumed that I would be narrating them or not, however you wish it to work.
Would you mind narrating them for us?
Not at all. So
thank you.
We are just demonstrating that a completion is about to begin on our ranch. This would be the San Juan Unit 28-6, number 143, that I had referred to. Just trying to show the scope of the equipment layout there. That's a fraction of it, but I will confess that we were not thinking we'd be presenting our little ranch video before the Conservation Commission, but so I apologize. But they're establishing that's what it is a completion. David, if you could show the next video, let's see what that is.
Okay, 21.
Go. And this is a panorama of the location that we were not advised that they were going to frack and then complete. And the failure to capture any methane is shown on the left-hand side of that. We have pictures of that where the solids are captured and the methane is just vented out through the top of an open box directly to the atmosphere. What's the next one, David?
And Don, I put the video on mute. Is that good, or because I didn't want the background?
It's probably good. Yeah, there's no dialogue.
Okay.
We're going to take two videos here to show after the completion equipment has been withdrawn, that the completion without reduced methane emissions completion equipment is just going to vent the methane through the top of that open box. And you can see it there. It was very, very windy that day. That is not on our ranch. It's just adjacent to our ranch. And show it again. It's just the same one from a different perspective. David is, let's see. I think there's one more.
Okay, you want to go to 27?
Yes, please. So there, it's a little clearer to see the flowback box. As I say, it's just a box with an open top. The solids fall into the bottom of it. Every molecule of that methane emission is reduced to the atmosphere and into the workspaces where we live and we work, and it includes every hydrocarbon chemical that's down there: benzene, toluene, xylene, ethylxylene, and other things that we can't even catalog. So that's what we're dealt with. And it's a terrible shock for my wife and I that we had an agreement worked out that was working with ConocoPhillips, but we were reassured that the terrible buoy line completions that had happened before were going to stop. We were reassured that methane would stop being emitted to the atmosphere, either just directly by venting or in flaring in a different fashion, and reduced emissions completions would work, which they did, and have all around the United States and heavily in this area. So to go back, these films were taken last year, I think, maybe the year before. To go back, I have to go back to that. The only difference between this, what we see here in these videos, the last two, the only difference between that and a buoy line completion is that instead of dumping the solids into a earthen pit, as they were done for many years in our ranch, they put them in that box. There's no other change. That's the same as that huge raging fire you saw with Mr. Bashir's there in Hart Canyon in 1958. So that, I felt the videos were important to bring before the commission. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try to stop sharing that, I think.
Thank you. And were exhibits 13 and 14 admitted?
They were.
Okay. Mr. Schreiber stands for cross-examination.
Thank you, Ms. Fox. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Mr. Schreiber based on his testimony?
Yes, I just have a couple questions for Mr. Schreiber. Hello, Don.
How do you do, Mr. Ames?
I'm fine, thank you. So you gave some examples of reduced emission completions in your testimony. You referred to Devon drilling wells in the Barnett Shale, I think, right?
I did. That was part of IPAA publication, yeah.
Those were gas wells, right?
Yes, they were, yes.
And you also gave examples of Conoco I think it was Conoco drilling wells in the San Juan. Is that right?
Well, that's correct. The ConocoPhillips owned 50% of the San Juan Basin, which, as you know, is 90% gas well. So ConocoPhillips was drilling natural gas wells. They drilled 22 plus 13. They drilled 35 gas wells on our property. 13 before our agreement to get the reduced emission completions used, and then 22 after. So those were all ConocoPhillips.
And those, your examples were all gas wells, right?
Sorry, yes.
So, Don, you're not an engineer, right?
I'm not.
So you're not aware that there might be different considerations in the context of reduced emission completions for oil wells compared to gas wells?
My experience is limited to gas wells.
So the answer is you're not aware, is that right?
I'm not.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Great, thank you, Mr. Ames. Mr. Rankin?
Hi, Hearing Officer Forth, how are you? Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Schreiber.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rankin.
I'm just going to pick up where Mr. Ames left off. You referenced in your testimony that you had received a certification. Can you remind me, what was that again? What was the certification that you received?
Drilling from the University of Texas, Odessa Petroleum Extension Service.
Go
ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were finished.
I'm through.
And I can't quite read it in my copy of the exhibit. What year was that?
I would have to look as well. Let me see. You want me to find that date for you?
Well, I'd like to know.
Okay. It's in our exhibit 13, I believe. Do you have that exhibit 13, Mr. Rankin?
I have it. I printed it out, but it's very faint. I can't quite make it out. That's why I'm asking.
It's 1982, Mr. Rankin.
Thank you.
This is Tom Engler. It's 1982.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't, my version did not show. I couldn't see it. So, and then just so I'm clear, that was 19, so that was before any of the reduced emissions completions technologies were common. Is that correct?
I can't testify to that.
Okay. But you didn't learn about any of the reduced emissions completions during that certification course, did you?
No, I learned about oil and gas well completions in their fundamental stages.
Okay. Now, you referenced some OCD gas capture plans that you presented for some wells that were drilled on your property. Do you recall that?
I do.
Those would have been approved and were approved by the OCD district office, correct?
They were.
And they would have been approved after a technical review by the district office, correct?
Not entirely familiar with the OCD process of how they approve them.
Okay. Now, the videos you showed, you testified that what we saw or what was in the video was methane. Is that right?
It is methane as well as every other hydrocarbon that comes out of the wellbore.
What is that opinion based on? Just I'm not clear. I understand how you're opining that it's methane based on that video. Can you explain that?
Permit to complete a natural gas well.
I'm sorry, what?
They are drilling a permit to complete a natural gas well.
Okay. Are you familiar that, are you aware that Hillcourt may have used nitrogen, for example, pump down hole in order to stimulate the completion?
I am.
So you're sure that it wasn't nitrogen that you saw?
I am sure that it was methane and that there may have been other chemicals with it, including nitrogen.
And is that just based on your assumption that because it's completing a natural gas well?
Not based on my assumption, the natural gas that's in the formation pushes the nitrogen back out.
And what's your understanding about whether or not nitrogen is combustible, for example? Do you have an understanding about whether it can be combusted?
Nitrogen is inert.
So is it combustible?
It is not combustible.
I want to just understand a little bit more about, you testified around EPA's.
May I clarify my last statement? I'm not sure that I answered your question fully.
Okay, go ahead.
So as the nitrogen comes out, if the operator chooses to use nitrogen as a frac medium, which is their choice, when that nitrogen comes out, it is itself not combustible. However, all the methane that's coming out and other chemicals are. So a filter is used, membrane, and pressure is increased to bleed out and separate the nitrogen in a nitrogen reduced emission completion, and the methane is then sent to the sales line, used for beneficiary use or re-injected. So I wouldn't want to leave this discussion with the impression that because nitrogen is not combustible, that we can't use a reduced emissions completion. In fact, that's a common practice that nitrogen is, completions are used. In fact, Weatherford, the example I gave, those were nitrogens in the Fruitland coal. Those were nitrogen completions. So,
Mr. Schreiber, I think you did answer my question, and I think you're going beyond what I've asked for. So I appreciate your interest in distinguishing. And but my question was limited to whether or not nitrogen was combustible. I think you answered that, so I appreciate it. Now you testified about EPA's some of the issues around EPA's rules, and I want to just kind of explore that a little bit with you. Do you understand what EPA's definition of reduced emission completions is under Quad OA that you were referencing in your testimony?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
I'm just wondering, do you understand what EPA's own definition of a reduced emissions completion under Quad OA?
That they wish to limit flaring and to stop venting in the completion process during initial flowback prior to the production.
I guess what I may not have been clear. I'm asking is if in EPA's rules under Quad OA, do you have an understanding of what the reduced emissions completions definition is?
I think I just stated it.
Okay. Now, are you aware under EPA's language that during the process of completing a reduced emission completion as defined by EPA and Quad OA and 40 CFR 60.5375A, that gas is allowed to be vented to atmosphere and not subject to control in both subcategory 1 wells during initial flowback and in subcategory 2 wells prior to a separator being able to function?
I'm not familiar with the subcategories. I'm just familiar with the recompletion process and the reduced emission completion process that was in effect here and in effect in the wells, thousands of wells that I have demonstrated and given you exhibits for in my testimony today. I'm not the expert.
No further questions, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Mr. Biernoff, do you have questions of Mr. Schreiber?
Madam Hearing Officer, I do not have any questions for Mr. Schreiber.
All right, thank you. Ms. Paranos, I believe you said you had no questions, but if you've changed your mind. No? Okay. Commissioner England,
Thank you, Mr. Shriver. I have no questions.
Commissioner Kessler,
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber. It's nice to see you. I have no questions.
and Madam Chair.
Mr. Schreiber, I just have my two questions. One, do you support the rules?
I do, with some improvements as I've suggested.
Okay, thank you. Do you believe, with your rulemaking experience in the past, that this was a collaborative process?
Absolutely. I was a collaborator.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Fox, did any of the questioning raise follow-up for you?
No, it did not, Madam Hearing Officer.
All right, if there's no reason not to excuse Mr. Schreiber, we'll thank him for his testimony. Thank you very much. And you're excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Ms. Fox, is this a decent time for a break before you call Dr. Singer?
You know, I was just going to ask because I would like to try to clear up my technical problem with sharing because I had intended on sharing Dr. Singer's PowerPoint.
All righty. So let's come back at 4:10.
Hey, Dylan. I'm going to sign off and sign back on and see if that'll allow me to share. It says that I have share, and then I press on the document to share, and it just bleeps off.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't help you more with that.
No, and it's not your fault, but I'm just telling you, I'm gonna sign in and sign off and sign in.
Okay, well, and let me know when you're back. I'll pass the sharing
Okay.
capability back to you.
Okay, thanks, Dylan. Bye.
Tanis, are you still there? Yeah. Yeah, that's what she said there where it was.
Mr. Rankin, this is David Bach. Did you have a question about our witness order, perhaps?
Yeah, we're just trying to understand what the order was because I thought that there was that we understood that Mr. Schreiber was going to switch places with Dr. McCabe, but all of a sudden now we're going down to Thomas Singer, and so I just was a little confused by that because we understood that.
Yes, I mean, to be totally candid, I think this has moved a lot quicker than we thought, and so we're sort of not everyone was expecting to go quite as soon. I think it's going to be Mr. Singer, and we will tell you after the break who's going to be after that. We're making those calls and texts right now. Apologies again, but we are moving quick.
Okay, no, that's understandable. I'm just trying to do our best to, as you guys know, to be prepared and
totally. And we're definitely not trying to hide the ball. we're just trying to get everyone in order here. So
all right,
we'll as soon as we'll get back to you after the break. Thanks.
All right, bye.
Hey, Dylan, can you hear me?
I can.
Can you give me sharing and see if I can share?
Should be passing to you now.
Yep. Okay, let's just,
There you go.
Yep.
Oh, good.
Yeah, okay.
What a headache.
Man. Thanks.
Yep.
Rebecca, Ms. Fox, would you call your next witness, please?
Yes, thank you. I called Dr. Thomas Singer.
Right, thank you.
And he should be moved over from the public to panelists. There he is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, terrific.
I don't know that I can see you though.
That's so I need to push a button.
I can see Mr. Rinkin, and I'm not sure why. Okay. Okay, now I see you, Dr. Singer. Would you raise your right hand, please?
I have to think about which one.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And if you would spell your name, please, for the transcript.
Thomas, last name Singer.
Thank you. Ms. Fox, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good afternoon, Dr. Singer. You stated your name. Is your curriculum vitae Climate Advocates Exhibit 17?
Yes, it is.
And Dr. Singer, have you prepared a PowerPoint presentation for the commission today?
Yes, I have.
And is that Climate Advocates Exhibit 18?
It is.
And would you please proceed with your presentation?
Yes, I will. Madam Chair, Commissioner Kessler, Commissioner Engler, thank you for this opportunity to testify before the Oil Conservation Commission in this proceeding to adopt methane waste rules for New Mexico that reflect current science and technology. I have prepared my testimony in advance in order to be very precise in the facts and figures that I will present to the Commission. So I am going to read most of this testimony. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor at the Western Environmental Law Center, a regional public interest environmental law firm with offices in Taos and around the West. I hold a BA from Harvard University, an MBA from the Stanford Graduate School of Business, and a PhD in international business from the George Washington University. I have over 15 years of experience in policy development related to oil and gas methane waste and greenhouse gas emissions, and am familiar with New Mexico and federal regulations governing oil and gas methane waste. Beginning in 2008, I was appointed to the stakeholder process of the Western Climate Initiative by Governor Bill Richardson, which included the
while I was there, I handled a major State Drinking Water Act case in Piedmont.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Singer. I think Mr. Bach unintentionally unmuted himself. But while I'm on with you, just one thing: when people read
yes, ma'am.
Their statement, they tend to speed up. If you would just maintain a nice slow pace for the transcript.
That is certainly my desire.
Initiative by Governor Bill Richardson.
Okay. Stakeholder process for the Western Climate Initiative by Governor Bill Richardson, which included the development of New Mexico's first greenhouse gas inventory. As an outgrowth of that effort, I also served on the WCI's working group on oil and gas mandatory greenhouse gas reporting protocols. In 2012, I co-authored a report published by the Natural Resources Defense Council, where I was then working, titled Leaking Profits. The US oil and gas industry can reduce pollution, reduce waste, and make money by preventing methane waste. Beginning in 2014, I led the Western Environmental Law Center's technical analysis and advocacy for the Bureau of Land Management's methane waste rule. And this past year, I served on the state of New Mexico's methane advisory panel. My testimony today will present evidence regarding venting and flaring based on information that New Mexico oil and gas operators themselves have provided to regulators and to the public. This includes industry publications on flaring, applications for exemptions from the state's no flare rule, best practices for limiting routine venting and flaring in the Permian Basin, and survey results from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas. My testimony will serve to support the proposed OCD rule's immediate end to routine flaring and the phased-in 98% capture requirement, as well as the ability of New Mexico operators to meet these standards. My testimony will cover the following topics. First, a May 2020 NMOGA report, Flaring in the Oil Field, that described why New Mexico operators flare natural gas, but failed to identify or address the practice of long-term routine flaring of associated gas. Second, my analysis of C-129 records filed by operators with OCD and findings identifying numerous examples of sustained long-term routine flaring as evidenced by flaring authorizations secured by operators for wells continuously over periods lasting multiple years. Third, a June 2020 report by industry consultancy Gaffney Klein describing measures taken by 5 major Permian Basin operators to prevent routine flaring and venting and flaring. Fourth, evidence of the industry's response to the 2020 oil price decline, indicating that operators have recourse to well shut-ins as a reasonable measure for ensuring compliance with the proposed ban on routine venting and flaring and gas capture requirements. And fifth, several suggestions for improvements to the reporting provisions of the proposed rule to guide OCD implementation and increase public information and transparency. And lastly, evidence from other states that have required third-party verification of industry self-reported greenhouse gas data and the existence of a robust oil and gas verification reporting sector. So, to begin, I'd like to discuss how the NMOGA flaring report ignored long-term routine flaring while the proposed OCD rule would rightly end this practice. In May 2020, NMOGA released a report titled Flaring in the Oil Field. The impetus from this report was that, quote, NMOGA's members have recognized that there is a need to provide greater clarity as to why natural gas is flared. Therefore, NMOGA's members prepared this report to closely examine the issue of flaring and educate the public about this important process, close quote. The report sought to describe why oil and gas companies flare under different circumstances and, quote, how, in each setting, limited flaring is essential to provide a safe work environment. In this first slide, I summarize the reasons NMOGA gave for why operators flare. First, during emergencies or upset conditions, or to otherwise maintain safe operations. 2, for scheduled or unscheduled maintenance. 3, during drilling, completion, and flowback operations. 4, during production testing. 5, when wellbore pressure is inadequate or there is inadequate additional compression. And 6, in response to temporary infrastructure capacity constraints. The NMOGA report described these 6 main reasons why oil and gas producers flare, each of which the report described as, quote, short-lived, quote, limited, or, quote, temporary. While the report described the different types of flaring in general terms, it failed to offer any data or information about the significance of each type for preventing waste and climate pollution. That is, how much each type contributes to the total volumes of gas flared by operators. Nor, might I add, was this information forthcoming during the methane advisory panel process. As a result, we do not currently have any data on how much the aggregate volumes of venting and flaring, which will be discussed by my colleague Leslie Fleischman, are accounted for by each of the reasons for flaring identified in the NMOGA report. However, the report did state that infrastructure capacity constraints are, quote, the major obstacle challenging the oil and gas industry, close quote. According to MOGA, and I'll read a lengthy quote, the unprecedented development pace, especially in southeast New Mexico, has led gas production rates to temporarily exceed the capacity of existing midstream and downstream pipelines and facilities. These investments are only built after upstream development, drilling and completion, has proven that a minimum necessary natural gas volume has been developed to warrant the investment. Therefore, economic necessity creates limited periods of time where a shortage of infrastructure exists until gas capture, processing, and transportation facilities can be permitted and constructed. This characterization of flaring due to infrastructure shortages as temporary and occurring for limited periods of time ignores a critical piece of the flaring story, that flaring can also become routine, occurring for very long periods of time due to insufficient availability or capacity in a natural gas gathering system, including pipeline connections or adequate compression. It is important to note that the consequences of long-term routine flaring are dire for shale wells because significant volumes of gas can end up being wasted if takeaway capacity is not available when production begins. Research has shown that over the first 3 years, average well production in the Permian Basin declines by 86%. According to the memorandum prepared by John Dunham and Associates and provided as an appendix to NMOGA's September 16, 2020 comments on OCD's comment draft rule, quote, the model suggests that about 97% of the production occurs in the first 4 years after drilling, close quote. And in its pre-hearing statement in this proceeding, NMOGA stated that, quote, it is within the first year of production that the producer will see peak gas volumes, and thus the most important time period needing assurance that the gatherer has the necessary gas takeaway in place to handle such peak, close quote. Given such rapid production declines, how much of an oil well's natural gas production can be lost to venting or flaring if the operator does not ensure that gathering infrastructure is available early in the life of a well? Below, I provide examples of major oil producers with wells where, for co-produced associated gas, temporary has in fact been for the entire life of the well. While NMOGA essentially ignored routine flaring in its report, the rule proposed by OCD rightly addresses this problem by providing, as we have heard, no exemptions for routine flaring or venting or flaring of associated gas in section 19.15.27.8d, effectively banning it. I strongly support this policy and urge the Commission to adopt it. Time is of the essence. As of last week, there were 69 rigs active in New Mexico, up from the mid-40s for much of this year, or last year. There were 123 new APDs filed with OCD just during the week of December 20th. There were 55 oil and gas well completions reported to OCD during the month of December 2020. And a WTI oil price that today, now I haven't checked in the last few hours, is just below $53 per barrel, above the widely reported average break-even point for Permian Basin drilling. As development in the New Mexico Permian proceeds apace, the Commission must prohibit new wells from venting or flaring on a routine basis immediately upon the effective date of the rule. Okay, now let's take a look at the evidence of long-term routine flaring in the form of applications for exceptions to New Mexico's no flare rule, 19.15.18.12b, that span, not quite yet, Tanis, that span years for individual and groups of wells. Again, this is evidence of long-term routine flaring in the form of the C129 applications that span years for individual and groups of wells. Evidence of long-term routine flaring can be gleaned from information about the period of time over which companies have sought authorizations to flare. If operators have sought such authorizations over very long periods of time for a well or group of wells, it would indicate that they had produced oil regardless of their ability to market the associated gas, perhaps never intending to obtain takeaway capacity at all. I will provide examples of such wells, ones that have sought and received flaring authorizations continuously for periods lasting up to almost 5 years. While conceivably this could reflect situations in which there are years-long delays in the construction or commissioning of new infrastructure projects, or long-term repeated and consecutive upset conditions or maintenance problems at existing facilities, such situations lasting years on end seem unlikely or at best unnecessary. Current OCD rules limit flaring of casing head or associated gas for up to 60 days following oil well completion. After that, companies are required to obtain an exception from the no flare rule from the appropriate OCD district office. The application for the exception, now the next slide, please, Tanis. The application for the exception has been Form C-129, which, according to verbal communications with OCD personnel, historically have been submitted in paper form, filed at the district offices as hard copy, and more recently scanned and entered into the relevant well file. Here's an example of a Form 129. These forms identify the operator, the well or group of wells covered, the date filed, the reason given for the need to flare, whether or not the application was approved, and the time period of the approval. Welk submitted an inspection of public records request to OCD on March 26, 2019 for, quote, all records related to Form C-129 received by the agency from January 1st, 2019 until the present, including the forms and any supplemental information provided by operators in applying for exceptions and by OCD in acting on applications. In response, Welk received approximately 800 records from 2019, including from the Hobbs District for January through March of that year and September, and from the Artesia District for January through June. To obtain evidence of routine flaring, Tanis, next slide, thank you, it was necessary to examine individual well file details for the wells listed on the C-129 to determine the total number of forms filed, when the applications were filed, and the periods of time for which flaring was authorized. This slide is an example of the well file for one of the XTO well files on the C-129. This C-129 has multiple wells on it. It shows 21 C-129s that were filed. There are 3 duplicates. So the next slide, please. Same slide shows the 18 consecutive C-129s submitted for this group of wells. It was necessary to examine each form to identify and account for any additions or deletions of wells covered, gaps in the time periods when flaring was authorized, or changes in the reasons given for flaring. An examination of the 2 most recent months of these forms from the Hobbs District, consisting of 87 records from March 2019 and 46 records from September 2019, revealed numerous examples of wells that have been flaring gas for very long periods of time, continuing into the present. As shown in the next slide, thank you, Tanis, several major oil producers have submitted essentially continuous applications for flaring at wells that span years. Now I'll walk you through this slide. The first column identifies the operator. The second column identifies the wells that are included together on the C-129s. The third column shows the date of the first C-129 application. The next column shows the date of the most recent application. The fifth column shows the total number of applications submitted for these wells. The sixth column shows the total period of time for which flaring was authorized, and that accounts for gaps in the approvals. And the last column summarizes the reasons given for flaring. But I think it reasonably represents the reasons given on the C-129s. I'll just walk through the results. XTO began seeking authorization to flare at a group of 4 wells beginning in April 2015, with flaring approved virtually continuously through December 2020. Overall, XTO submitted 18 applications for these wells, spanning 4 years and 1 month, with 3 4-month gaps in 2015 and 2016, 2 1-month gaps in 2018, and 1 10-month gap from June 2019 through March of 2020. The reason for the need to flare given in each application was midstream compressor issues and/or third-party pipeline constraints. EOG began seeking authorization to flare at 2 wells beginning in August of 2015, with approvals running continuously through March 2021. Over this period, EOG has submitted 21 non-duplicate applications spanning 4 years and 8 months, with 1 10-month gap in 2018. The reasons for the need to flare given in each application was third-party compressor issues and/or midstream volatility. COG began seeking authorization to flare at 2 wells beginning in February of 2016, with approvals running essentially continuously through this month. Overall, COG submitted 16 applications spanning 3 years and 11 months, citing line pressure issues and unplanned midstream curtailment as the reasons for flaring. Matador began seeking approval to flare 2 wells in March of 2018, adding 2 additional wells to its applications in February of 2019, and another 2 wells in August 2019, with flaring approved through February of 2021, and only 2 1-month gaps in 2020. Over this time, Matador has submitted 15 applications spanning 2 years and 8 months, citing gas plant and pipeline issues. Among the wells seeking authorizations to flare, well 30-25-44013 provides an example of a well apparently flaring for its entire productive life. Its first production date was January 26, 2018, according to the completion report, or C-105, filed in March of that year. Matador began seeking exceptions to the no flare rule for this well on March 15th of 2018, and it's again submitted 15 requests subsequently over 2 years and 8 months, which has essentially been the entire lifetime of this well. Finally, Marathon began seeking approval to flare 4 wells in March of 2019, with flaring approved into March of 2021. During this period, Marathon has submitted 8 applications spanning 1 year and 10 months, with 1 2-month gap. The reasons given for the need to flare include high sales line pressure and gas plant problems. Well 30-25-44165 provides another example of a well apparently flaring for most of its productive life. Its first production date was October 23rd, 2018, according to the completion report filed in November of that year, with the first application to flare 4 months later. Now, I also want to compare these results with the Hobbs District data. From the Hobbs District with data from the Artesia District. And I'll summarize this much more quickly. An examination of the most recent C-129 forms submitted to District 2 in June, 1 month's data, 2019, yielded a total of 43 wells for which authorization was sought for long-term routine flaring. COG sought flaring approval for 7 wells over periods ranging from 2 years and 7 months to a full 4 years, citing high line pressure and unplanned midstream curtailment as reasons. EOG sought authorization for flaring for 23 wells over periods spanning 3 to 4 years due to abnormal system pressures and midstream volatility. Marathon submitted C-129s for 3 wells over 3 years, for three wells spanning 3 years due to upset conditions, high line pressure, and unplanned short-term needs. Matador filed C-129s for 7 wells for flaring for periods spanning 2 to 3 years due to high line pressure and compressor and gas plant issues. And Murchison sought authorization to flare for 2 to 3 years for 3 wells due to compressor problems and also short-term operational needs. These findings offer clear evidence of long-term routine flaring at wells operated by New Mexico oil and gas producers and provide support for OCD's proposal to end this practice. And while the proposed rule would shift the purpose of the C-129 from authorization to flare to a notification of venting and flaring events, both the new C-129s and monthly reporting of vented and flared volumes on the new C-115Bs will give OCD the tools to track wells that vent or flare repeatedly over time and take action so that venting or flaring does not become routine. Now I'd like to turn to a recent report by the global oil and gas consultancy Gaffney Klein, it was commissioned by EDF, about the efforts of the efforts of several leading Permian Basin operators to develop and use best practices to prevent long-term routine flaring, venting and flaring are documented. The Gaffney Klein report, titled Tackling Flaring, Learnings from Leading Permian Operators, concluded that, quote, flaring has reached such a sufficient scale that the premise of subquote, burning gas to allow oil extraction is really wasting one resource to produce another, close quote. Yet operators have many feasible alternatives to routine venting and flaring, including acquiring existing available takeaway capacity, aggregating production to draw investment in new infrastructure, installing additional compression, re-injecting gas, using gas on site for power generation, transporting compressed or liquefied natural gas to market, and more. Beyond front-end planning to ensure that adequate takeaway capacity is available for a well is completed, these leading Permian operators have also adopted production curtailment or well shut-ins to prevent routine venting and flaring, as I will describe in this report. Now, these 5 companies profiled include New Mexico operators Chevron, EOG Resources, and Occidental Petroleum. And I'd like to set forth for the Commission a few of the most powerful findings in the report that are applicable to OCD's proposed methane waste rule. And I'm just going to read these quotes, read along with me. Each producer we spoke to attributes their top-tier performance with the strategic decision to require a gas line be connected on all new wells, eliminating the need to flare associated gas in the first place. Thus, each producer mandates that infrastructure takeaway be in place before a well comes online. This is coupled with the willingness to shut in the wells if the infrastructure is not in place. Next slide. Another finding from Gaffney Klein. Interestingly, these producers don't consider the lack of takeaway as a barrier, but as a constraint, a condition that needs to happen before a project is successful. One producer offered an insightful analogy. Just as permitting is built into the process as an additional constraint, meaning a producer would not drill a well without a permit, A producer should not drill a well without takeaway. Next slide. Another important point is the necessity of takeaway is in no way an unexpected event. It takes planning, communication, and coordination, which implies the need for time. However, producers suggested there is plenty of time, usually years in advance, considering the months it takes to create a production schedule and a budget, construct a pad, and then drill and complete the well. Next quote. Although the terms of these takeaway contracts are confidential, producers shared with us that they provide timing and location of well development and projected production volumes well enough in advance to enable midstream companies to respond with adequate gathering and processing capacity. In the spirit of partnership, midstream companies share existing and planned future capacity additions and constraints to better align drilling schedules. Now, I have one more quote from Gaffney Klein that I neglected to put in this exhibit, but I will read it now. This refers to existing wells. I think I have an intro to this slide. Further, the report found that companies can also integrate existing wells into gathering system expansions to serve new wells that can end routine flaring at both. This facilitates a comprehensive rather than piecemeal approach that rightly acknowledges that individual wells and other infrastructure projects are elements of a broader, integrated upstream and midstream production system. According to the report, now I'll quote from Gaffney Klein, Occidental cited a recent example where they completed a development program tying 395 wells into a single gathering system to prevent flaring from both infield development and existing wells. In this system, they installed both high and low pressure systems to maximize takeaway capacity and eliminate the need to flare gas. The practices adopted by these leading Permian Basin operators show that routine venting and flaring of wells is unnecessary, wasteful, and preventable. For these operators, a commitment to connecting new wells to gathering systems prevents routine flaring. As shown in the Oxy example, extending this commitment to existing wells further prevents routine venting or flaring. And despite these efforts where infrastructure is still not available, a commitment to shutting in wells can also prevent routine venting and flaring, which I will discuss next. All of these practices are available to any New Mexico operator and provide evidence that the requirements proposed by OCD are achievable. Now I'd like to talk about industry's response to the historic 2020 fall in oil prices, which provides additional evidence that shutting in wells is a feasible response for operators to prevent routine venting and flaring. And let me just go off script here and say, I'm not saying it's preferable or it should be the first resort, but it is certainly feasible. A critical lesson from the twin crises that befell the oil and gas industry in the second quarter of 2020, a price crash resulting from too much oil supply and demand destruction due to the COVID pandemic, is that many operators are able to, and this is again a critical lesson from these crises, is that many operators are able to aggressively shut in production when it suits them, and in this case to withhold reserves in a historically low price environment. In response to the crisis, the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, in which OCD is housed, eased rules on temporary shut-ins, allowing companies, quote, flexibility in the number of wells that producers can temporarily shut in due to economic hardship, close quote, including authorization to shut in wells for up to 4 years. The response from the industry to this policy change was swift and overwhelming. By late July 2020, OCD had received and approved nearly 6,000 requests to shut in wells from 25 operators. as of mid-December 2020, just last month, according to OCD, 6,224 wells remained shut in under these emergency provisions. This represents roughly 11.5% of the almost 55,000 active oil and gas wells in the state. It is widely asserted by the industry that shutting in a well is a costly proposition for operators and risky for the reserves tapped by the well. However, the large number of wells for which approval to shut in was sought and obtained casts doubt about the severity or prevalence of these risks. Tannis, next slide. Recent survey results from the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas, which covers 18 New Mexico counties, including Leonetti, suggest that in an overwhelming majority of cases, the cost of shutting in wells is not a major concern for operators. In the Dallas Fed's second quarter 2020 energy survey, a special question was asked, and I'll need to get close here. Did your firm shut in or curtail any production in the second quarter? In response, 82% of the 165 exploration and production companies responding said that their firms had shut in or curtailed production in the second quarter, with 94% of those companies giving low wellhead prices as the reason. As the second question asked, do you expect extra costs when putting the wells back online? Second question asked that. Now, remarkably, in my opinion, of the 62 companies that responded to this question, 27 said no, and 61% that said that costs would be minor. That is, the cost of restarting production was not significant for nearly 9 out of 10 firms, with only 11% expecting significant costs. The public interest in the reasonable prevention of waste and pollution is at least as important as an operator's private interest in protecting future profits. This industry-driven embrace of shut-ins, while brought on by unprecedented and unfortunate circumstances, provides strong evidence that shutting in wells, if necessary to comply with the new waste rules, is a mechanism available to operators to prevent routine venting and flaring, and again, provides assurances that the requirements proposed by OCD are achievable. So to summarize, OCD's proposal has 5 key elements that would establish coherent, effective, and nation-leading rules to prevent methane waste from oil and gas operations. These include operator requirements to measure and report venting and flaring, an end to routine venting and flaring, increasingly stringent requirements to capture all of the gas produced, or at least 98% of it, obligations to plan for and acquire takeaway capacity or commit to alternatives. Well, adopt alternatives. I need to make a distinction here between our recommendations and what OCD has proposed. OCD has proposed identifying alternatives and incentives to comply with the rules provisions or risk suspension or denial of APDs, mandatory well shut-ins, or other enforcement actions. I strongly support this proposed structure for the rule and urge the Commission to resist any temptation to add exemptions to the routine flaring ban or gas capture requirements that could end up swallowing this new rule. Okay, I'm almost done. 2 more topics. I have a few suggestions for improving the reporting provisions for upstream operators to provide valuable information to OCD and transparency for the public. Again, I support OCD's proposal to expand the requirements for reporting to ensure that operators identify the reasons why they vent and flare and the volumes associated with each reason. We need that information. Over time, this will enable the agency to fine-tune its implementation and compliance and enforcement resources to focus on the most significant sources of waste and better inform the public. I have several recommendations to clarify and strengthen these reporting requirements. First, and Tennis is going to bring up Welk's red line. First, in 1915-27 HG1, boy, that's mighty tiny. I can see our proposed change, though. I hope everyone else in the hearing can. Tennis, if you can blow that up, that would be a little helpful. Yeah. I think you need to go up a little bit. Either up or down. Yes, you had it. There it is. 1915-27 HG1. I recommend striking of long duration, since venting or flaring of long duration is now prohibited or would be prohibited by 1950-27 8D. And going down to the D1, yes. Second, I recommend clarifying the requirements of the revised Form C-129, which subsequent to the effective date of the rule will serve as notification of venting and flaring events. The new requirements specify several items of information in an open-ended manner that will make review and analysis of C-129 information by OCD and the public difficult or impossible, given the large number of producing wells in the state and the large number of C-129 forms that are likely to be submitted over time. Providing specific response categories in the rule would clarify and reduce reporting effort for operators, as well as improve the information's quality and usability. So specifically, I recommend the following. For 1915-27 8G1B7, the cause and nature of venting and flaring, I recommend requiring the operator to identify the reporting category in 1915-27 8G2 that caused or was the source of the event. As I will note, NMOGA has also recommended, although I, of course, would support the reporting categories as proposed by OCD. For 1915-27 8G1B8, the steps taken to limit the duration and magnitude of venting and flaring, the rule should incorporate subcategories for the most common steps rather than remain a textual description. For example, well shut in, production curtailed, work expedited, upset condition resolved. For 1915-27 8G1B9, corrective actions taken to eliminate the cause and recurrence of venting or flaring, the rule should similarly incorporate subcategories for the most common corrective actions. For example, well connected to sales line, compression installed, equipment replaced, maintenance procedures or schedule revised. The ability to conduct data analysis on why operators are experiencing venting and flaring events requires the availability of numerical categories rather than verbal descriptions. Third, OCD should require operators to more precisely identify the reasons for venting and flaring associated gas, as well as the volumes vented or flaring. This information will assist OCD in focusing their efforts on the most important causes of the waste of associated gas and will increase transparency and accountability for the public. As proposed, OCD's original 1915-27 8G2G would establish a single category for, quote, insufficient pipeline availability or capacity in a natural gas gathering system. And they had originally suggested during separation phase of completion operations or production operations. This language does not address the main reasons articulated during the MAP process by operators regarding why insufficient availability or capacity occurs, or the reasons commonly given by operators on the Form 129s that I've examined. So I recommend a new 1915-27-8G2H to establish three subcategories, to identify why insufficient availability or capacity occurs. 1, lack of connection between a well and a pipeline. 2, lack of sufficient well pressure or compression. And 3, third-party or gathering system upset conditions or curtailment. Fourth, I recommend that the rule provide for public notice in the event of emergency or malfunctions that pose a risk to public health or safety. There are homes, schools, and businesses located close to oil and gas wells and infrastructure in the state that are at risk from major venting and flaring events from those operations. When methane waste spikes because of an emergency, malfunction, or other reason, people living and working nearby need and deserve to know in real time so that they can minimize their exposure. Therefore, I recommend that a new subsection 1915-27-8G1A3 be added to require that operators use best efforts to notify members of the public whose health, safety, and property are endangered from a major release. A subsection 1915-27-8G1A2 requires operators to provide notification to OCD of such venting and flaring, as is also required in 1915-29, the releases rule. But this OCD, this rule, this subsection 2, fails to require operators to notify members of the public who are in fact at risk. Under both 1915-29 and 1915-27-8G1A2, operators are already required to determine whether a release, quote, results in a fire or is the result of a fire, may with reasonable probability endanger public health, or substantially endangers property or the environment. Once operators make that determination, they should be required in this rule to at least use best efforts to notify members of the public whose health or property is put at risk by their operations. Finally, the integrity of measurement and reporting by operators is central to the ability of the rule to reduce venting and flaring, and a requirement for third-party verification will serve to ensure that reporting is complete and accurate. We've heard a lot about the need for accurate reporting and measurement. The integrity and effectiveness of the capture requirement as a mechanism to reduce venting and flaring will depend on accurate reporting. To ensure that operators are reporting data accurately in accordance with 1915-27-8E3, I recommend two changes to the language in 1915-27-9C. First, I support the State Land Office's proposal that independent verification of vented and flared volumes be mandatory and conducted on a routine basis to ensure that all operators are reporting accurately. And second, I support direct submission of verification reports by verifiers to the agency, not by operators, as was clarified previously during the hearing for 1915-27-9C in OCD testimony earlier. The verification process typically involves an independent review and understanding of the measurement and estimation methodologies and data management systems used by reporting entities to track, quantify, and report gas volumes. Verification reports include findings about the validity of reported emissions, material misstatements, and nonconformance with reporting requirements and recommendations for corrections and improvements. Third-party verification of greenhouse gas reporting is required in California and Massachusetts. California accredits verification service providers and individual verifiers. And Tanis, you can pull up I think it's the last slide, and provides specific criteria for oil and gas systems specialists. The state also has established strict conflict of interest standards to ensure the independence of verifiers by limiting business relationships between reporters and verifiers and setting a 6-year limit on reporters retaining the same verifier. Currently, under the California program, there are 28 companies offering verification services that have been accredited by California and 207 accredited verifiers. And this is an example of the California Greenhouse Gas Reporting Program website that identifies the verifiers. And I would note that one of them, I think it's the second one, maybe the first one, yes, is a New Mexico company. I believe that verification providers active in this field are well positioned to provide high quality services to New Mexico oil and gas operators. In Massachusetts, the rationale for establishing a verification program includes providing the most accurate and complete data possible for emissions inventory and planning purposes, better consistency of reporting across all facilities, consistency with other reporting jurisdictions, maintaining the credibility of the program, and demonstrating a commitment to addressing climate change to the public and stakeholders. And lastly, the climate registry also requires independent third-party verification of reporting. The TRC was established in 2007 to design and operate voluntary and mandatory greenhouse gas reporting programs globally and assist organizations in measuring, reporting, and verifying the carbon emissions in their operations in order to manage and reduce them. In 2009 and 2010, the climate registry's oil and gas production protocol was developed in collaboration with the New Mexico Environment Department, the California Air Resources Board, and the Western Regional Air Partnership to establish calculation methodologies for GHG reporting by oil and gas operators, including for venting and flaring of associated gas. Thank you, members of the commission. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Singer. Madam Hearing Officer, I move for admission of Climate Advocates Exhibits 17 and 18.
Please pause for a moment in the event there are objections to Climate Advocates Exhibit 17 or 18. 17 and 18 are admitted.
Dr. Singer stands for cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fox. Commissioner Kessler, I know you have an early departure. If you have questions of Dr. Singer while you're with us.
I don't. Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Singer.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Ames. Mr. Ames, do you have questions of Dr. Singer?
Yeah, I do have a couple questions for Mr. Singer. Hello, Tom.
Hi, Eric.
So you just testified in support of the State Land Office's proposal for mandatory third-party verification. Is that right?
Correct.
And the State Land Office said in its pre-hearing statement that it wanted mandatory third-party verification, right?
That's what I'm basing my testimony off of.
But the State Land Office didn't propose any language to do that, did it?
Not that I heard in their testimony. I was relying on their statement in the pre-hearing statement that they supported mandatory verification.
But in the pre-hearing statement filed by the State Land Office, they didn't propose any language for mandatory third-party verification, did they?
They did not, but I might note that we did.
And the witness for the State Land Office didn't testify about it, isn't that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, now your pre-hearing statement says that you supported our discretion to require third-party verification. Isn't that right?
That if that's what the pre-hearing is written in the pre-hearing statement, then that is correct. That's what the pre-hearing statement
So you're
said.
changing your testimony here today.
Well, with reliance on counsel to bail me out, I would note that that pre-hearing statement was probably completed before we became aware that the land office was also supporting that provision, and therefore we decided that we were justified in strengthening our recommendation to OCD and to the commission.
You proposed language on mandatory third-party verification?
I believe we did, but subject to check, I may be mistaken. This has been we're all juggling many balls at the same time during this proceeding. So let me just have a quick look. I guess we did not.
So you didn't propose any language for the parties to consider before this hearing regarding mandatory third-party verification, isn't that right?
Correct.
So there's really no way for OCD or the industry organization or anyone else for that matter to evaluate how that proposal for mandatory third-party verification would work. Isn't that right?
Well, I think that the plain language of a mandatory requirement for verification, stand on its own, and whether that's annual, what the periodicity of that would be. No, we did not provide details, but the idea of mandatory as opposed to at the discretion of the agency is pretty self-explanatory.
Well, my question, Tom, is Welk yourself did not propose any language regarding mandatory third-party verification for the parties to consider and to understand how it would work.
Asked
That's
and
correct,
answered.
right?
Objection.
No, he did not answer the question, Madam Hearing Officer.
Objection. Asked and answered. He answered that previously, that we did not submit that language. He actually looked at our regulatory language and told Mr. Ames we did not propose language, and that he was relying upon the state land office's proposal. I think it's really pretty clear what happened here.
I did hear that, Mr. Ames. Please move on.
I'll reframe my question. I'll ask the original question, which is, Mr. Singer, absent language to understand how mandatory third-party verification would work, there's no way for OCD or any other party to evaluate it.
Objection. Asked and answered. He thought it could be evaluated because it's a very, I can't remember the language because
mandatory.
it's, because the concept is out there. That is asked and answered.
All right, Mr. Ames, I think you did give that testimony.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ames. Mr. Rankin, do you have questions of Dr. Singer?
Good evening, Dr. Singer. Madam Hearing Officer, I have no questions for the witness. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Biernoff. Mr. Biernoff. He may have stepped away. And I'm not sure whether Ms. Paraños has also stepped away. Ms. Paraños? No. All right. Now let's go to Commissioner Engler.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Singer.
Hello, Dr. Engler.
I want to get to, there were some statistics you said on your evaluation of the C-129s, and I want to make sure I have those. I know you started, you said something about 800. Could you go through that again?
Sure. I walked through my methodology, and I was trying to be as clear as I could for the commission.
Well, you were clear. I'm not processing as fast as I did this morning, but anyway, go ahead.
The response, the records that we received from OCD in response to our IPRA numbered 800, more or less 800 individual C-129 forms. Tanis, do you want to bring up that C-129 again? There were basically 800 of these things. And so, yes, please continue with your question.
So there's 800 over, and that was over what time frame that you requested?
We requested year to date. That's an example of the form. We requested year to date 2019, and our request went in. Let me just quickly turn to my testimony. January, we submitted our request on March 26th of 2019. So it would have been the first quarter, essentially, of 2019. But we received responses through June of 2019.
Okay. So within that, 1 to 2 quarters of 2019, almost or over 800 C-129s were you got, right?
We got January through March plus September for Hobbs, and we got January through June for Artesia.
Okay, so
multiple months.
Yeah, multiple months from those 2 districts.
Correct.
And so out of the 800, how you had to go through, when you go into the OCD system, into their images, you had to go through those image files to find or count the number of times that they had the exception?
So, Commissioner Engler, I was overwhelmed by the task. I would like to see this information automated. Methodologically, I decided that I would go after the most recent months and see how far I could get. And so I did look at March and September. March for Hobbs, March of 2019 was, I think it was 86 records. And for September it was 40 some. I can go get the exact numbers here.
Well, that's gonna. But yeah, I think so. One of the questions I was, and kind of answered that, is the process that you used, and as far as I know, there's no automation process where you could get this information without going through all the images. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so when Climate Advocates in its rules is asking for more details on the C-129, isn't that also, and this you may not be able to answer this, is if that's additional information on that C-129, we're still going to have this problem of lack of automation?
It's an excellent question, Commissioner, and I would try to answer it this way. I would rather look at a well file and aggregate category 3s for a given operator if I'm doing multiple C-129s than reading the text that, whatever language the individual filing that form chooses to put in a text box. And so there are 2 levels of the question here, and I think this goes to the partnership that the state has with Descartes and possibly other vendors. If a form, unlike the C-115B, if a record isn't being entered into a system, I'm not an expert in accessing data. If a record like the volume in a C-115B, that's a number, and it's easy for a data analyst to sort those numbers by any other field in the database. What needs to happen with the C-129s is a company like Descartes can take pictures, create databases from the images of a C-129, which we could then manipulate by the numerical classification of the data in that form. So that's just kind of as far as I want to go. And you could ask Leslie Fleischman, who actually got the data for us and crunched the numbers. But I hope that answers somewhat answers your question.
Oh yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time going through well-filed data, and I always am curious where we could automate to make things a little better. I have a different question, and I appreciate that. I have a different question. Back to your on your rule, you wanted notification of the public, something like that, in terms of when there's a venting or flaring, you want the public to be noticed. I don't remember the exact words, but
a major event, a major release.
Yeah, yeah. Do you have when you say that? Do you have a how from the event? Do you have a time and distance that you would recommend?
The time is sort of set by the rule that we refer to.
Right.
The second category of the new purpose of the C-129 for major releases, the operator has to notify OCD within 24 hours. And we think that's reasonable and why we want to leverage that information for the public. The distance, we don't really, there's not necessarily a correlation between distance. There's not, you'd have to ask Adela Begay, who unfortunately already went, as to what the correlation between health impacts and distance are. So we were relying on 1915-29, the major release, that if it's defined as a major release by existing regulation, so yes, it's a major release and OCD knows about it quickly, the operator should also be notifying the public.
All right, that was good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engler. Madam Chair.
Thanks. I just have a couple questions. Dr. Singer, do you support the rule?
I do with most, if not all, as many of the recommendations that climate advocates have made that we can get.
Do you believe this was a collaborative process?
Extremely collaborative, yes. Appropriately collaborative.
I just have maybe one or two quick questions. So on that C-129 roll up, I think particularly the one where you listed different wells and how long, did you cross-reference that to see if they actually flared during any of those times?
Madam Chairwoman, I did not. I took the company at their word. The way they described the reason for flaring, to my reading, implied that they were responding to real events, but I did not correlate the time period with the C-115 to see what their volumes were during that time. That's a big research project right there.
Are you familiar with how operators frequently use C-129 forms and the different reasons that they do?
Well, I will answer that question two ways. One, I'm certainly familiar with the volume of C-129s just for this first quarter, more or less, or first half of 2019, there were 800. And you know, the reasons that they wrote in on their reasons for flaring, which I've summarized in the last column, suggest why they're submitting these applications.
Are you familiar that most, or maybe most is the wrong word, many operators submit C-129 forms out of extreme caution, so that if a midstream interruption does happen and they're forced to flare, that they won't be out of compliance with OCD's rules?
I'll take your word for it and your experience with it, that could be happening. Two answers. I was struck by how few operators submitted C-129s during these periods. It was really concentrated in a handful. And the duration of these C-129s, if that was a month or 3 months or 6 months of those kinds of forms, but I think your question implies that companies are just submitting these forms pro forma and preemptively, indefinitely. You know, you can see the periods on the chart. If they do that, I was not aware that that was a common practice. Again, the reasons for flaring are written on the forms.
Are you familiar with the current venting and flaring rule that's, I think, 1915, 18, 12 maybe?
Yes, that requires a submission authorization to flare after 60 days. Is that the one you're referring to?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Is there, so if, I guess if an operator, and currently how that rule is structured, if an operator doesn't submit a C-129 out of, ahead of time and they had to flare, would they be out of compliance with the rule?
The only way I can answer that is that I saw a handful of C-129 stamped denied with handwriting on the form that it was ex post and that they had not submitted the C-129 in a timely fashion.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Singer.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Fox, did any of that questioning prompt follow up on your part?
No, it did not, Madam Hearing Officer.
All righty. In that case, if there's no reason not to excuse Dr. Singer, thank you very much, Dr. Singer, for all of
You're welcome.
So, Ms. Fox, it seems to me like it'd be helpful for you to identify the order of witnesses tomorrow.
I think what will happen tomorrow, Madam Hearing Officer, is tomorrow is the day that Environmental Defense Fund is going to go out of order because of their conflicts. And so they will, we've actually agreed that they can put on all 3 witnesses. And then after that, we're going faster than we anticipated. And so we're going to need to get with our witnesses to decide the precise order for tomorrow in the event that we go on in the afternoon, which I do anticipate us doing. So I could send that as soon as we determine that lineup later today. I can send that information to you in council if you'd like.
That'd be great. Thank you. In any event, it sounds as though we'll be hearing in the morning from the 3 EDF witnesses. All right. Thank you all. We will adjourn for the evening and reconvene at 8 a.m. Thank you.